No, I just changed my ticket to 6 now, so should be good.
Cool. Well, I'll be inviting speakers now, but I'll let you guys give us an overview. Maybe you can kick it off, Rose or Matthias or Nick, and then I'll do a bit of work in the background just to get all our
All right,
speakers.
well, I'll just intro it real quick, and then I'll hand it off to Roz here. Obviously, last night we had a space on airspace that was closed in Montana out of some sort of, what was originally called an unidentified flying object, and then that story was refuted by, the Defense Department, and a U.S. congressman from Montana actually came out and said, no, there is an object, and now we're looking at two new portions of closed airspace today so far. If we look at a wind map, and I'm going to put that up here at the top, it does seem that a balloon at 40,000 feet could very likely end up in the position of these no-fly zones that we're seeing right now. So I wouldn't have pinned that to the top. But Ross, go ahead and jump in, and I want to hear what you have to say on the situation. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, so I've been monitoring this since last night, been up through the night, making sure I haven't missed anything. So been keeping my eye out on the two airspaces, one from last night and one currently over the U.S. border at the Great Lakes. There's reports of F-16 fighter jets that's been reported airborne from the National Guard Air Base in Madison, Wisconsin. So they're currently flying towards that right now. Yeah, so lots of activity going on. There's been sightings in China and other places of the world too. So quite active today.
Yeah, so we saw, maybe you can give us an update on, Matthias, you want to jump in and give us an update on the Chinese report as well? Because it's become a bit of a joke now. At least that's how I saw it.
Yeah, we don't have much information from that situation. We know that China was reporting that they were tracking an unidentifiable object off of one of their port cities, and that there was some speculation they were going to take military action at some point, but that's really all we can confirm. We don't know whether this is a retaliatory kind of eye for an eye move by a country that was previously spied on through the balloon campaign, whether China's completely making up this situation to try and point the blame somewhere else. It's really unknown, so we're not going to speculate at this time. Intel Point is reporting and has shared a graphic of Canadian air defense planes, what he quotes, racing to the scene. I'm going to try and see if I can get a hold of that image and share it with you guys. But I'm going to look for further confirmation of that. But as Roz pointed out, we are reporting that there has been fighter jets scrambled in the United States, and it's not uncommon, as we saw yesterday, for the United States and Canada to collaborate in these kind of missions and operations. And what Nick pointed out with the wind trajectory is very important. Without full confirmation, based on the information we have right now, one could assume, based on the weather patterns and the wind trajectory, that the incidents in Montana this late last night, this morning on Lake Michigan, and what's occurring right now over Ontario are all possibly the same object that have just been carried in the wind.
So what do we know about these F-16s that were scrambled? Is there anything at all? Do we know where they went? Because I know they took off from Madison, Wisconsin. Reportedly took off from Madison, Wisconsin anyway. Do we have any sort of track, or I know a lot of times that we can't see these things on like an ADS-B exchange or anything. Do you know anything about that? Matthias?
Roz, I'll hand that to you because I haven't been following the F-16s as closely as you have.
Was that? Sorry, I was just getting ready to post a tweet.
No, so I was asking, do we know anything about where those F-16s were going? We heard that they went airborne from this base in Madison, Wisconsin, but I haven't seen anything about them on... Yeah, go ahead.
Low flight radar right now. Not sure where they are heading at the moment. I would think they would be heading towards the closed airspace in the Great Lakes, but is currently unknown at this time, but I'll keep you updated on that. So.
Gotcha. So it does look like, I just want to update everybody. Mario did tweet about an E-3B Sentry that the U.S. Air Force was flying around in the area of the original closed airspace, which is essentially a surveillance plane. So it seems like they were running racetracks, which basically means they're making a big oval in the sky, which seems like they were trying to detect or identify something. That E-3B Sentry ended up moving and is now on the way toward this newer no-fly zone over Lake Huron, and so we were able to just pick that back up now, so we can see the direction of that. Captain, I want to ask you real quick. There's been a lot of developments here over the past 12, 16 hours. What are your thoughts?
I would have to say, I'm at work right now, actually, and we're getting ready to actually head to the hotel. But the one thing that caught my eye was the fact that the U.S. has now employed the E3.
Your mic, just quickly, I know you're right, but your mic is a bit far from your mouth. Not sure if you can get it a bit closer so we can hear you better. Is that possible?
Yeah, is this better?
Yeah, it's better, man.
I was just going to say that the one thing that's kind of interesting to me is that now we've employed the E3 Sentry. So that's something we haven't seen yet, and I'm sure there's a reason why they're using it, and maybe that's just to paint a better picture than the ground-based systems that we have in place now. But that just kind of caught my eye. As far as the F-16 scrambled out of Wisconsin, scrambling is something that's not in the Air Force. It's not something that every base can do right now. You know, there's a lot of things that have to happen. And so I don't know if Madison has what we call a CAC or a combat alert cell. We have those in Joint Base Elmendorf, and we have them in.
You're still a bit far, bro. It's getting worse again.
Yeah, it's probably just the noise level surrounding me. So I'll probably have to step away until.
It's good. Yeah, it's a bit better. It's a bit better now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just the whole combat alert cell. You know, I don't know if Madison has one, but if it does, and they've employed it, and those F-16s have been scrambled to go up there and take a look, you know, that would be interesting as well. Although if they have a combat alert cell, it's very easy for them to do, like we saw at PDX yesterday.
Right. Okay, so we'll Jim's here. Jim, hey, Jim, how you doing?
Doing well. Sorry, couldn't unmute quickly enough. Doing well. Kind of amazed by all this. It sounds to me like a big shiny object everyone keeps throwing out against something else, but who knows what's going on?
Literally a big shiny object?
How's Jim, I've got a question for you. Like, how's the response in Washington? And I know you've been talking to people in your network since yesterday. Would love to get a sense of the sentiment and the conflicting messages we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone in D.C. is kind of taking it seriously. But you remember we had James Carafano from Heritage Foundation on a space a little while back, and he's been tweeting out the same thing. I thought, and he and I talked briefly, but he's putting stuff out, kind of almost making fun of this in a way, not so much because he's not taking seriously what's happening, but because it is a real distraction from a lot of serious things taking place. So there's some of that sentiment in D.C., and then there's other people who are just taking a look at it and just kind of shocked and frustrated.
Yeah. So, Ross, were you trying to unmute there?
What was it? No, I was just saying hi to Jim real quick. So sorry about that.
Yeah.
So, Stephen, let's get your thoughts on this. I don't know if you were here for our space yesterday, but it does seem like there's been a lot going on over the past 16 hours, and we've heard so many different stories. And let's hear your thoughts here.
Well, when I look at something like this, I like to just look at what's high probability and what's low probability again. And so low probability would be a lot of stuff that I've been seeing float around. A lot of more conspiratorial kind of stuff. People even insisting that...
Your mic, Stephen, your mic. I don't know what's happening with your mic.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Is this any better?
You're just rubbing it on something. Make sure you stop whatever you're rubbing it on.
My apologies. Yeah, I was multitasking here. Is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so people are even kind of confusing certain kind of cloud images and saying this has something to do with it, that these these certain particular kinds of clouds are actually, government weather control stuff, and this also somehow ties into the UFOs that we're experiencing now. Look, that would be a very low probability scenario. But what we are looking at, what does kind of concern me is the fact that we haven't seen much of any footage come out from all these different locations that we're getting. The footage has been very minimal. Also, when we look at the UFOs that have been shot at or shot down, and even when we saw the balloon that was shot down, we didn't really get any imaging of the rubble or the of the materials that were shot down. So I'm wondering why all that stuff has been kept from the public so far. I'm not saying that there's anything nefarious behind that.
Yeah, but so I've spoken to people. They're going to be joining the space shortly. But I have spoken to people that that have more information than we're able to share. I'm trying to get them onto the space. But these things. So they're saying that these things do take time. A lot of people expect answers now. But even in Washington, there's conflicting messages coming out of there. Even senators, some of them are saying that we just don't. I don't know if Jim had the same sentiment, the same issue when communicating with them. But from us talking to a few of the senators that have been on the space, some of them just were confused, and some had conflicting messages, and some were even asking us for more clarity, which is a bit. I don't know how unusual this is. But when it's a developing story, I just don't find it too surprising. We've covered a lot of developing stories here in the space. So I just don't find it too surprising.
So Breaking Forward did just send me an update that the U.S. Air Force KC-135 Stratotanker, which is used primarily to refuel military aircraft such as fighter jets, is now flying directly around the no-fly zone that has been set up by Canada. It is worth noting that this no-fly zone is massive. Lake Huron is a massive lake, a massive body of water. This is by far the largest no-fly zone that we've seen over the past week. So what's going on here is going to be anybody's guess, and we're going to have some military people on here very soon to hopefully go over this a little bit. But Breaking 4 News. Yeah, Jim?
I was just going to say, I got to tell you, there's a whole lot we do not know.
You're good now. You're good now.
Do you not hear me? Do you hear me?
No, you're good now. You're good now. You go ahead.
Okay. I said there's just a whole lot that we got to wait to get more information on. By the way, I'm not quite being a conspiracy theorist. I'm being a political theorist, saying, why is this suddenly such a huge deal and it's happening all over the place and reporting on it? So I see what that means moving forward. In terms of UFOs, by the way, I just want to say a Bayes theorem analysis on this kind of makes you, the chances of that to be even more incredibly low. Bayes' theorem is kind of a way to break through probabilities to see what's really going on. And I think, that part of the analysis is entirely speculative. It's taking place if,
we might be losing you a little bit, Jim.
Away from something or physical properties on the ground. That's what I'm curious about.
Right. So Breaking 4 News, or actually, Ross, earlier you did mention that there were sightings of, I don't believe that they were specific on what type of fighter jets that may have been flying over Ohio. Do you have any more information on that?
About the Portland or the Ohio?
Ohio, I believe, or Indiana, actually. Sorry. Flying into Michigan.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find more information at the moment, talking to a few intel people. Currently, I haven't heard anything back. Still trying to find more information on Flight Radar, but do see a Black Hawk helicopter flying towards the restricted area. So.
Yep, and it does seem that there is another KC-135 Stratotanker hanging here as well. So that would make two of them that are up in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
So and then you've got the E-3B Sentry. Let me ask you, Jim, real quick. What do you think's going on here in Washington? Are they actually hiding this information? Are they trying to survey this aircraft? Maybe if there is an aircraft.
Actually, I have a question for all of you. And I'm really curious on this one. Jim, I hope your connection's good now because I'd love your thoughts on this as well. So there is a lot of distrust in the information that's coming out. I thought this is a Chinese spy balloon. That's not even up for discussion. But there's people, and I'm not talking about people that just come up with theories without backing. People that I would listen to and a lot of us would trust as a source, just doubting this whole story, this whole narrative. And doubting that just a random Chinese balloon managed to enter U.S. airspace and Canadian airspace and not be spotted for so many days, and now there's all these unidentifiable objects flying around. Why the distrust? Because it does seem like a very plausible story for me. Am I missing something?
Well, let me just make this statement on that. When, for me at least, when Joe Biden came out during the Chinese spy balloon thing, saying, they told me about this on Wednesday, and I told them to shoot it down, and they told me we needed to wait until, blah, blah, blah. There is a real incentive for politicians that get themselves back into a corner to do certain things. So, again, how that feeds into this, I'm still trying to evaluate myself. But a lot of people don't trust Joe Biden on information. I mean, the guy is a serial liar. I mean, let's just be honest about it. I mean, whatever side of the aisle you're on, that he's forged his resume many times. He's quoted people and took it as his own quote. So people have this general sense of, okay, are they really telling me something? You add that on top of the general concern about government, and that puts even more suspicion in. Now, as to these actual planes, the KC-135s and some of the AWACS planes that are flying around, I mean, the military is honestly doing some surveillance. So there's something going on. I don't know what it is, but it's hard to think that they're throwing all those assets out for no good reason, just to make a political point. So this is the difficulty. That's why people distrust the first thing I talked about, but secondarily, something is going on. We just got to figure out what it is, and we don't know yet.
So it does look like, before we go to breaking four, because it seems like he does have an update here, there are a lot of reports here that one of those Air Force refueling planes is accompanying a combat aircraft, and they are skirting right around the no-fly zone. I do have to say, that no-fly zone is over the Canadian border. It goes up to the Canadian border. The FAA has not issued a no-fly zone for the U.S. side of it yet, but it seems like a lot of people are expecting that shortly. So we'll see if that pans out. But breaking four, Matthias?
Yeah, I just wanted to make 2 points that kind of go towards the discussion. But the first one I'm going to make is a little off topic, just because I want people to know I'm getting questions about another NOTAM over Arizona. I want to remind people on this space that today is the Super Bowl, and the NOTAM is in place over the airspace surrounding the stadium. So that's not to be concerned or connected in any way to what's going on today, but there is increased security as usual at the Super Bowl event, and they were on mainstream media talking about if there are any implications due to the recent military activity around the United States, but no specific threats of any kind, and that NOTAM is a precautionary NOTAM over the stadium and surrounding area. That's common for every single Super Bowl going back since I believe 9/11. And then the other point I'm going to make, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the initial Chinese balloon. I'm going to talk about the 3 instances that we're dealing with now. The object shot down off the coast of Alaska, the object shot down in Canada yesterday, and the situation that we're dealing with in Montana, Michigan, and now Canada, and that kind of situation. If you recall, the way the American public found out about this was during, and I mentioned this last night, during a press briefing from White House strategy coordinator John Kirby, after he was asked by a member of the press about a situation over Alaska. This wasn't forthcoming information, yet he did have a prepared statement. So what Jim is explaining is very important, because even if this wasn't purposeful by the administration, we have to play devil's advocate that this was not the case. It does not help them in their efforts, and when they claim that they are the most transparent administration in history, when they're withholding this. That should have been the lead story, right? He should have come out And he should have said, we want to make the American public aware. About an hour ago, we shot something down over Alaska and recovery efforts are underway. Instead, he waited to be asked about it, which puts them at the offensive instead of opening with it.
All right. So Matthias, what did we hear this morning? I don't know if you followed this story, but apparently Chuck Schumer, who is the Senate Majority Leader, had a briefing or had a meeting with Joe Biden where they did seem to confirm that these previously reported objects they were cylindrical objects were actually just very small balloons. Has there been any more information on that? Do we know if there was a payload of any kind?
Yeah, so we reported last night, based off a Wall Street Journal report, that there was in fact a payload attached to these smaller objects. Now, what Chuck Schumer described this morning is very interesting. He did confirm, based on his intel that he got, and we know that he's a member of the Gang of Eight, which gets intelligence briefings at a higher classification than other members of Congress. So we can trust his reporting, assuming that he didn't have a slip of tongue there, but it seems to be that multiple times he made effort to announce that these were in fact balloons, but we know they were smaller. They were about the size of a small car compared to the Chinese spy balloon and the balloons used in that bigger program, which was the payload itself enormous, over 150 feet long, as well as the balloon itself being 200 feet high. So he was able to confirm for us today that these were some sort of balloons, and that the debris field is large. Now, someone mentioned last night in the space that he was able to confirm for us today that these were some sort of balloons, and that the debris field is large. Now, someone mentioned last night in the space that they read a report that the debris was like in a million pieces, right? And that kind of added to the confusion, because we saw images of people retrieving debris off the Carolina coast of these massive pieces. And in fact, they've stated that the payload remains underwater and is relatively intact. So people were asking, how could that be? Two things. First thing, both of these objects landed on hard surfaces, right? Off the Alaskan coast, the waters that the first object landed in were completely frozen due to the winter, which is complicating efforts and why they needed to land helicopters and all that. The situation over Canada was over land as well. And we don't know, but given the size of these two new objects, if the missiles that they used took down just the balloon portion and the payload fell, or if it kind of exploded the whole thing, we don't have that information yet. So that's important to keep in mind. But to circle back in conclusion, we can trust 99.9% of what Chuck Schumer's saying at this point. We believe that these were balloons as well.
Okay.
But
Yep.
I want to throw in there, when anything lands on water, that is tantamount to landing on the ground, at least at initial point of impact. So I'd be very shocked if there's an intact in anything under the water that wouldn't have similar destruction to it that anything that fell over land on. So if they're representing it that way, that would be bad. But, I don't know how much Chuck Schumer does not usually, even though he has the clearance that you're discussing, he rarely talks about things that happen within that clearance. In fact, it's usual because the technical analysis isn't there, whether it's the Speaker of the House, Majority Leader of the Senate, or the heads of the intel committees. They typically do not make statements about the intelligence they see, because they know that their ability
Jim,
for technical analysis is bad.
I got to jump in here real quick, Jim. We do have some breaking news right now from U.S. Congressman Slotkin, who is now saying that there has indeed been an object detected over Lake Huron between Michigan and Ontario. So that is the first time that we have heard that they have acknowledged today, with these two no-fly zones, that there is actually an object flying over Michigan pretty much the entire day. So I think this is going to be quickly developing from this point. So we're going to keep track of this information. Matthias and Ross, if you can help us as much as you can, that would be awesome. But that was just put out. So I'll let you continue, Jim, while we track that.
I just had a quick question for breaking 4 news. All this intelligence that Chuck Schumer has been privy to thus far, does it confirm that all of the UFOs that have been confirmed thus far are balloon-esque in nature?
Yeah, that is what he confirmed this morning when he spoke to one of the mainstream outlets. I can't remember exactly the show he was on. We know, obviously, the balloon, the initial balloon sent from China was in fact a balloon. We saw it with our own eyes. It was large. It was above us. And we have images and video to back that claim. The 2 objects that were shot down, both off the coast of Alaska and more recently in Canada, and then this third thing that's being tracked, which we have confirmation from lawmakers, is in fact a suspicious object. He is independent. He's basically confirming for us that those are balloons. So you can quote Chuck Schumer as saying that, but we have no other confirmation from the Pentagon or from NORAD officials.
Got it. So it seems like, anyway, that the most likely scenario is that these are products of the Chinese government. We have no idea of confirming that, but does that seem like the most probable scenario, you guys? What do you think?
Well, let me make a comment on that. I don't think any of the information we have directly would point to an understanding that that's even a possibility. The one thing that would leave it open as a possibility in my mind is if, after they tested us, which I presume they did with the first balloon thing that came about, if they were testing our response to that then, if these are Chinese objects, then that would fall within a scenario where they are continuing to play with us. Now, I don't know that we have anything to that would give us any indication that that's even a high probability. It is a possibility in my mind because of the success, and I would say that it was China's success, the Biden administration's response to that first Chinese balloon incident at the end of last week.
So I'm going to play a quick clip. John Tester's interview, I tweeted that a couple of hours ago. And he was one of the early guys to confirm today that the U.S. military is still investigating what appears to be the object over Montana, and that he confirmed that the jets scrambled yesterday were pulled back due to darkness, which is Rose Alerts. We were talking about this yesterday, and we had different reports. Some of the reports said that there was no object over Montana. Then later, other reports were saying there is one and that they couldn't shoot it down because of the darkness. Senator John Tester confirmed that was the case. I'll just play a quick clip from him now. Hopefully the audio is good. Let me play that now.
Is there an object over Montana? Late Saturday, NORAD and NORTHCOM said there was a radar anomaly over your state, which is why airspace was closed. Was it a false alarm, or is there an object over Montana?
Well, I think the investigation is still going on as we speak. The truth is that there was an anomaly, and they've investigated. I think it got dark last night, so they couldn't fully check it out. And I'm sure as we speak, it's being checked out right now.
So it hasn't been ruled out. There may still be something up there.
Absolutely. There may still be something out there. It may be a false alarm.
Late Saturday.
So that there's still a possibility it's a false alarm. But Mateus, what updates? So we were talking about this earlier before starting the space. What updates have we received? And maybe refresh the space very briefly. What are the updates? What do we know since then? What are the different reports we've received since then, as you've been covering this story since the early days? And then I want to go to Tom to give us a general overview, because Tom has been following the story, and we're playing Tom's clip in yesterday's space. So we've got Tom on the panel. But Mateus, do you want to just refresh the space and what we know so far before I go to Tom?
Yeah, so last evening, I would say at around 7:30, 8 o'clock, we began to receive reports of military activity being scrambled from the Portland and Seattle area. And then we immediately following that, we had a NOTAM issued above Montana, and they were our lawmakers from those areas, both senators and congressmen and women, confirmed that they were in contact with officials from the DOD and from NORAD and military officials, telling them that they're actively tracking an object. Then immediately after that, I'd say 30 minutes later, the NOTAM was canceled and was was taken back. And we then had conflicting reports between military officials and our lawmakers. The military officials were basically claiming it was a false alarm. Our lawmakers were saying that they still have intel to suggest that there's an object, and that given the fact that it was dark, they couldn't proceed with the operation, but they would resume in the morning. And then this morning, during daybreak, we saw military activity resume. We heard the interview that Mario just played this morning on Face the Nation with our senator from Montana confirming that an object was still being tracked. And then the developments that occurred this morning with the first NOTAM over Lake Michigan, and then that being canceled, and then now the new NOTAM in Ontario. And that's what we are dealing with at this point.
I appreciate the update. I will bring Emergent back up on the panel. He was with us today, who's worked at NORAD and the Air Force. So I'll get, he's just about to jump on. Tom, you've been following the story since yesterday. We played one of your clips. Can you tell us again what your concerns are that you were expressing yesterday, and what you think about the developments that we've seen today and the mixed messages we keep getting?
Well, I don't remember what I said yesterday.
We've got a clip, Nick. You've got the clip ready. We just played the clip in the space. Let me try to find it if I've got it here. I'll get the clip in a bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, we're in a crisis with China, and they're attacking our airspace. It's not trolling; it's an attack. If it was a fixed wing aircraft or a drone, there'd be little question about the national security crisis we're in. But because there are these balloons, the Biden administration, I think, is benefiting from the comical nature of such an object to distract from the complete collapse of our national security apparatus, or the exposure of the failure of our national security and defense apparatus. I've been joking in recent days, and not really joking that much, that I bet you NORAD's number one activity in any year is their activity in tracking samples.
Quantum levitation is one of the coolest things
and
in physics.
The publicity to
it's
get
a
from
process
doing that,
where we can
and,
use the properties of
and
quantum
knowing
physics to levitate superconductors over a magnetic source.
In terms of
superconductors are materials whose electrical resistance drops to exactly zero below a critical temperature. This critical temperature is way below 0 degrees Celsius.
Of our territory, of
An
the
interesting
continent.
thing about
frankly, if they get into Canada, it's also a failure of U.S. defenses. And now it's causing chaos in the northern part of our country in terms of air traffic and such. People shouldn't worry about something falling on their heads from the Chinese, to be blunt. And you have to ask, why are the Chinese doing it at this time? It's an opportunity for them to obviously escalate confrontations with America and prevent America from taking what would likely to be lesser steps in light of other activity China's already done. So let's say people were concerned about cutting off more tech to China, or the sort of things that were likely to happen in the ordinary course. This makes those steps more risky because China has escalated things, and maybe people are going to be even more cautious about changing the status quo with our economic and funding relationships with China. And, I think, as I've also said previously, and I know we've said on this space before, that America's weakness in the form of President Biden invites this type of challenge. He not only has the cognitive challenges and the kind of the weak leadership as a result of that, but he has he's been compromised by the monies given to him and his family, as the evidence suggests happened when he was vice president, where you had this his office being converted into an operation to enrich Hunter and his family, and then he was engaged in shady business with China by all accounts.
Didn't Donald Trump Jr. say he had $100 million of Chinese money? Just wondering.
Well, I don't know what the money. The money's. There are various reports of the various monies that have gone in and out. But it's not a $10,000 check, but it's millions. And, and I suspect this relationship goes back a long way. But this is now, did China send this balloon because they gave money to Biden? No, but it's one of the reasons. I'm sure it's part of their calculations. So what is going to be the reaction of the United States? Well, we know the president is on the take because we gave him the money. We know he's on the take. And so he's kind of hamstrung a bit
Tom,
because of that.
I've got a question for you, and I asked this to the panel earlier, the mixed messages that we're getting. So I've got two questions for you. First, regarding the Chinese balloon, there's a lot of skepticism that the balloon was just spotted. I'm talking about the first balloon, and then obviously we've got all the unidentified objects now, we're just going to call them UFOs, that we're spotting over the last few days. But for the first balloon that took days to spot, we've spoken to some that had concerns, and we've spoken to others that did mention that
Mario.
Jay, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, Slokin, Rep Lisa Slotin, or sorry if I pronounced her name wrong. She just tweeted 12 minutes ago, our military has a extremely close eye on an object above Lake Huron. So
hold on, is that a new object?
I think that's the object that they were saying before, but they're watching it extremely closely. So
how many? So how many? Nick, I'll let you jump in. Elaborate. How many objects do we have now, Nick?
We're only talking about one right now. This is the same statement that I had spoken about a little bit ago. It just he had not clarified through that tweet yet. And so what Ross just told us is Rep Slotkin did come out and confirm that they have that the Department of Defense has a close eye on the object and they are following it. So that's probably why we are seeing activity running straight up and down the U.S.-Canada border there, with quote unquote combat planes. And
so we're talking about the object that we talked about yesterday, that they scrambled the jets, but they didn't end up shooting it down because it was too dark, or they didn't end up investigating it. And then they scrambled the jets again this morning, and they've been analyzing the object but haven't shot it down. Is that the one? Over Lake.
We're assuming it's the same one. We do not have any confirmation on that. What we were talking about earlier is the trajectory of the wind.
But Tom, this is the clarity I need. Like we were talking about one balloon earlier, and a week later, suddenly we've got all these different objects. Is that a statement being made by the administration that, hey, we're taking these things seriously after the criticism they've received around the first balloon, or have they started expanding their let's say investigation, and they started spotting all these different objects? We did have someone that worked at NORAD who's going to be up on stage again shortly. We just DM'd him. He's going to be joining us.
I think you should read this I think, Mario, you should. This is a new escalation of provocation. We can suspect other objects have come through, but if you don't know, I got
to jump in right here, Tom. I'm sorry. We do have an update here. It seems like this is just now. An unidentified object has been, quote, decommissioned over Lake Huron. And that is from
so that decommissioned. Decommissioned means
so we don't know exactly what decommissioned means, but we're assuming it means shot down.
Shot down, yeah.
Yeah. So
this would be the fourth object.
And there's a plane flying over the no-fly zone already. If you look, commercial plane. So they must have let him through.
So this would be the fourth object, evidently shot down, I guess, after the first balloon. I think it's the fourth, right?
So what are the total objects? Matthias, I know you have your hand up, so I'm not sure if you've got more developments. And if you can answer that question, how many objects have we shot down, has the US shot down in the last, let's say, since the first Chinese balloon?
This would be the fourth. This would be the fourth object shot down, and assuming that you connect the incidents in Montana, Lake Michigan, and Ontario, which, due to weather patterns and common knowledge, we can most likely pin all those together. This would be the fourth downing of a suspicious object in the past 2 weeks. Now, I just received reporting.
And Fox News confirms that. Yeah, Fox News confirms two of them had payloads. At least two of them had payloads.
Correct. I just received reporting from NBC News, and I'm going to read it to you right now. It states, I just lost it. Hold on one second. It states that, quote, in wake of the Chinese balloon flight, the U.S. military is now looking at a wider range of radar data as it monitors North American airspace, including more objects and smaller objects that might have been filtered out as clutter in the past. That's quoting DoD sources. So it goes to what we were discussing, which is this heightened sense of sensitivity. I think we were talking about it last night, and continues to show, because people were wondering, like, this didn't just come out of the blue, right? UFOs have been spotted and tracked for years and years prior. What makes these specific incidences, especially the smaller objects, the three latest that have been downed by United States and Canadian officials, what separates this from other UFOs in the past? And I think that shows us exactly what does. And it was the original balloon.
Okay, it looks like U.S. Rep. Bergman has now said that the U.S. has shot down the unidentified object. So they did clarify. So now
Emergent, you're with us. Can you hear me, Emergent?
Yes, I'm here.
Can I use your name, or are you keeping that confidential?
Just use my handle for right now.
Emergent. Okay, man. So Emergent, have you seen the recent developments that we've seen, or do you want us to give you a quick overview? And I think the audience will appreciate a quick overview as well. Have you been keeping track of the developments today and the object that was just shot down about a couple of minutes ago?
I have not. Give me the short version.
All right. So Nick, do you want to just give a short version to Emergent and the audience on the developments we've seen today and just the announcement you made a few seconds ago?
Okay. Earlier today, we did see a no-fly zone that the FAA issued due to national defense activity right in between Madison, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So right there over Lake Michigan was where the majority of this activity took place. We did see them retract that no-fly zone, and then soon later, the Canadians actually implemented their own no-fly zone on the opposite side of Michigan. It did look like the U.S. military was tracking the object all the way across Michigan, and now we have recently heard that this is the first time that we knew that there wasn't even an object, because they wouldn't talk about that before. But it does appear now that members of Congress are saying that the object has been shot down over Lake Huron. So that's
and then Matthias, before I go Emergent, I want to get your thoughts on Matthias. Can you just read out what you just said earlier? And for me, this is very important. I'd love to get more clarity on this from Emergent.
You mean the NBC statement?
I'm very curious based on that, particularly exactly what they would have shot down, because that's just a very extreme step in general, and a lot of boxes have to be ticked for that to happen per traditional NORAD doctrine. So my first question would really be, what could they or would they have identified that was a credible enough threat to tick off all of the boxes?
So this is important. Emergent, this is important. Can you tell us those three boxes again, just for the audience, because we spoke about it yesterday? And then, Matthias, breaking for news, what I want you to do is tell us the what you just read out earlier, and I want to get an update from Emergent on whether those three steps changed. So quickly, can you give the audience an overview, Emergent, those three steps, the requirements before shooting down an unidentifiable object? What are those three requirements?
So normally what you need is a positive ID, a hostile declaration, which means a set of criteria has been checked to ascertain that it poses a credible or actual or highly likely threat. And then the third is you need an engagement order from a valid engagement authority, which is normally, I would be very skeptical that anybody who would be given that authority would be anything less than a 2-star general.
Okay, and then Matthias, can you read out the statement that was mentioned earlier? And I want to get your thoughts, Emergent, before going to Tom and Alex. I want to get your thoughts on whether those three requirements would change based on the statement that Matthias will read now. Matthias?
Sure. Yeah, this is a statement from NBC quoting DoD sources saying, quote, in the wake of the Chinese balloon flight, the U.S. military is now looking at a wider range of radar data as it monitors North American airspace, including more objects and smaller objects that might have been filtered out as clutter in the past.
Do you think that they've changed the rules of engagement, Emergent, considering the statement that we've heard now and previous statements? Because it seems after the criticism that was received about the first Chinese balloon, are all these objects just popping up now? Are they spotting them now, or they've been watching them for a while and now they're taking action because they've become more aggressive?
So it doesn't seem impossible for that to happen. As I've said in the past, there have been temporary engagement orders for specific scenarios and events, but those things are usually in response to something very specific. They're usually temporary, and they're usually for a specific purpose and withdrawn immediately after that purpose. So for that to be the case, there would have to be either orders from above NORAD, from somewhere in the administration, or some credible intelligence that indicates that somebody is doing something that poses a credible threat. So that's in general the type of scenario that would trigger an ROE change.
Tom?
Yeah, I would presume that if there are payloads attached, there's now a look that they're looking for the balloons or whatever the vehicle is, and if it fits the new the new vehicle, the new distinctions in terms of having these vehicles with balloons and payloads. They're probably going to be taking him down. And I would suspect, I've criticized the defense establishment in terms of handling certainly the 200-foot balloon that was allowed to traverse the nation. I suspect, despite their efforts, the Biden administration's dishonest and corrupt efforts to pretend that the same thing happened under Trump, no one was aware contemporaneously. I'm guessing. I haven't seen any evidence, but who knows? But I'm guessing no one has been aware previously of at least of how, in terms of it happening, and they're being aware as it was happening that these types of incidents of similar incidents in the past. Remember, the Trump incidents have been reconstructed, and so this is a new. So I guess that's an inarticulate way of saying this is a new escalation. These are attacks from China on our airspace. It's disrupting two NATO partners here, the United States and Canada. It's placing everyone in these areas at risk of who knows what, and waiting for them to send stuff in and shooting them down, I think is going to be quickly seen as not sufficient.
Tom,
by Americans concerned about this.
Tom, anyone who follows China will tell you they're not sending over balloons on purpose during this time and what they need. They have other ways to get to the U.S. They can't get any surveillance.
What are you talking about? Why are you saying that? What makes you say that anyone who follows China says they're not doing this on purpose? Who says that?
For what reason? They don't beat us militarily.
No, so the message, Joe, the message that we've had in other, and that's actually an important point. Other speakers have mentioned, we did a foreign policy space after the first balloon on China, and we had General Spalding on there as well. And the explanation, probably the most plausible explanation, is that China is sending. It could be two things. Number one, sending a message to the U.S. That, hey, it could be related to Taiwan, recent escalations there. Or number two could be testing the U.S. response to a balloon. We've scrambled the F-22 jets, which is very uncommon. This is the first time NORAD ever engages, ever. It's never happened in history where NORAD has engaged any objects in U.S. or Canadian airspace. So there could be testing U.S. response as well. So these are the two plausible explanations that were discussed in previous days.
Let's get Ross in here real quick because he's got a breaking news update.
Go ahead, Ross, quickly. Go ahead, Ross.
Chairman of the House of Foreign Affairs Committee tells CBS that the Chinese spy balloon shot down earlier had American-made parts on it.
Do we know which spy balloon that, because they're talking about shot down earlier, and that's quite an ambiguous term there.
Hold on. But the second part had U.S.-made parts on it?
Yes, that's what they told CBS, so.
Can you, if someone could play, I don't know if there was that a written statement or was it a clip?
I'll look into it.
If you can get the clip, that's interesting. Emergent, is that common? If it's U.S. parts on a Chinese balloon, or could it indicate that they've possibly it's not a Chinese balloon? Is it back to the same quickly? Rosalot, the statement does state the Chinese balloon, or not? Just the unidentified object had U.S. parts.
That Chinese spy balloon.
What the fuck's going on?
But so they're talking about the balloon that was identified before, not this new.
The first balloon. The first balloon. But for a Chinese balloon to have U.S. made parts, can anyone explain whether this is common? China is the manufacturing hub. Be a bit unusual for them to have their own balloon with U.S. made parts.
But we have balloons with Chinese parts, Mario.
Yeah, well, that's
you need more specifics to be able to comment intelligently on that, because if we're talking COTS parts, commercial off the shelf, if it's something you can buy at Walmart, then there's nothing interesting about that. But if it was, if it was something that was more specifically made by a U.S. defense contractor that's not releasable for foreign sale, then that would be more concerning. But it doesn't sound like that type of scenario has been confirmed.
Before Nick, I want to quickly go to Alex to get some updates. I know Alex has been following the story. Anything from Washington, Alex, that you can share with us?
Hi. So when I initially raised my hand, it was to let you guys know that I saw the tweet from Jack Berman saying that they decommissioned the object. But what I do have to share is that, like, this morning, I saw the tweet from Matt Rosendale, who we were discussing last night, had said that he went on Fox News and said that there was an object, and then NORAD came out with that statement saying that there was no object identified. He sent a tweet clarifying this morning, saying, I am in constant communication with NORCOM, and I was just advised that they have confidence that there is an object and was not an anomaly. So I just wanted to raise the fact that the inconsistencies coming from both, the number one, lack of communication from the administration in Washington, Biden, like there's been zero. And then from NORAD and NORCOM, we're hearing one thing, but then why are we hearing this from our elected officials and not from the people who are supposed to be reporting it? We're hearing there are no objects, but then we're hearing from Congressman Rosendale that there was, and the Department of Defense saying that there was. And he's having to contradict these reports. And then we're hearing that the actual object was shot down from a congressman as well. I'm just confused as to why they are the ones having to break this news rather than, the Department of Defense.
Yep, so we're gonna.
I've just got Nick. You've got breaking news, Nick, or because I do.
No, you got breaking news.
Not breaking news, but just some important information. The Associated Press reporting that, I'm going to read out exactly what they reported. 2 balloon companies in the southern province of Hunan tout military connections. The Juju Rubber Research and Design Institute makes the rubber pouches that fill with helium, making balloons lighter than air. The other, Hunan Aerospace, says it makes balloons that can float 3 kilometers, 2 miles high for 21 days at a time. It also produces balloons called, quote, Elite Scouts, able to hover in place for long periods. Interestingly, I've noticed that both, and so this is someone analyzing the AP report. Interestingly, I've noticed that both entities have small but active export programs from China, shipping to various importers in the United States. So just wanted to add that. Not sure if that gives you more clarity, Emergent, but Nick, the mic is yours.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to put, on Alex's point here, we're going to play a clip real quick of the comments that the Department of Defense's secretary actually made on this issue, because obviously that's been a big point of conversation here. Is they have not been transparent, they have not been open about this, and all the information they've given has just created more questions than answers. So I'm going to play this clip real quick.
At the recommendation of the Pentagon, as it drifted at the whim of the wind.
The object was flying at an altitude of 40,000 feet and posed a reasonable threat to the safety of civilian flight.
Military officials declined to give a detailed description of what the object looked like, but said it was roughly the size of a small car.
So not similar in size or shape to the high-altitude surveillance balloon that was taken down off the coast of South Carolina.
All right. So Emergent, on that, I really need to know, and the audience really wants to know, why. Why haven't we heard? Why aren't we hearing this from so many different sources? What kind of national security risk could there possibly be to the point where the military just won't even talk about the issue?
I think that's difficult to ascertain without any more information. As I said earlier, without the way NORAD ROE has always worked is without a specific threat. Actually, I think something that might kind of help highlight my view on this is I just sent out 2 tweets on my timeline. It might be helpful, Mario, to maybe pin those to the channel. So there's actually a 1999 incident. You can look it up on Wikipedia. It's my top 2 tweets on my timeline. Where there was a Learjet 35 departed from Orlando and they lost cabin pressure early in the flight, missed their turn towards Dallas, and ended up being an unmanned aerial object in U.S. airspace. And over the course of its off-course flight, they intercepted it 3 times. But ultimately, even in that scenario, NORAD ROE are so strict that they just trailed the aircraft, monitored it, and allowed it to run out of fuel, and it ultimately crashed in a field in South Dakota. So this highlights just how difficult it always historically has been to get clearance to engage something. An example there is, we go back to, does something pose a threat? So in this case, it's an off-course aircraft intercepted multiple times, not responding to F-16s on the radio. They were likely trailing it, buzzing it. They were probably dropping flares in front of it to get the pilot's attention, and they ascertained it's non-responsive. So protocol typically in that scenario is to simply trail and monitor and try to ascertain a threat. So in this case, it crashed in a field in South Dakota and ultimately didn't harm anything, but the scenario would have changed. Let's say it had been headed for a major city like Minneapolis, and they were then saying, well, the projected impact point is the Minneapolis skyline. That's where a different set of scenarios comes in and in fact, if you read that in that Wikipedia article, at one point, as the aircraft was heading towards Canada, the Canadian Prime Minister at the time contacted NORAD and said he was concerned it might go close enough to Winnipeg, and he started requesting, if it gets close enough to my city, I want it shot down, and there was actually a debate between the 2 countries in that scenario. But what I think this is a good historical talking point, because it shows how NORAD has a very strong default towards not shooting anything down without confirmed ID and confirmed hostile intent, even if we know it's off course. So I hope that helps kind of frame. That's why from my point of view, it just seems very unlikely, unless there was some credible intelligence or specific threat or specific observed behavior, for them to engage anything.
Mateus, can I just interject real quick?
I think, hold on. Mateus has breaking news, I think, and then we'll go to Joe. Go ahead, Mateus.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I hate to interrupt, but I just got some breaking news. This is from CBS News. They can now confirm, according to Canadian senior government sources, that the U.S. have taken down this object and that it was completely over the United States airspace at the time that it was taken down. Canada closed its airspace just as a precaution, but the shoot down itself took place over the United States of America.
When is, I just want to highlight the historic nature of what's going on here.
Can I please finish my point,
happened.
Tom?
We'll
go to you right after Tom, Joe. I'll make sure. I know you've been waiting for a while. Go ahead,
sorry, but you can go ahead, Joe, if you want to. I'm fine.
Joe, go ahead, then we'll go to Tom. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was on the spaces with Brigadier General Spalding, and I had mentioned, and I think Kim.com, who was in the audience, was there too, I believe. And I said we should have went into high alert, right? And some people laughed, because if we went into high alert, it would have sent the wrong signal to Russia that we were attacking or something. And I've studied why mistrust has been happening in America, and there's a lot of things that the government does for perception. We let a balloon across the entire country and did nothing until it was over, right? A lot of people believe, yes, China knew the balloon was coming, but let's see how America responds to it. not that it was like an attack or done on purpose or whatever. That is a consensus, and the Brigadier General Spaulding said the same thing, right? Now we're shooting down things that are little balloons or likely little balloons based on data since the summer where more than half of the things that are in the sky reported as UFOs are balloons. Yes, they typically have a payload, cameras, a metal thing to fill it up, the canister. It could be many different things that is a payload, right? So now we're shooting down everything to show we didn't go into high alert when we had a spy balloon, but now we're showing force by not letting anything go over our airspace.
And this is a message that was mentioned by other panelists, and I think Emergent, you'd agree with this because we've discussed this, that they've been, so Emergent mentioned in the space yesterday that it's very unlikely for any object to be in US airspace without the Air Force knowing. Okay, it's very, very unusual. So essentially what you're saying, Joe, and what we've heard before, and I think you were in the space that we had after the first balloon, is that the Air Force and NORAD has known about these objects for a long time. They've been monitoring these objects, but they've never shot them down. But now, because of that we are on high alert, they're acting on objects they've known about before. And these are not things that we're finding out about now as the Air Force. It's just, that's the first time we know about them as the citizens. Is that correct?
UFO activity has doubled since last summer, but still more than half are balloons. We typically don't act on them, and we never have. That's why NORAD this is the third time they shoot something down. Well, now I guess the fourth. We don't shoot them down. We let them go. Even the other spy balloons that were there, we typically let them go. We are showing force now to send a message, not twofold. Send a message to the American people, hey, I'm not going to let things over our airspace because you guys get scared. And two, Russia, don't send anything. We're going to shoot it down. Or China, we protect our land. That's what they're doing because there's no reason to be shooting these things down, except when they're at 40,000 feet. Yes, it creates a commercial flight risk, but these planes can also fly at 25 and get by them. They don't have to stay at 40 unless this thing is like going wildly 15,000 feet, which I don't even think is possible unless there's like a huge gust of wind, and they know where those winds are. So it doesn't make a ton of sense except to create perception that we're protecting our homeland.
Yeah. So Tom, I know you wanted to jump in, so let's go ahead and hear it.
Well, I don't even know how to respond to that last comment. There's no doubt these are craft sent by a country that seeks to do us harm, and the idea that there's no reason to do it other than to signal virtue or make a political statement or to reassure people, to me is not a persuasive or reality-based analysis.
There is zero confirmation.
Okay, I'm not. You made your comment, Joe. I'm not done with my.
But you're
response.
saying that they're confirmed Chinese, and they're not.
Well, they are.
Just let Tom finish, and you can reply right back.
But secondly, here we've had 3, if you count the Canadian shoot down, 4 shoot downs. U.S. aircraft engaged with enemy craft. First time it's happened since World War II. First time, just one would have been the first time it happened since World War II. We've now had 4 in about 10 days. So my question is, when is Washington's political establishment, when is our national security establishment going to react beyond, do something beyond this really dangerously restrictive defensive mode to protect our homeland? And Tom, this is not sufficient that these balloons are making it as far as they're going and getting shot down. It's not appropriate. There's no reason that these balloons should be anywhere near land or frankly within territorial waters before they're engaged. And it is inexcusable. It shows a collapse of leadership in our military. And, of course, Joe Biden, being as cognitively challenged as he is and compromised by the Chinese, is seemingly incapable of taking the steps necessary to defend this country in the wake of this brazen attack by the Chinese communists.
So, Tom,
we should all be very concerned. This is a prelude to other military activity by China closer to their home with Taiwan or anywhere else. These are dangerous times, my fellow Americans, and our leadership is sorely lacking in terms of their capacity to deal with them in a safe manner, in a way that protects American lives.
I want to play a quick clip just about, if you don't mind, Catherine, just about the fact that the balloons had American-made parts in them. So I'll read out I'm not sure who's speaking there, but I'm just going to read it. It's on the Face Nation. Joel Valdez sent it through. Let me play it now.
I think shockingly, when the balloon was recovered, it had American-made component parts in there with English on that. It was made, parts made in America that were put on a spy balloon from China. I don't think the American people accept that. Yeah, so I that's what I just, for me it sounded pretty surprising, but I'm not an expert in that field. And then we've got here, I'm trying to find out who that is. Let me pause it. Find out who that is. They're saying the same thing or being concerned about that same point on Face the Nation. But Catherine, I think you were speaking.
I would just love to follow up with Tom. And okay, so this very well could be an escalation, and what you're saying, let's assume that's all correct, and maybe there'll be an even greater escalation. But let's say this is currently, China is sending a particular signal to the U.S., to Canada, whoever. What would you suggest? What would be the action to take in this case? Because do we, want a full-out war? Like, what if you were in, say, Joe Biden's shoes? What would you do in this situation? How would you show strength in terms of, being American leadership?
Oh, I'm sure there's a series of moves, both economically, in terms of military cooperation, other sanctions or direct action against the leadership, Chinese companies. You could cut off access to U.S. educational institutions by the Chinese population, Chinese nationals, all sorts of intermediate steps related to the economy and our relationship with China that you can respond. I would react to immediately, and I'll leave it to Emergent and others to the degree he's able to go through the steps that would increase our defense posture and make it clear to the Chinese they're in a box and they're not going to be let. And that let's put it this way. Our defense perimeter needs to be expanded to as far as we can go without getting to a firefight with the Chinese.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and just refresh the room here a little bit. We are covering and...
Sorry, Nick. Tom Ryder from NBC News says the U.S. military shot down another unidentified object over Lake Huron earlier today. And it landed in the lake and is expected to be recovered, according to multiple U.S. officials.
Okay, when you're saying another, can you make sure that we're clarifying on that? Because obviously we've been talking about an object that was shot down.
I think that's the same one, isn't it, Roosevelt?
Yeah.
Okay. So just further confirmation of the and Matthias, anything else to add? Because we do have two special guests on the panel that I want to introduce. Would you have James is back on the panel, which Nick will introduce shortly, and a regular panelist, All Sources, with us as well. But Matthias, I'll let you add any updates you have on your end.
Yeah, I just received an article from the Wall Street Journal. They're kind of contradicting reports from CBC that the fourth object was shot down in Canadian airspace, but we're going to put that aside for 1 second because as situations break, we obviously get conflicting reports. What's interesting to note here is the altitude at which this object was flying. They say an F-16 fighter jet. This is also different because in the past 3 incidences, F-22s were used, shot down the object according to a congressional aide who says the object was shaped like an octagon, also interesting and different, and was flying at an altitude of 20,000 feet, posing a hazard to commercial aircraft. So those are 3 pieces of information that are new and that are different from the 3 objects of the 2 objects that we've previously dealt with, right? F-16 versus an F-22, 20,000 feet versus 40,000 feet, and the shape, which is octagon-like compared to the spherical shape that we were dealing with before.
Okay, so just to remind the audience here, the big balloon, the big Chinese balloon that we shot down off the coast of South Carolina, that was the first balloon. That one was at 60,000 feet. It seems that the two, and these are unconfirmed at this point because the U.S. military is not talking much, but the other two we think are balloons that were shot down yesterday over Canada, and Alaska the day before were floating at 40,000 feet. And now we're hearing, to confirm with you, Mateus, this one is at 20,000 feet?
That's based on reporting from the Wall Street Journal. That is what they've just broken in their article.
Okay. So all source, let me ask you this real quick.
Before jumping to all source, if you don't mind, Nick, I'd love Jim to quickly introduce James. And then I've got a few questions for both James and all source. But Jim, I'll just let you introduce James, who's managed to join us back.
Yeah, James Carafano is the vice president of the Catherine and Shelby Colum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at Heritage Foundation. He's a 25-year Army veteran with a doctorate from Georgetown University. He's been with Heritage and one of their top defense analysts. So welcome, James. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I want to say, so before you were playing a clip about somebody saying that there was U.S.-made parts on the balloon, that was actually Mike McFaul. And so Mike's the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And the other thing I would say is I don't know if you've discussed this before, but I think two stories go together. One is the balloon story, but the other is the announcement from the U.S. government the other day where they acknowledged that China has exceeded the United States in fielding ICBM launchers. And if you look at where these balloons have gone, and you also look at especially the first one, which they say was gathering signal intelligence, I think the logical conclusion is that the balloons are specifically designed to get targeting data for the ICBMs. It doesn't really do any good to have an ICBM force unless you can target and hold the enemy at risk. And there are two kinds of targets, cities and weapons. So you're blowing up somebody's city, that's the suicide thing, because the other guy can just shoot back with his missiles and blow up your cities. But if you have the capacity to take out his missile force in a first strike and hold his cities at risk, that's a strategic deterrent on the order of what the United States and the Soviet Union had during the Cold War. It's very clear the Chinese are moving in that direction. So why the balloons? Well, the one thing that these balloons can do from altitude that you really cannot do, well, that's much more difficult from a satellite from space, and difficult to do on the ground. You can buy the farm next to the missile field, but you might have line of sight issues or other challenges in collecting data and then getting that and not getting compromised. But what a balloon can do very easily is pick up short range communications that you don't even have to know what they are. They can be encrypted, and they probably are. But what that helps allow you to do is map not just the missile fields, but who the missile fields are reporting to, map the command and control nodes, and all this information helps with your precise targeting for your nuclear fleet. So I think very clearly this is something different. It's not like what we saw under Trump. It's not like what we've seen with them using balloons to collect stuff in other parts of the world, which they may be doing just because they don't have satellite coverage in those parts of the world. I think this is matched with their now that they have a missile fleet, they have to have targeting data for that fleet, and that's not something that they've really needed before because they didn't have the capability to hit anything with it. And I think this is their way of building out their targeting data.
So James, I'm curious, is it possible that there was an unarmed ICBM shot from California on Friday? Is it possible the Biden administration is signaling something related to what you said, or is there some other analysis of that having been done?
I'm not sure what kind of signal that is. Remember, the Biden administration is very risk averse. If you remember, they canceled a number of ICBM tests during when the war with Russia started, because they didn't want to spook Russia into believing that we were launching nuclear weapons at that. I was almost on the nonsensical being, risk averse. I think the ICBM launch may have already been planned or not. I'm not sure if it was sending a signal to the Chinese, what signal it would send to the Chinese. I think the greatest weakness, and I would accept the explanation in that part. Well, we weren't too worried about this balloon because we were jamming it. And maybe that's something they didn't even want to acknowledge. If you're really good at jamming, you do it in a way that the other guy can't even figure out that it's happening. And he just thinks, he bought bad stuff at Radio Shack. So they may have actually jammed some of these balloons and prevented them from collecting intel. But I think the greatest weakness is they knew the balloon was coming over. They obviously could monitor its signals going out. And if you're sending signals out and they're encrypted, obviously it's on a classified mission. And yet they had fully intended on sending Blinken to China anyway, even though this balloon was invading our airspace. And I think they didn't want this to really be a story. And obviously it only became a story after, not just it was publicly announced, but after people got really upset about it. I mean, if you remember, if you look at the timeline, they didn't cancel the Blinken visit the very first second that the story broke. They waited till mid-morning to cancel it.
Yeah, James, there's a lot of news breaking as we keep hearing about, but I want to ask you this one question. Is this the Chinese? Do we have any good sense of that? Are they balloons? I mean, I know you don't have classified clearance and you're not constantly on the inside of that, but how do we analyze even that aspect of it?
Well, I mean, it makes sense. A lot of people collect balloon data, right? Overflying the United States, going over the nuclear architecture. I'm not sure anybody does that except people that are targeting for ICBMs. The Russians have been doing this, since the Soviet Union days. They have targeting data. They have stuff that's targeted. They have a satellite thing that particularly does this. So I'm not sure it's something that the Russians would risk. And the Russians are a little bit busy at the moment. The other thing is we've seen increasingly a lot of information on classified world, which shows that China more than has this capability. And don't forget, China, the first spy balloon, they said it was their balloon. So they acknowledged ownership of it, and they said it was a weather balloon. It was drifting off course, which is really nonsensical. But so, I mean, there's not a whole lot of question as, I don't know about this, the first one they said they owned. These other ones, look, they haven't really addressed. Would it make sense that you would have different craft of different size and different capabilities, and you're going to send them all at once because you may only get one shot at this? I mean, once the U.S. wakes up to this kind of collection effort, they're likely going to shoot everything down. So would you have a flotilla of balloons with different sets of capability that would probably all go over in roughly the same time frame, try to get as much data as you possibly can because you might only get one shot at this? So it's pretty logical.
I would think that with China, you may be more of an expert of this, obviously, but it seems with China that their military and diplomatic goals are quite similar. Is it possible, even if China's involved with this, that it's also, they might be getting the targeting data, and that would be very important, obviously, with what you just said. But is it possible this is a psyop as well, too?
You really can't know. I mean, so it's clearly, I think it will be indisputable in the end because we see no facts to contradict this. This is a military targeting intelligence effort. And obviously it would not have happened unless it was green-lighted by the government. Now, did the government know that, because like the U.S., the Chinese don't always communicate with each other, and the right hand doesn't always know what the left hand is doing. Did the Chinese government know that these balloons were going over at the exact same time as Blinken was coming to visit, and as they're shifting from their wolf warrior campaign back to their, we're just nice, gentle China, we want to get along with the United States? I don't know that. But the one thing the Chinese government is very good at is in doing instantaneous calculations and pivoting to put out a message. So what's very, very likely, it could have been a deliberate effort It may have just been a coincidence that it happened at once, and now the Chinese are seeking to maximize the political gain of that, or minimize the political damage. So, for example, when you say this is a weather balloon, which is such an obvious lie and so easy to disprove, you could do one of two things. One is, because right now a lot of their diplomacy is not aimed at us. It's really aimed at the global South. Countries that they're trying to give an excuse to continue to take their money and their bribes and investment and everything else, and be able to say with a straight face, oh, well, it's just the stupid Americans. The Chinese are not so bad. So it gives, in Africa, people can say, oh, look at the stupid Americans shooting down a weather balloon, lying about the Chinese. So that's one possibility. The other thing is it is in a sense of humiliation. And actually, the guy who is really the master of this was Vladimir Putin, right? He poisons these people, and then he goes on television and he says, oh, that's not me. Wink, wink. Of course it's me, right? So this is a very typical intimidating tactic where you do something brazen and then you lie about it. But the world knows that you're lying about it, and it actually perversely makes you look stronger because you're lying in front of the United States and getting away with it. So,
James, can I ask you something? You're saying that China needs balloons to get targeting data. Does that mean America needs to use balloons to get targeting data for our ICBMs?
And here again, I was in the military for 25 years. I had lots of clearances. I worked on this stuff. I haven't had a clearance for a long time. I haven't seen a classified document in years, and I can't speak to current capabilities. But our ability to do signal intelligence from space, so we're not talking about imagery intelligence. Imagery intelligence is you take a picture, right? Everybody has pretty sophisticated capabilities on that, but you can't see everything you need to target with a picture, in part because as the Earth rotates, especially the low Earth orbit satellites, the targets are uncovered, and it's very simple to know when the satellites are going to be overhead. And everybody's seen this in a Tom Clancy movie where you just cover everything up, right? So you can't see everything with imagery intelligence all the time because it's masked from you, or there are things you need that aren't necessarily visible. So you supplement that with things like radar from space and also signal intelligence. Our satellite's pretty sophisticated. Our ability to get SIGINT from space is pretty sophisticated. We have other ways to do that without actually penetrating somebody's airspace to get signal intelligence. This may suggest that the Chinese don't have that level of capability because the balloons are an ideal platform to gather exactly that kind of signal intelligence.
But don't they have nearly the same capability? I mean, they're second only to the U.S., right?
In space.
In space.
James, sorry, go ahead, James.
No, I don't know the level of this is a tough. I will say this: this is a tough SIGINT challenge because you're looking at, in many cases with this nuclear stuff, very short range communications that are encrypted, and they're often burst communications. And so unless you have a clean line of sight and you're loitering over them for a period, it's not the easiest thing in the world to collect against.
James, Tom Fitton here. How are you doing? Thanks for
Tom. Thanks for your comments.
You're welcome. I guess my concern is, I can't dispute, because you have a fair analysis as to maybe what the plan is for the use of these payloads. But there's a way to, one can gather intelligence by tapping a phone line, an underground cable to an embassy, or one can gather intelligence by raiding the embassy and overturning desks and, keeping everyone in the corner while you just walk through their property and territory and take what you want. And this is the latter. It's a little bit apples to oranges, but not, certainly it's apples to, whatever close relative of an apple would be. And then you tie that, and I guess my concern is that this wild and reckless aggression would fit in nicely, and I use that word advisedly, with a move on Taiwan. And you want to keep us nervous while moving in another theater. What's your thinking on that? There's no. You describe perhaps the benefit they're hoping to get, but firing into a crowd, that's quite a risky thing in order to achieve these goals. And this is just an extraordinary escalation. You have to wonder, is there something else imminent that they see it's worth it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's imminent, but one is it's absolutely egregious. It's completely illegal, and it's a violation of American sovereignty. So this is an aggressive, overt act of spying, which is outrageous. And regardless of what's going to, there should be an incredibly powerful U.S. response from this. And you discussed many of those things. You can pull back your ambassadors. You can close consulates. You can not let people come. There's a whole kinds of ways you can demonstrate really serious anger at the Chinese for this, because this is a very overt action. And just let it slide because you want John Kerry to go over and have conversations with him about coal plants. I just don't think that's going to cut it. I will say this. This would absolutely be a precursor to moving on Taiwan, because the reason why you do this is, look, the Chinese have probably, stolen somebody's Netflix password, or HBO password, and they've watched The Last of Us, and they don't want their country vaporized in a nuclear holocaust. And they know we don't either. And so what nuclear weapons are really for is this kind of hostage thing, which is, if I've got a nuclear force that's equal to yours, I can destroy your cities, I can destroy your missiles, right? Then you can say, if you're going to do something on the ground, America, are you going to risk losing Seattle and Washington, D.C.? Well, maybe we wouldn't mind losing Seattle. Portland, well, maybe we wouldn't mind losing Portland. Washington, D.C. and New York City to protect Taiwan, right? And so it's to cause the other guy to blink and not do something. And so clearly, if you wanted to try to scare the United States off from supporting Taiwan, you have to be able to have a robust nuclear deterrent that makes the United States worried that if they intervened in Taiwan, you might have a nuclear response. And if nobody believes that this works this way, we have a perfect example of this ongoing right now. Russia hasn't expanded the war outside of Ukraine because then they would be attacking NATO countries, and NATO countries are under our nuclear umbrella. And they're very reluctant to do that. And in converse, as much support as we've given to the Ukrainians, we have refused to become a party of the conflict, and we won't, because that would bring us directly involved with the Russian, and you'd have nuclear powers facing off against nuclear powers. Now, we fight and compete. We had Russians trying to kill Americans in Syria and stuff and everything at a lower level. But what the nuclear deterrent does is it makes the other guy blink and think before they think about doing something aggressively directly against you.
So before I go to All Source here, because I do want to get him in, I'll give a couple breaking news updates because we have heard some here even over the past 5 minutes. Number one, the Pentagon is having a press conference imminently, and so we are going to stream that here live for you. The Canadian government has now confirmed that they still haven't found anything from yesterday's quote-unquote UFO that was shot down over the Yukon territory, which seems to be a little bit concerning. And the U.S. government has put out a statement now saying that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial activity in connection with unidentified objects. Now, I seriously doubt that the U.S. government would ever admit that there was extraterrestrial objects or anything coming into our airspace, but I do want to ask...
Oh yeah, UFOs, no worries.
It's an excellent distraction from everything else, so I think
we'll be streaming we'll be streaming the from the Pentagon press briefing. We'll be streaming that in about 20 to 30 minutes, correct? Nick, correct. So Rosa, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for everyone. Isn't it weird that it's happening in 2023? How come this didn't happen in 2021 or 2022?
So I think I can.
Go ahead. Yeah,
I think I can answer that. So. And actually, BNO News Live from NORAD, this is from NBC, and what they're saying, and I'll just quote it directly. They're saying, NORAD has been looking at a wide range of radar data since the Chinese spy balloon, which may explain why more and smaller objects are being detected. Again, so this is the problem the Chinese did with the spy balloon data. They gave away a capability that now allowed the U.S. to track better a lot of these systems, and now enables the U.S. to then start taking these objects down. I think this was a widespread practice that the Chinese did. I think it's kind of indicating that this is a practice that they've done for a while, because it just doesn't make any sense that out of the blue, China just launched 4, 5, 10 balloons at us and we just start knocking them down anywhere, right? And I understand the conversation about Taiwan, but like an invasion of Taiwan, we can go down the list. And I know, Mario, we talked about the war game for Taiwan, which is a different space, but there's different ways you have to do it. My belief is if China's going to go for Taiwan, they're going to go all or nothing, not a blockade, not seizing one of the outer islands. They're going to have to go all or nothing, right? That requires a significant amount of troop buildup. There's only a certain amount of the years that it's feasible to do it, etc.
Also, you geek out over mapping potential wars. Do you think the discussion of whether this is a precursor to a Taiwan invasion, is that a legitimate discussion to have based on what you know so far? And I know we've had this discussion a week ago, but that was before the recent developments. I'd love your thoughts on this, and I'll go to Emergent.
So I don't believe so in the sense because we haven't seen any other buildup related to that, right? Because a military operation of such magnitude would require a significant amount of military buildup that we just simply have not seen, and it's very hard. You can't hide that, right? I think James kind of laid it out perfectly, right? The capabilities, et cetera, that the U.S. intelligence community has, which is true. And I think that kind of lays it out. I think what happened, though, and I'm just saying, and I think the NBC article makes sense. China maybe did too much. I think they were able to do this in the past. I think this kind of shows a hindrance of their intelligence capability, right? I just think it just shows a limitation of the capabilities they have compared to the U.S. But I think this kind of falls within the specific intelligence operations that we do. I mean, again, let's not forget in the Cold War, we had U-2 planes flying over to the Soviet Union, then they got shot down, right? We kind of went to the U.S. went more to satellites because satellites have a significant.
Hold on, the planes you're referring to during the Cold War, the Soviet ones, that was above U.S. airspace, and
No, there was U.S. spy planes called U-2s, Dragon Ladies, that would fly over to the Soviet Union, and then one was shot down
during the Cold War, a long time ago.
So I think right,
and there was a recent and there was a recent one that was shot down by China a few years ago, correct?
Not shot down. That I think you're talking about the P3 incident where there was a crash, where the P3 was conducting. Yeah. They were in international waters and there was a crash.
But how common is it for because we've discussed, I think we discussed it a week ago, that there is intelligence gathering, which everyone does, and everyone knows that China's doing it against the US doing it against China, and the list goes on. But there's a list of to-dos and not to-dos. How common is it for one country to send flying objects or spy devices or balloons or whatever it is over another country? Like, is this relatively common and now the US is just getting aggressive and responding, or is that an escalation from China's side?
So I think now that we know what we're seeing now, I think the Chinese have done it more commonly. Again, the US has done this in the past recently. I think in 2011, an RQ-170, which is a spy drone that the US had, crashed in Iran, right? That the Iranians then, use that technology to, that drone to kind of make up their own type of drone.
But it's different. It's different. It's different what you do to Iran or a smaller country relative to a superpower like China or Russia.
I think the issue is, again, a lot of this is when we're talking about intelligence gathering clandestine operations of this nature, it is rarely in the public knowledge. And I think the Chinese spy balloon incident, because it became public, and I think that embassy article that dropped, because the Chinese did this, we were able to then collect data that we didn't have probably in the past. And that now is enabling us to understand a more better picture and a better understanding of what China was trying to do aggressively over our airspace. And I think I think the Chinese use spy balloons or these balloons because they, it's kind of, I mean, think about it, right? We can joke about it. I mean, how many memes did we see about the Chinese spy balloon? We acknowledge the threat of our national sovereignty, and obviously we shot it down. But it's kind of a within the spectrum, right? It's kind of laughable, right? And I think the Chinese probably did a calculus in their mind, say, look, let's just send balloons over, and we don't believe it's going to respond to a notion of a declaration of war, et cetera. But what we're seeing NORAD doing, and we're seeing the president of this administration do, is now taking a very aggressive stance. And now I think this is a new standard. So the question is, what do our adversaries do in response? And by the way, I think James hit it, and I think Tom was also hitting that. What is our response? In my opinion, my opinion, is if China has been doing this for a long time and they thought they can get away with it, I think we should respond a lot more aggressively with our intelligence collection, to the point of even establishing intelligence collection assets in Taiwan to send a message to China saying we will not tolerate this. That will be as an escalation, but I think it's a proportional response to what the Chinese, and I think it sends a message to China to saying we will not tolerate this aggression of our national sovereignty. We are going to deploy intelligence assets into Taiwan overtly as a response.
Look, this is the equivalent of someone coming to your home and leaving a bullet on your bedroom table. But proportionate responses, I don't understand that as a matter of warfare. We've been caught with our pants down. We are failing to our military establishment and the civilian leadership are failing to defend our country. We're presuming that this intelligence apparatus I don't know what's the plural of apparatus. Maybe that's plural itself. But these balloons are just intelligence gathering as opposed to a prelude to weapons of mass destruction. It sends a signal to others that they can do the similar activities. Not only state actors, but non-state actors. This is a crisis for our national defense, and I think we should treat it as such. And increasing our spying capabilities in Taiwan. I understand that you're presenting that in good faith as a possible response. I think we really have to expand and escalate issues in response in a way that makes it clear to the Chinese that there are red lines. And right now, I don't want the red line to be our border. That way lies the destruction of our nation.
One of the points also, just too quickly to one thing that Tom, you said, I want to add on to it, because one of the comments from the audience, also while you were speaking, that's targeted to you. By the way, anyone listening in the audience, bottom right corner, you'll see a purple circle. Comments, questions there. Me and the team read them. And I'm going to read out what Jojo said. May I suggest that these, quote, balloons are not gathering intel? We wouldn't waste expensive missiles on something we could jam. I think the government believes these are weapons or weapon capable. Is that a fair statement? Because Tom was mentioning that this could be more than just intel gathering. And considering that a lot of that intel gathering could be done through satellites, you don't need a balloon for that. So I'm wondering that comment.
You can have intel gathering, but they don't know what it is until they shoot it down. We're presuming that they're taking these defensive, dampening steps to restrict any communications from the platforms or intelligence gathering from platforms. They don't know how it works. They're not, they're guessing what to do. So we're not even sure that if it was just intel gathering, but intel gathering also includes taking action and noticing a response for what additional actions and to inform additional actions. We should presume that this is a potential vehicle for weapons of mass destruction. And these are potential vehicles for weapons of mass destruction, whether it be biological agents, chemical agents, or nuke agents, nuclear weapons. And this casual approach that this regime is now 4 times has done this. You don't need to know. This isn't like assigning blame unfairly to the Chinese. There's no doubt, reasonable doubt, that the Chinese are behind this, and certainly the first balloon itself was enough to warrant the type of response I'm suggesting.
Well, by the way, let me mention here real quick. We do have a press conference here from the Pentagon coming imminently, and we're going to stream that live here. We have several contributors in the background that are actually monitoring.
Okay,
breaking news.
Let me say this real quick before that happens. Just real quick, I just want to say, just to pick up on what Tom's saying, there's so many types of intelligence that they can get from this. I am observing the entire time since I've been on a KC-135 that is circling over Lake Huron and an AWACS plane that is circling just south of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Like, they're just circling there. So then there's much more than that. So the Chinese are able to also observe how we respond and infer from that doctrine of how we would respond if they did anything else, whether it was of a belligerent nature or not.
So I was with Tom for part of it, surprisingly, but minus the chemical agents and so on. But I do have a question here. So I do think that even if it was like a spy craft and not just a provocation, it's still a provocation, and it does deserve a response in my view. But what I am wondering is, what is China's intent in having this provocation? Because that's just going to escalate things for them. So what is their goal ultimately? Where are they hoping to take all of this? Because, I don't know that they are necessarily wanting to have a physical war at this point. They're certainly trying to outcompete us. They've taken away a lot of the manufacturing. The U.S. has certainly crippled a lot of itself in terms of the outsourcing elements. And, that Biden did try to take some of that back with bringing back oh my gosh, I keep forgetting the word for it, but the chips and everything. Semiconductors, exactly. So with the semiconductors, but it's maybe a little too late. But however, China is making moves, right? And they're not being very apologetic in many ways. But what is their end goal? Whether they're trying to gather intel or they're trying to provoke, what is their ultimate end goal with this? Because is it war? Because I don't think they're ready for war.
I'd love maybe All Source and Emergent. You can take this, and then we'll go to Joa.
So Mari, just to I'll answer that. Just the first question of firing a missile against a balloon, and that's not how the Defense Department works or the military. I've seen multi-million-dollar missiles fired on a guy with an AK-47 hundreds of kilometers away from the front line. We don't. That's not our risk assessment, and we don't do cost analysis. We fight to win. And if there's a threat, we'll destroy it. Doesn't matter how much it's cost. So I think that kind of just to put that away. So to China's point, I really do believe that this is an intelligence collection capability, right? I think everything I've seen and everything, again, we have to wait until hopefully the Pentagon gives more information. I think this is an intelligence to Jim's point, right? Of them seeing us, again, if we want, we're not hiding it, to your point, Jim, because it's on flight radar and ADBS. You can see it. KC-135s, our fuel tankers, our AWACS. Those are standard procedures. And by the way, we do military exercises where, and Emergent has highlighted this in other space, and you can talk about it. We have exercises where, the Civil Air Patrol will act as a rogue fighter jet, and we respond to it, right? That's not something that we hide. Our doctrine, anybody here can Google most of U.S. military doctrine, right? It's not classified information, and it's publicly available, and that's not that issue. I just believe this is an intelligence capability that they did. I think we're going to see that they probably did this for a long time. We managed to get information on it, and I think now we're going to take an aggressive response to answer it because of the Chinese spy balloon incident. But again, I would just wait for the Pentagon to see if they can enlighten us more, because they're the ones that are giving us this information. So hopefully they can give more explanation. And I think the American people deserves it.
Okay, All Source, let me ask you real quick, because there have been some audience questions here, and somebody did mention that there were possible U.S. officials that were talking about the fact that maybe these balloons have been coming in for a long time, and we didn't know it because we didn't have the capability to track balloons that are this small, or objects in general that are this small. Does that sound realistic? And actually, I want All Source or Emergent to pitch in on that if I can.
Yeah, that was actually the comment I was wanting to make. So I just want to be clear before I comment on this that this is speculation, but I do think what All Source said is a bit more credible speculation than a lot of what we've heard so far, that it could be something that's been going on low level at a long time, low altitude, small drones, small balloon type activity. And somebody else made the comment, why in 2023 are we suddenly seeing this? And one could be that now that they've provoked a response, now there's more of a focus on it. So one thing that I agree with the intelligence collection possibility. I agree with the trying to probe would be a motive. It would be a credible motive. But also, I think in this case, given the climate in 2023, there's the possibility their motive could be to try and provoke a political response to get the U.S. to respond outside of normal ROE that they could then exploit for political advantage. I would say in the past, in my time that I was involved in NORAD, I think the U.S. military during my time was very professional, and I think politics were usually worked out of it. But I'd say the way politics has worked into everything in the last 10 to 20 years, there's always, I would say now there's a stronger possibility that political agendas could inflame how, folks higher up on the food chain and or how the administration might direct an incident to be handled in a way that I don't think was the case 10 to 20 years ago, if that makes sense.
And if I may just add, Nick, something, I think here's an important point, and I'll take this from a personal experience. I've mentioned this before. I did go to the border mission in 2018. And one of the things that we noticed a lot when we were in the border mission, it's not tied to this, but I think it frames it. And one of the things that we were really tasked to sort of observe a lot, right, that our law enforcement personnel really wanted from the military to provide us was commercial drone usage, right? So this was in 2018. This kind of started, this is like more or less when we started seeing it in 2017, 2016, 2018. We started seeing ISIS do this a lot more with quadcopters. That was something because we would start seeing drones, commercial drones fly all across the areas we were operating and the military installations we were at. We would see them fly from the border. And we just didn't know. Some of them, it's like, hey, was these civilians, U.S. civilians just wanting to know what's going on with this news organization? Some of them we confirmed were news organizations. Were these people from Mexico that were, it could be either the cartels or even the Mexican military trying to get a better understanding. So I think, right, that this is something that is newer compared to what we were used to in the past, I think. But just as in 2018.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Matthias.
We just were able to confirm via multiple U.S. sources that President Biden himself gave the order to down this latest object, which is not surprising, but it is confirmation that the president was following along in this operation and gave the last order to shoot down this latest object.
And for the president to be involved in such decisions, does that show, and actually that question will be good for All Source, Emergent, and James, for the president himself to be involved, does that show the seriousness of the matter? Because I was listening to a Fox interview that was talking about the Trump. I'm not sure. I'm going to mute everyone. I just muted everyone because someone has a lot of feedback sound. Nick, also you. So I was listening to a Fox interview yesterday about the reports that there were balloons during the Trump administration, and there was a whole debate about it. But one thing was said is that those matters are not always escalated to the president. Just depends on certain criteria that it needs to meet. So for Biden to be personally involved in those decisions, is that more for show? And again, just trying to be politically unbiased. Is that more for show, or does that show that the matter is pretty serious?
Let me jump in with this real quick. I just want to remind everybody, and because this was just this was a press release that was just put out. The object over Lake Huron was shaped like an octagon and was at an altitude of 20,000 feet. It posed a flight risk and was shot down by a U.S. F-16. And this is the third shoot down that we've had in 3 days. So we've had one each day. But Matthias actually broke this news to us earlier, and this is sort of confirmation about what he was saying. So go ahead.
Matthias is breaking for news. But just go back to the question, All Source, if you want to take it first, Emergent and James. The question on Biden making the decision himself, does that mean anything? And also, just for the audience, I forgot to mention the newsletter. I just pinned it above if you're not part of the newsletter to get updates on all the spaces, the breaking news spaces, and reminders when we do a future space. Make sure you subscribe to the newsletter pinned above and retweet it on my account. Also, do you want to take that question?
Yeah, and I think Emergent, from his experience in NORAD, will provide a lot of context. I think what that means is that we haven't seen yet the ROEs change in the sense of who has the authority to intercept this over U.S. airspace is still held at the POTUS level, right? So what that tells me is that POTUS has not delegated that authority levels at a lower down the chain of command. So SecDef, the NORAD commander, I think Emergent said even down to the 2-star level. So I think that means that for now the U.S., and I think because of the sensitivity, the politics of it, and the visibility, I think the administration still wants to at least the POTUS wants to have this at his level. And I think there's probably a lot in the Defense Department that would agree that this should be a POTUS level decision because of the inherent risk that it entails. The question is, if this becomes a lot more recurrent issues, or we start seeing a lot more of this, what I'm more interested in, if this is now the norm, it's at the presidential level, are we going to see in the future where this gets delegated at lower echelons in the chain of command? And I think Emergent could expand on that or agree or disagree with my point.
So I'll just jump in here and say that first of all, if obviously if that's confirmed that Biden actually did make the decision, to me that's a very interesting update that has a lot of ramifications, because that really is outside of normal NORAD ROE and historical context, and in a way that I think could potentially inject politics into this in what potentially could be a dangerous way. Because I mean, these ROE and the personnel who've been trained to follow them, there's training, there's drills, there's certification of different operator and decision maker positions, and those are things that are trained and drilled daily, weekly, monthly, with both simulated and real world exercises. And I think probably most people who have ever operated in that context would agree that having somebody that's not well experienced in that step into that and make that decision. I mean, obviously, if he's the president and he's going to make that decision, then it is a lawful order for somebody to obey. But it's something that in my opinion, any credible system operator, any credible policymaker, any credible decision maker in that normal chain would advise against, due to the potentiality of political risk, injecting politics into a decision that should realistically be as apolitical as possible, and risking making the wrong decision or changing what are longstanding criteria. So to me, if that is true, that is a very significant move, and that seems very risky for a lot of reasons.
Well, if I could just quickly respond, I don't dispute any of that analysis, but this is the bed we've made. We have the Chinese engaging in hostile actions in U.S. sovereign territory over our homeland, and you can bet the president's going to be involved in decision making related to handling that directly, however inappropriate it might be, or having the White House essentially press the button on operations like this seems to be, the caution light is well taken there. But again, I want to highlight that this is going on in U.S. territory is a failure of U.S. policy and our defense systems. We've got to immediately expand the red line for shooting down these objects well beyond U.S. territory as far as possible. If they had launched an ICBM or a missile, we wouldn't have waited, if we had the technical capability, till it was in our airspace before seeking to deal with it. I do not understand why, after 2 weeks of this, upwards of 3 weeks, we are still playing red line defense when we have the capability to expand, as I said, our defense perimeter. And if we don't, then we have to make some sort of take emergency defense actions in terms of enhancing our capabilities. We can't defer to the military, folks. We can't defer to the political leadership. We have instances of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs calling the Chinese behind the sitting president's back to say, "I'll give you a warning if he does anything weird." They haven't earned our trust. They've lost our trust. And these incidences, and the pilots are doing the jobs they've been trained to do. God bless them. I want them to do it further away from the homeland, and I'm sure they'd be happy to do it for us. And we should demand it, not just read the news reports and react. The citizens need to take leadership. Call your members of Congress and say, "I don't know what you think you're doing here, but we've got to really get some pressure to actually enforce our national defense, rather than wait for them to attack us and then respond in weak ways."
Okay, let me give a quick update here. It does seem that the Associated Press is reporting, based on U.S. officials, their sources are U.S. officials, the object shot down over Lake Huron is believed to be the same one which was seen over Montana. So that does kind of go into the discussion earlier about the Department of Defense, or NORAD, actually coming out and saying that it was just a radar glitch. It was an anomaly. So if it does come out that this was seen over Montana, I think that it's going to create, maybe some trust issues with our Defense Department. But I do want to go to I do want to go to James here and ask you a question.
Can I chime in with a quick comment?
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I agree with Tom on the politicization of upper echelon decisions, i.e. at Milley and Biden's level, is a risk. But I just wanted to give one other piece of context to what I said prior to that, and that is that one of the policy, and this is, you can find this across the military in multiple contexts, but specifically within NORAD, when they have an air defense coordinator on the ground who is directing and giving orders to those F-16 or F-22 pilots in the air, there's a reason. They have a particular doctrine for that, and it has a very good reasoning behind it. And the air defense coordinator on the ground who is giving orders to those pilots in the air, that person has to be a pilot themselves. And the reason for that is they do not ever want a scenario where a non-pilot is trying to tell a pilot what to do and is not understanding the context of, they want that engagement, that air defense coordinator and that pilot in the air to be completely in sync as to what the other is seeing, what their capabilities are, what considerations have to go in there. They want an absolute sync between those two so that there is no room for misunderstanding or miscommunication. And like I said, you can find it, and really that duty is it's kind of a rotational duty. So pilots, they take a tour where they actually go and perform that on the ground role of giving the orders, and it kind of makes them a more well-rounded person so that whether they're in the air or in an ops center, they have both of those contexts. And like I said, stepping around that to me is just seems like an incredible risk. That really, any competent person who has worked in that context would advise their leaders against it.
So I think there's misunderstanding though that I think is clear, because Emergent, you bring up an excellent point about the air defense, because the same with the U.S. Army Air Defense, the ADAFCOs, right? Those have to be air defenders that tell the air defense. What this is telling us is that the authorities to agree to launch is that right now it's held at the POTUS level. Once the authority is given, but that is that across all echelons, no matter where the scenario, right? If you're in, let's say, Africa, and you have Air Force, and there's an object that you want to shoot down because it shows hostile intent, there's a command matrix that shows at what echelon, where, depending on the scenario, who has authority to engage, right? It's not the air defender. The air defender does not have that authority. He cannot dictate based on mission command and control, yes, you can launch or not. He has to receive that authority from a command, either a commander, SecDef, or POTUS, depending on what that command matrix says. And then once the authorization is given, then the guys on the ground and then the air, they do the coordination, and then the missile release is given at the ADAFCO level or the air defense coordinator, right? But this is standard procedure in any military, where we can argue, hey, should this be held at the POTUS level for shooting down objects inside territory, the U.S. territory? But if you go anywhere around the world, depending on where you're at, authorities to engage, depending on, hey, where's the system from? What is his flight profile? What is hostile intent, et cetera, is held at the higher level. And then that commander or the president can delegate it depending on the situation. So if you're at war, obviously the president is not going to have that authority, or a four-star general is not going to have that authority. They're going to delegate it because now you're in an active conflict. And I think that's just something important that I want to provide context on.
I want to quickly ask another question. And I'll mention that report earlier, and I'll read out what Fox mentioned. China claims, quote, unidentified object, end quote, in its airspace, prepared to shoot it down. And we haven't really discussed this earlier. I want to go to James. James, does this surprise you? Is that just China trying to change the narrative and seem as a victim as well? Or could that be a legitimate report or legitimate claim?
Well, the Chinese always seek to leverage news to their advantage, either to take advantage of it or to mitigate it. So it's completely consistent with Chinese behavior to say, But if anybody tries this against us, we will take action. It's a strong message to the Chinese people. It sounds intimidating against the United States. So it's I think, a fairly predictable thing. We've seen lots of this, them just going into their kit bag and taking out, things they've used before. So, for example, the statement like, we reserve the right to retaliate in the future for an offense. That's something that they've used before they tried that. So they're going into their diplomatic statecraft's kit bag and they're rolling these things out. Sometimes it's like throwing spaghetti against the wall. They throw these things out to see what kind of impact it'll have in the international community. If it works, they do more of it. If it doesn't work, they stop. I did want to point out, though, that I don't think we've discussed enough is there's a big difference between flying a balloon at 60,000 feet and flying a balloon at 20,000 feet. At 60,000 feet, it's clearly a violation of U.S. airspace. It's clearly a targeting mission against the U.S. nuclear infrastructure, which is completely unforgivable. At 20,000 feet, it's a threat to people. Airplanes fly at 20,000 feet. You're scrambling jet airliners into U.S. airspace. You've got KC-130s flying around refueling these things. You've got drones in the air. And we are flying thousands of civilian airplanes in and out of that airspace every day. And those people are being put at risk. So the Chinese government is putting the lives and the safety of Americans at risk. And if something doesn't happen, it's not because of Chinese, irresponsible behavior. It's because we make really good precautions to make sure nobody gets hurt. This is a direct threat against American citizens. Now, I understand why the Chinese are doing it and why they're doing it now. They have a missile force. A missile force is useless unless you can target. If you can't get the targeting data any other way, I don't understand why they would take the risk to do this and why they would send an armada of balloons to try to do it. Because like I said, this is probably not sustainable. They probably can't do this day in and day out and get away with it. But why they're doing it now? But we should be outraged because they have put the lives of Americans at risk. Something could happen in the air, could miss the target, hit an airplane. I mean, something could collide with something. I mean, this is a real danger, and it's completely unforgivable.
And can you tell us, so how high were the different balloons? Maybe, Nick, all the figures. How high were the different balloons from the first one to the recent objects?
Sure. So the much larger one, the earlier one that was confirmed to be a Chinese balloon, was seen at 60,000 feet. That was the one that was able to traverse the entire country and be shot down off the coast of North and South Carolina. The two objects, which I don't believe the Pentagon has confirmed, were balloons. You had one shot down on Friday in Alaska. You had another one shot down in the Yukon Territory in Canada. Both of those were reported at 40,000 feet. And this one today has been confirmed as 20,000 feet. So James's point,
it ticks all the boxes that you've mentioned, James. You got 20,000, 40,000, and 60,000 feet.
Yeah, Mario, can I jump in here real quick too? I mean, I just want to say, I know we were talking about this on the space last night. This started out as something that wasn't a huge deal compared to what it is now with the first balloon, and then now we have these balloons popping up every hour. We're starting to actually shoot them down without really any debate. I mean, we debated shooting down the first balloon for 3 days. So now that it's become such a big topic, it's become so political. Even if it wasn't intended to be like this, both sides now want to appear powerful. So, on the U.S. side, we need to make sure we're being proactive and that we're detecting these balloons before they're even over U.S. soil. There's no reason that we should be having these balloons drift over the entire country before we shoot it down. And actually, I think James mentioned this, you're putting the citizens in danger when that's happening. So I think this has really become a big test for the U.S. to see how powerful how strong of a stance is the U.S. going to take. And the whole world is watching. China knows that this is now a test of, well, what if they tested the waters of Taiwan? What if they started, just digging a little deeper? So it's important we put our foot down now.
Yeah, can I jump in here? I don't think that China, I think this is an attack, to be clear. Do I think the Chinese want to go to war with the United States? No. They will go if it's in their national interest. I don't think going to war with the United States in a limited fashion would prevent them from moving against Taiwan, for example. But, they see their goal is to become even with and then overcome the United States in terms of power in the world. And the way they do that is by guaranteeing continued economic transactions back and forth with the United States. And however ironic it may be, this is one way to ensure the United States pays attention to them. It adds the risk of disengaging from China, the way many of us are advocating on the anti-communist side of the agenda. And, so this is the Chinese are, they see themselves as playing quite a sophisticated game here. And my concern here is that they're engaging in these provocations against the United States because of the perception of weakness. And I would tie that weakness to the unaddressed issues of corruption by Joe Biden vis-a-vis China and other nations and his cognitive disability. And if this doesn't paint a target on that issue for accountability, impeachment, or whatever you want to call it, then I don't know what will. I mean, lives are at risk. Our nation's security is at risk because of the endemic corruption here in Washington, D.C. that we refuse to grapple with. It's, in my view, it's led in part to a war in Ukraine, and now our nation is under direct attack from a foreign threat.
Can I just go back to the missioning real quick? Because I think that you have balloons at 60, 40, and 20,000 feet is completely consistent with a targeting effort, particularly if you're really trying to get the intel for targeting, trying different altitudes, because maybe that gives you different SIGINT profile capabilities and collection, and also trying different altitudes to see if there's a weakness in the U.S. ability to detect these. So it absolutely is consistent with targeting, and the fact that they've tried different platforms at different altitudes, to me, suggests this is part of a serious campaign. Not to dispute anything that Tom said, that the Chinese could be leveraging this in all the ways he just mentioned, but if this looks like a deliberate targeting campaign, and if when the information we get that says anything about that, I'll be greatly surprised.
Okay, so James, on that point, we did have someone on yesterday. I believe it was Emergent actually that was able to answer this question for me. Did these balloons, based on the timing here, did those balloons take off after the U.S. had already started going into crisis mode about this massive balloon that was flying over, that traversed the entire country from China? And one of the reports that we heard today was that that there were American parts used in the object that was shot down. Also, actually, no, this one was off the coast of South Carolina. This one as well. Was this to throw off the U.S. population and maybe make it seem that there was some U.S. involvement? Because obviously China knew that this balloon was going to fly over, and one of their narratives has been that these were commercial weather balloons. So does that seem like a likely scenario that may have been why they used American parts?
Well, on the timing, I would say I think either scenario is possible. Either these additional balloons were launched, and we're assuming that they're still part of the same targeting effort. They were launched after the first balloon, or the other thing is even if they weren't, because they are maneuverable, if the Chinese saw the American response and if they wanted to lower the temperature, they could have diverted those balloons or had them self-destruct at sea. So obviously, they knew that this was going to be an additional provocation. And even after the first balloon went in, they deliberately sent these balloons into American airspace. So it is adding a provocation on top of a provocation. I don't know what to make of the American parts because we don't know what parts they are. But everybody globally sources everything these days. So it is not unusual to find American parts in it. We found American parts in Russian weapons that have landed in Ukraine. We found them in Iranian stuff. There, as somebody mentioned before, there's two categories. There's commercial off-the-shelf stuff you could just go and buy, at Best Buy. And why would you do that? Well, maybe it's just a cheap, good part. The other thing is there could well be things that are restricted from China, which they may have gotten a hold of, and they're using. But I don't. Does it discount at all that it likely came from China? And I would say no, because the Chinese, like all of us, they get a lot of parts from everywhere to build these things. But I would point to the fact that even in the unclassified world, we absolutely have plenty of information that says the Chinese have all the capability and all the technology in the universe to produce these systems. And I believe that we've already sanctioned some Chinese companies.
James, could you go through the options for military escalation by the United States in response to this assault?
Well, I don't know if you would have a military response, because what you tend to do in these things is to be proportional. So somebody does something to you, and you do something proportional to that. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's symmetrical, like you fly a balloon over us, we fly a balloon over you, but it does something, you do something of that level to show the seriousness of that gravity. So since the balloons didn't actually try to hurt or kill somebody, and you have to remember, the Russians had an air defense system in occupied territory. They shot down a civilian airliner and they killed hundreds of people. Nobody took a military response against them. We did lots of other things. So what would be appropriate here? And at this level, kind of the whole range of serious diplomatic and economic sanctions, we should definitely be going to places like ICAO, the International Civilian Air Organization, which, by the way, where the Chinese are represented, because this is a completely irresponsible act of public safety. We can cancel Chinese flights to the United States. We can revoke Chinese visas. We can throw people out of the United States. We should do things on that level of seriousness, right?
Well,
so
do you expect such a response, James?
No, because I don't from this administration, because this is really the bottom line. There's two sides to this. Why now? Yeah, because the Chinese need nuclear targeting data for their ICBMs. But the other is they sense this administration is weak, as Tom has said. They saw that in Afghanistan. They saw it in the reluctant response in Ukraine. This administration wants it both ways. They want to be tough on China because they know that's what the American people want. So, which is in the end the way they came around and said, well, we're going to shoot the balloon down and everything else. But on the other hand, they still, as a matter of fact, we saw a U.S. Senator, I won't name names, but Tim Kaine get on the news today, and he goes, but we have to find ways to work with the Chinese on, public health and, other. This is nonsense. So the administration wants to work with China, and they want to be tough on China at the same time. And that is a completely impossible strategy, because the Chinese they pay attention to what we do, not what we say. And if they can do provocative acts like this, as egregious as they are, and pay no real price for that, they are never going to stop.
James, and I didn't mean to suggest a kinetic military response. I was thinking in terms of, extending the perimeter, other military moves to escalate it in terms of alerts, deployments, and things like that, to make it clear that this has been something that can't be tolerated beyond what's happened thus far.
James, question. I've got a question for you, James, and I know Jason, you've got something to mention as well. But James, the question for you is, what would lead to a military response by the US? Like, what type of escalations could happen in the next few days? They'd be like, all right, now a military response from the US is more plausible.
Well, I think it's unlikely with the balloons, because I think it would have to be an intentional attack on U.S. territory or U.S. assets. But to Tom's point, I mean, there's plenty of things you could do. You can fly, a whole flight of B-52s right up to the line. You can send an aircraft carrier into the Taiwan Strait. So there's a lot of things you can do to send a very, very strong signal, and we should do those. I agree with Tom. We should make it. We should send a strong message that we should do that. We don't have to change DEFCON levels. We've got lots and lots of military things where we can show, well, how about this? And I think, and we've done them before, so I don't understand. We have lots of naval and air assets that we can use that we can go right up to the line and the Chinese will get the message.
Before going to Jason, there's a comment here from the audience. Again, anyone in the audience, bottom right corner in the purple circle. We do read the comments. We do see the questions. That question, I'd love James and Allsource to respond to it. And then I want to go to Jason for a comment he's made earlier. James, I'll let you go first. I'll read out the comment from the audience member. Hey, Mario, loving this space. But there's one glaring problem with most of this discussion. We cannot be sure that these originated in China. Indeed, that may be proven true at this point. But at this point, the Chinese saying it was a weather balloon is hardly a credible comment, given that we know what we know about how their communications work. Is it really that far out there to assume that it could be a Russian balloon? All this taking place not a week after Seymour Hersh's piece?
Yeah, I don't see. It doesn't make sense for the Russians to do this right now. They're bogged down in a war. They already have nuclear targeting data. They don't need it. They have no reason to do this propagation. And I'll just comment on the Hersh article, it's a fine article, except all it lacks is facts. I mean, there's absolutely no evidence in there that the U.S. did this. As a matter of fact, the most credible the evidence I've seen on this are actually people who said, what's most likely is the pipelines were blown up from the inside. And the reason for that is it's easy to do. It gets Pravda out of being sued by the Europeans for not delivering on gas. And it's easy to fix the pipeline later. So I don't put much credibility in the Hersh article. And the Russians are bogged down right now in a major offensive. This is not very Russian for them to do that kind of distraction, especially when they know the Chinese are on the hook for this. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me.
Also, do you agree with the conclusion there from James that it is very unlikely, from what we know, that this could have any Russian involvement?
Yeah. So, I think I'm not going to go. I think as severe. I'm not going to say. Intel parallel, right? Not like very unlikely. I would say it's unlikely. I'm not going to be as definitive as James is, but I mean, he brings up an excellent point, right? But can the Russians do this? Of course. But I think the issues in the past, to kind of back up James' point, is in the past we had the Open Skies treaties, which was specifically designed to allow Russian and U.S. Air assets to fly through our territories to kind of monitor things to make sure, like, hey, we're not going to nuclear war. We did this as for transparency point of view. During the Trump administration, they pulled out of the Open Skies Treaty, and to their defense, right? I mean, Russia was violating every notion for this, and you can't trust the Russians. But the one thing I would like to highlight is that I think everything that is shown, right, and again, if these are balloons, it takes a long time for these balloons to get here, right? I find it very unlikely that these balloons were launched after the first Chinese spy balloon. Again, I think the issue is that now we have the data, right? When you launch a capability, when you try to show a capability, and you lose that capability, and then the enemy is capable of exploiting it, that's a problem. That's a problem. And I think now the U.S. has now a better picture of Chinese aggressive intelligence posture against the U.S. because we were able to exploit this capability and have a better understanding. I think the most likely thing is that China has done this for years. Obviously, for them, they're targeting our ICBMs. I think the reason why they use spy balloons is because their other intelligence assets are just not capable of providing them good fidelity. But again, focus on our ICBMs. Okay, great. But we have the nuclear triad. We also have nuclear submarines, and we have our Air Force that can launch nuclear. You can knock out one triad. We still have two more left, right? I just think that this is a huge glaring gap of the Chinese. And I understand the comments that people are saying that we need to respond forcefully. Look, unless we go to war, unfortunately, just like during the Cold War, the U.S. had to deal with the Soviet Union. We competed, but we also had to deal with them. This is the nature we're at. I think we need to start framing the conflict that we have with China as a Cold War 2.0. I think that's a legitimate statement. I think that, and I would hope that the administration goes with that. But even during the Cold War, we still dealt with the Soviets. We still have to deal with the Chinese. Well, and maybe there should be a posture for containment. That could be a future. And I think a lot of it, what we're seeing is a start of a containment 2.0 geared towards China and the initial framings of that, both during the Trump administration and we're kind of seeing a lot of that continuation during the Biden administration. Of course, we could do more. Again, my comment, my way of saying escalatory, I think, is putting intelligence assets into Taiwan. I think that sends a clear message, and it's reciprocal, not necessarily proportional. I think it's reciprocal, and it will give us a lot of capabilities. But we have to be very careful about shooting down aircrafts or balloons outside of 12 nautical miles. First, international law, that's open airspace. Anything outside 12 nautical miles is open airspace. And we do this a lot. Like, we fly spy planes right at the border of the 12 nautical miles to do intelligence collection, and that is 100% legal. If we shoot down anything outside of that, we have created a precedent that would put a lot of U.S. Military personnel at danger and would trigger would make a war trigger much more likely.
Right. So what's the alternative to that? Waiting till these aircraft get into U.S. territory with close enough to harm American citizens? Because we're afraid.
But the Chinese and the Russians would then shoot down all our aircrafts that are doing the same. But Tom, the problem is if you start shooting down things outside of territorial waters, first, that is not legal. The Navy, the reason why we do freedom of navigation sailing, because we say these are international. Anybody can go through here.
Why isn't it legal if the aircraft are being targeted at the U.S.?
No, what I'm saying is if they enter U.S. airspace, you shoot it down. But we cannot shoot it down outside because then all our intelligence platforms.
Under what theory of international law does the right to self-defense end at international waters?
Because the 12 nautical miles has always been the international and that has been U.S. policy forever. I mean, we fought Gaddafi in the 80s.
We're just in my view. You're just speculating here. The U.S. can protect its territory beyond U.S. territorial waters when there is a threat directed at us. I use the comparison to an ICBM
ICBM is a completely different. It's an ICBM.
If it was strategic bomber was heading our way, we wouldn't wait for it to reach our. I tell you what, if our strategy is, by your logic, we wait for them to get here before we shoot a strategic bomber down.
The Russians do it all the time. The Russians fly their strategic bombers right at the 12 nautical miles.
I want to go quickly to Jason. Jason, and by the way, Nick, I'll let you. I'm not sure if you've got any updates with breaking 4 news and RAWS alerts. But before that, Jason, I just want to ask you a question. You've sent a message saying someone should make the point that this is our generation's Sputnik moment. Can you elaborate on that comment? Jason, you there? You got to unmute bottom left corner, Jason. I know you've been trying to come up for a while. While waiting for Jason, Nick, any updates? You want to refresh the room with the latest updates and what we know so far? And then RAWS alerts, Mateus, feel free to jump in.
Absolutely. So it did come out just a little bit ago here that the object that was shot down over Lake Huron actually did not have any sort of discernible payload, which does seem like a pretty big development here because that makes us question, like, were the Chinese just flying a balloon over our airspace, a 20,000-foot balloon just to see what we would do about it? I know that's been a theory, but I do want to get Emergent's opinion on this because, you've been great on reporting to us from a perspective
Emergent, the comment you made yesterday and we all kind of, implied that the likelihood that this is just China probing U.S. response is very likely. And with the news that Nick just mentioned, that there was Nick, can you tell me the news again? That there was no equipment, is that what they said? No spy equipment
discernible
on the balloon?
Payload.
No discernible payload. Your thoughts on this, Emergent?
See, and that's been a common theme throughout this so far is we're hearing that there are reactions, and then we're hearing NORAD come back after the fact and state that there was not an object there or that we're not sure what it was or no payload. To me, this again goes back to my comments on, NORAD has been around and has had a standard and very well-developed ROE for over 70 years. And there is a lot of wisdom in those standard ROE and following those like I said, has a lot of wisdom to it. Real world incidents like we've talked about on both of these spaces. So the 1999, the Payne Stewart plane incident, the feedback of 9/11, the 2004 incident where they almost shot down the governor of Kentucky flying into D.C. unannounced. So something that NORAD does in their doctrine is they always review and dissect, and they have lots of recording and real world scenarios of all of these past incidents. It's like it's doing an accident autopsy to try and extract those valuable real world lessons learned to make sure that at a moment of crisis, these decisions are being made based on real world criteria and not on hypothetical pie in the sky. So to me, that's why there is a wisdom to not going around those standard ROE, is because somebody gives an order, go around the standard ROE, and then we find out it's not what we thought it was, or the threat profile, the object is not what we thought it was, the threat profile is not what we thought it was, some of the information might have been misreported or miscommunicated. You're just like anything, there's always that, we've all know the game of telephone. You get 5 people and they each whisper something to each other, and by the time it's the 5th person, the stories change just a little bit. Well, that's always true to an extent in a military chain of command too, but you try to design your protocols to minimize that. And like the example I cited earlier was where you have a pilot on the ground giving orders to that pilot in the air, and that is to minimize that effect as much as you can. And again, stepping outside of that standard ROE, in my opinion and experience, and in the historical context of the way NORAD has always operated, I think that is very unwise.
So I want to jump in here because I want to say that we're still monitoring. There was supposed to be a Pentagon press conference at 5 p.m. We're still monitoring that. It seems it's been delayed or maybe even canceled, but we're not exactly sure on that yet, so we're going to keep on that. Obviously, there's still a lot of breaking news come out, and so we're going to have Breaking 4 and Ross Alerts give an update here shortly. But Scott Adams, I want to welcome you to the stage. I'm not sure if you've been up here before, but I'd really love your opinion while we're looking for this breaking news in the background. What are your opinions on what has happened over the past several days?
Well, let me put the Dilbert filter on it. I would definitely treat seriously the possibility that it's like, the beginning of a full-scale invasion or something like that. Could be. I have no reason to rule that out. But the other possibility is that if this were any other big organization, not just the government, somebody would be looking to shoot down every unmanned balloon they could find just to make a point. So I would not rule out we're doing it for show. That's really the only thing I have to offer here.
So at the end of the day, do you believe that there's a lot of politics involved here? That maybe, that it does seem that it was reported actually by NBC News that there was an expansion of the, let's see here. Breaking 4 News, can you jump in with that real quick, Matthias?
Hey, sure. Basically, I reported earlier a statement that NBC News acquired from DoD officials that NORAD was changing the way that they found things on radar to kind of pick up smaller items. And then we just got an additional quote from CNN, which indicates that they readjusted their filters to better spot slow-moving targets operating above a certain altitude. So what we don't understand at this point is whether or not 3 objects downed after the Chinese spy balloon were only picked up because of these adjustments of the filters, or was it coincidental that we readjusted our filters and then 3 additional objects emanating from an unknown location? At this point, we'd have no reason to confirm any place of origin for these 3 objects, that those were just picked up on a whim, as opposed to being picked up because of the heightened sensitivity of our sensors. Gotcha.
So Scott, I do want to circle back with you in just a second here, but I need some clarification from all source or emergent. Can you sort of explain to us what that means? What the NORAD, the Department of Defense, changing their filters when it comes to tracking unidentified aircraft?
Yeah. Or you want to go for it, Mayor Emergent? Go for it.
Okay, I would just say that could involve tuning the sensitivity of specific radar units, or that could be either ground or air base. For example, we've seen the reports earlier that they had an AWACS aircraft circling over the Great Lakes region. So it could involve tuning those types of assets to tuning the fine settings on those to produce maybe a more fine low altitude air picture, for example, maybe tuning out some of that. I mean, every system has to be tuned to filter out ground clutter, but it's a compromise between how much ground clutter are you going to get versus how much versus what do you want to see, and how much of what you don't want to see are you willing to tolerate? So it could mean adjustments to that. It could mean adjustments to algorithms and protocols that flag something. So in general, in U.S. airspace, what they're looking for is what's called talking, squawking, and behavior. So talking means they want to see an air track does or does not have radio contact with the ground or with a control tower. Squawking means it's squawking an assigned transponder code, either is or isn't. And then the last is behavior. Where is it? What is its heading? What is its speed? What has it been observed doing? So really, like I said, there could be some audible, and we saw the report earlier of they said they had implemented temporary extra. Let me make sure I got the term right. Flight restrictions around the Great Lakes region. So that could involve special ROE or tuning of systems or tuning of some of those rules and protocols. So I really can't comment further without knowing more of the specifics, but there's a general picture.
So, all sorts of people to add to that, you can.
So radar intelligence collection also. A lot of there's systems that are utilized that are able to kind of when you're looking at a screen, right? There's different feeds basically coming in. You have your radar feeds, you have intelligence assets that are collecting, and so what that tells me, like what Emergent said, we got a data because of the Chinese spy balloon, right, from the NBC and the comments of the senior officials. That data allowed us to paint a better picture to then have a better understanding of what's going on. And that's very important, right? And that's the standard operations when you're doing like air defense type of operations or trying to get a better picture of what the air is showing and Emergent hit it. But if you're able to get specific data, either through radar or intelligence assets that are collect and paint a better picture, that's probably what it is. And now we are able to have a better understanding of what's in our airspace based on this. And if that's the case, I think you can kind of deduce we shot down, it's kind of, they're kind of implying the shoot down right now, in the Great Lakes to that spy balloon data, right? Or what happened in Alaska or what happened in Canada. I think based on those comments from the DoD official and the ability to get more data, I think it's pointing that all these assets then are Chinese.
To follow up on Scott's point, if I could just be brief, I'll be brief about it.
Okay.
When a country is weak, it invites aggression and invites overreaction by the weak country. And that's my concern about our national security posture under Biden, is that he exudes weakness for the various reasons I've discussed. And our opponents, might see opportunities where they might, mistake that weakness for actual technical weakness and do things they might not otherwise do. And then we're forced to react. And as Scott suggests, mistakenly overreact or engage in some type of silliness in response that doesn't get us anywhere but more grief. But either way, it puts us in dire straits in terms of national security.
Can I add just one thing? If they change the filters to make them more sensitive, we would expect more false sightings of things which they imagined were moving slow and were small, and they ignored in the past. So the most reasonable thing I would expect is that even if there are additional Chinese spy planes or spy balloons, that there would also be a number of false sightings that we wouldn't have seen before, except we set the filters differently.
He's right. That is generally correct. But what filtering and tuning often involves is trying to tune radar sets and the monitoring tools for a specific, say, airframe profile or threat profile. For example, like as we've said, there are well-known things like what a radar cross-section for an Su-27 or a MiG-29 looks like. And I'm sure, as somebody said earlier, about them actually now having a profile for the first Chinese balloon that transited. That's probably now a known object profile within certain parameters within these systems. So I'm sure since my time, they've probably developed some parameters for small type UAV drones, the kind that, you can get at Best Buy for a few $100 or a couple $1,000, because those are now more of a concern than they really were during my time. So again, it's about finding those radar cross sections and threat profiles and tuning systems to see them better. But you're right. What Scott said is correct, is that tuning process can result in some false positives until the tuning gets to a point where it is well tuned. There's loosely tuned and finely tuned. So that is a very good point.
Yeah, I want to update you guys on a piece of conflicting reporting that has now been worked out. Originally, we reported to you that Canadian defense officials were telling Canadian media that the third object was shot down in U.S. airspace. Then the Wall Street Journal kind of contradicted that point and mentioned that it was in Canadian airspace. The Wall Street Journal has since rewritten that report, and we can confirm that the third object was in fact shot down in the United States. So we have 3 objects, including the original space balloon, shot down in U.S. territory, whether that be in the sea, right, off the Carolinas, as well as off the coast of Alaska. And then we now have this downing in the Great Lakes, and then of course which is the third balloon to be shot down in Canadian airspace yesterday.
Matthias, let me ask you a question here real quick, because I am looking at reports that are saying U.S. officials have released more info on the mystery object that an F-16 shot down over Lake Huron today. As we know, we already knew that it was at 20,000 feet, and it was reported earlier that it was an octagonal structure. But this is a little bit of a new development, because now it says that there were strings hanging off and no discernible payload. I mean, does it seem maybe that... I get, I mean, a balloon, a kite, something like that. But with strings hanging off, are we thinking that maybe there was payload and there's no longer payload? Maybe it fell off somewhere?
The only thing I could contribute without speculation, because I want to give everyone here just the facts, is that we have seen kites and kind of paraphernalia that you would associate as non-harmful and common being used for nefarious purposes. And the best example I could think of is in Israel, in southern Israel, we deal with these incendiary balloons that are meant to spark wildfires when they cross over the border from Gaza into southern Israel. They light the fields and the produce on fire there and destroy infrastructure. So we have seen that kind of situation used in the past, but again, we can't speculate what it is at this point, and I'm sure that when the time is right, we'll hear more from U.S. officials on more of the details surrounding this exact situation. But clearly, we're dealing with 3 different types of objects, right? We have the massive Chinese spy balloon, part of a larger program that China has undertaken over the past several years. You then have the 2 objects down off the coast of Alaska and in Canada, which are described as this cylindrical objects, small size of a car. And then you have this third type, which is being described as octagonal, and was downed over the Great Lakes maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
Okay. I want to ask you real quick, Ross, if you're still here. I know you've had a few problems with Twitter crashing.
Yeah, here.
Yeah. So you were talking about earlier that there were, and I know you tried to investigate it a little bit. I don't know how much you were able to find. Obviously, one of the biggest concerns that people are having right now, especially in the United States, is how many more of these things are going to come in. It doesn't seem like this is just going to stop now. So you mentioned that there were people reporting, some identified flying objects out in California. Did we find anything else about that yet?
And Ross, just before you respond as well, I just want to welcome Brian. Brian, you've got direct experience with POTUS level decision making. So I'm going to go to you with a few questions and your thoughts on the recent developments as well, Brian. Glad that Twitter worked for you. And also Justin, who's got some clips for us. He is on stage. I know everyone's favorite. So we'll go to Justin in a bit as well. But Ross, I'll let you respond to Nick before we go to Brian and Justin.
Yeah, so currently I'm packing up for the Philadelphia. I'll be covering the chaos there. But to answer the question, so a viewer of mine have sent me a DM on Twitter saying they reported a white round object over California. So I've been trying to get more information and haven't heard anything back. but it looks like it might be another balloon. But this is unconfirmed at this.
Hold on. Unconfirmed balloon where? Did you say California?
Yeah, Cambridge, California.
But this is getting a bit too far. I don't understand.
Rancho, Cambridge, California. They said I live in Rancho, Cambridge, California. My wife spotted 2 UFOs over our backyard in the last hour. Not sure if anyone else local.
Okay, so it's only one. It's just a random eyewitness, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
But,
okay.
by the way, is that Rancho Cucamonga or
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Anything else, Ross? Before we go to Brian?
No.
Say
thank you so much, Mario. This is probably going to be my last time. I'm going to be heading to Philadelphia covering.
Enjoy, bro. Enjoy. Good to have you. And if you got more breaking news, just jump in. I do want to go, Brian. Brian, pleasure to have you. Thanks for making the time.
Hey, thanks everybody. I jumped in here mainly based on my actual reading and study and writing about alien UFOs because I was afraid that was the discussion. But then as soon as I saw Tom and James and others in here, I knew it was a serious event. So thanks for having me. Great host, great program. Just for context, I was a career CIA officer. I served under presidents of both parties, and I was Condoleezza Rice's lawyer for intelligence operations when she was the national security advisor. So the main thing I want to talk about is presidential level decision making. But I can't help but say, as a professional intelligence analyst, we're making a couple of pretty significant assumptions here, and I apologize, I haven't been on the whole time, so maybe this has been covered. But first of all, we're assuming all of these objects are from China. And secondly, we're sort of lumping them all in the same category as the balloons. And my hypothesis here is that it's not that China or a combination of nations have suddenly just sent a swarm of objects over the United States. It's that once President Biden and the administration were embarrassed once, they are now hypersensitive to it, and they've issued orders essentially to shoot down anything that you can't identify as friend or foe if you believe the risk is acceptable. Now, on this question of presidential level decision making and politicization, I was in the room many times during the Bush administration and a few times during the Clinton administration when sensitive intelligence or other operations were greenlit by presidents. And I think it's entirely predictable and also appropriate that right now, with this either new threat or newly discovered threat, President Biden is making these decisions personally. I think he's the politically accountable person. I think that's the right thing to do. And I know from personal experience that this is exactly what happened when the United States started doing enhanced interrogation and when we started doing warrantless wiretapping. Whatever you think about those programs, they were in the beginning usually authorized personally and directly and individual operations by the president, just like the UBL targeted killings were authorized personally by Presidents Clinton and Bush. At some point, if this becomes routine, and I agree with James and everybody else that we have a strong national security imperative not to let this become routine. If it does become routine, yes, they will change the rules of engagement and the president will not be personally involved in every one of these. But that's where some of these earlier programs went off the rails, is when it didn't reach the National Security Council or the presidential level for decision. And one more point, and then I'll shut up, is I think the real politicization here is not that the commander-in-chief is involved in these decisions. It's that the White House now seems to be so burned and embarrassed by whatever the intelligence gaps, whatever the lack of deterrence, and I agree with James on that, that now they are hypersensitive to all this and they're reacting politically because it's in the president's interest to do this politically. So thank you, and I'll shut up now.
Brian, pleasure to have you, and I do have more questions. I know Nick has more questions for you as well. I do want to mention, Mateus just sent us this breaking Pentagon statement will be coming out. We'll be summarizing it for everyone very shortly. Nick, mic is yours.
I actually just got the statement right now if you want me to read some points.
Oh, please do, yeah. If you can send it through to me as well in our group. And can you read out some key points for us and for the audience? And Brian, do hang around with us if you do have time. We'd love your thoughts on this, along with Emergent and the rest of the panel also as well. Go ahead, Mateus.
All right. So
just make sure your mic is close. Make sure your mic is close to your mouth so we can all hear it well.
Sure. So the Pentagon says that the object shot down on Sunday was a threat, quote, due to its potential surveillance capabilities. Pentagon also says the object flew in proximity to sensitive U.S. military sites, and the official time of downing was at 2:42 p.m. Based on the recommendation of Secretary Austin and military leadership, President Biden decided to take that action. F-16s fired an AIM-9X, which is the same missile heat-seeking that we saw used in the past 3 incidences to successfully shoot down the airborne object flying at approximately 20,000 feet in U.S. airspace over Lake Huron in the state of Michigan. So that is what we can confirm at this point. I'll continue to bring you the latest when I get more unpacking of the
Appreciate
specifics. Okay.
Do unmute whenever you have more updates on that. All source, Brian, Emergent, any thoughts on the statement that we just received?
I think Brian hit the nail on the head, right, on what it is, why that was made. I think the key thing is the potential surveillance and where it overflew. So that does show that there was this surveillance capability. Again, I think Brian, anything we're saying that this is tied to China is pure speculation. And at best, we have circumstantial evidence to support it. But I think that the U.S. administration is very hypersensitive. I would 100% agree with that, and that's why they're reacting to this. And I think this is just the response to the Chinese spy balloon. The question is, is this become a new normal? Does something change? Does delegation of these types of engagements? Does the POTUS delegate these engagement authorities down the chain of command? Those are things that we need to wait to see. And I think, this is where the administration, Congress, and the public should get involved and to see what is the right course of action forward. And then to see how the U.S. administration responds if we get confirmation that this is from China. Regardless, the Chinese spy balloon that we all know, the first one over the Carolinas, there needs to be more severe response than just sanctioning these companies. And I think we should push heavily on the administration to make sure that happens.
Yeah. By the way,
we'll go Brian and then Tom. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. By the way, I think that it is the most likely hypothesis that most or all of these objects are from China. I'm just saying we shouldn't make that assumption until we know for sure. Also, I think it's not credible that these objects were sent after the failure of the United States to keep the first balloon out. The physics, the aeronautics don't work that way. These things were around or in flight for a long time before they got here. One other point I just wanted to make from something that was said when I first came in, and maybe this doesn't need to be said, but Seymour Hersh has been completely discredited as a credible reporter for like 20 years. He was credible at one time, but he's just gone off the deep end. So I hate to even hear him cited in a group like this.
Thank you.
Brian, one more question before I go. Actually, I'll go to Tom, then I've got a question for you, Brian. Tom, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think Brian raises another question: when did these balloons get released? And I would hope we know that detail. I just want to alert listeners: this has never happened before in modern American history. It's not just another day in paradise when the President of the United States authorizes U.S. fighter jets to fire on an object, and the fact that it's happened 3 times, 4 times if you count Canada, that's practically speaking us as in terms of this potential threat. So this is a crisis that, there's nothing comparable that we can point to in American history to say, oh, well, this is ordinary. This is how we responded then. This is what we should do now. This is what the Chinese intentions are. And I would highlight, again, the failure of the military leadership to engender trust in the American people. They put out when this gargantuan, dangerous thing flew into U.S. territory, they said, well, we're not going to tell you where it is. And they said, you know what? The Air Force General, Brigadier General, came out on the Pentagon podium and said, oh, well, America, you can look up and figure out where it is, but we're not going to tell you. Sorry, folks. No trust in you. Congress has got to get its act together. The fact there hasn't been a hearing on this in any substantial way. Maybe the one happened. I didn't hear about it. But what is going on in this town? We're under attack and our leaders are hapless.
Tom, I 100% agree with you. It's worse than that. They haven't even been able to brief the Gang of Eight, the key leaders on the intelligence and national security side in the Senate and House, because they're not in session and they're not coming back to Washington to get their briefings. It's insanity. The 9/11 Commission, so one of my extra jobs when I was at the National Security Council is I was the rep to the 9/11 Commission. They spent pages and pages and hearings on who issued the order to be able to shoot down a civilian airliner. Now, these are not objects full of Americans, to be sure, but this is a huge deal, and it's being treated as just another Sunday talk show political football to be debated, and it's kind of disgraceful, honestly.
Yeah. You know, by the way, as I'm listening to all this, I've got a big question, and what keeps going to the back of my mind, and I've spent some time in Taiwan, and as some people know that listen to me and have friends there connected to the government, I just want to read off some headlines that have happened in the last couple of days. Because, see, one thing we're not talking about in all this is Taiwan. Like, is all this a shiny object maybe to stuff that's happening in Taiwan? But just listen to these headlines. I just looked this up. Taiwan, this is the Financial Times, Taiwan reveals Chinese military balloons fly very frequently into its airspace. This from Reuters. Let's work to keep peace, China tells visiting Taiwan KMT official. And for those who don't know, KMT has tended to be the more pro-China political party in Taiwan. The next one is from Yahoo News. China says it's ready to enhance ties with Taiwan opposition. That follows up on the Reuters one. Here's one more from Just the News. China warns Europe against escalating Ukraine war / strengthening Taiwan ties. Like, you know, let's keep in mind that this diplomatic stuff is going on in the background of all this. And these are all from a couple days ago. But I'm curious, Brian, your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think the strategic part of this on behalf of the PRC is the timing of it. They had to know we would catch that balloon when it, hopefully long before it hit U.S. airspace, but certainly when it hit U.S. airspace. And they also knew that Secretary Blinken was going there for a visit. I think we might be making this more complicated than it is. I don't have the technical knowledge of all sorts or some others on, you know, what they could gather with a balloon that they couldn't gather from a satellite. I think this is largely, one, a diplomatic provocation, and two, testing the resolve of the Biden administration. I don't think this is some actual sophisticated intelligence operation. It doesn't strike me as very sophisticated at all. I think this is Xi Jinping telling his intelligence services and his military, figure out all the weaknesses and all the ways the U.S. will respond militarily, diplomatically, with intelligence, because we need to know that if we're going to invade Taiwan.
Just before you go, I do want to go to Jason very briefly before you board the plane, and of course introduce our regular Kim.com. Nick, you've just got a quick update for us before I go to Jason?
Sure,
very quickly.
Quick update here. It does seem like we're having more contradictory statements, sort of, you know, like we had last night, when it came to whether or not there was an actual object in the sky. Earlier, we heard from U.S. officials that were saying that there was no discernible payload on this balloon. However, now they've just come out and stated that the object shot down on Sunday was a threat, quote, due to its potential surveillance capabilities. So if they knew that there was no discernible payload, it's a little bit weird that they would still say that there were surveillance capabilities. So I'd assume we want to talk about that in a little bit, but I want to let you go to Jason first.
Yeah, Jason, just about your comments I made earlier. I know you're just boarding your plane now, so
Thanks,
you've
guys.
only got a minute with us.
No,
go ahead.
I appreciate it. I want to echo a little bit of what Tom said about the historical nature of this. I consider this a slow-motion Sputnik. And I don't have anything revelatory about the tactical discussions that we've had, other than to say our enemies are setting the tone and the pace of international engagement. We aren't anymore. And I think that we have to have kind of a moment of gravity here in this country. There's a land war in Europe. The Colonial Pipeline, the largest pipeline in the East Coast of the United States, was shut down. Russia assassinates people around the world with chemical weaponry. So Brian mentioned, right, that public pressure on the Biden administration. We're going to need to keep that up. Because if our response is what's considered reasonable or proportional, well, China has priced that in. And I'm sorry, I have to drop. Thank you guys for the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Jason. And I do want to go to Kim. Kim, appreciate you for joining. What are your thoughts on the developments we've had yesterday and today? Not sure if you've been keeping track.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me speak. I've been listening to you guys, and I'm really just sitting here shaking my head. And, let me just say this. I think this is a PR story. There are no spy balloons. These are weather balloons. This is a distraction from the Seymour Hersh story, which quite detailed described how the U.S. government blew up Nord Stream together with Norway. And also it's a distraction from the fact that Ukraine is losing against Russia and that they're now desperately taking actions with chemical weapons against Russian forces. So this whole story is such a nothing burger. And when you consider that China has dozens of spy satellites circumventing the globe, they don't need weather balloons to spy on America. And this whole space is just such a laughable situation because it just shows the kind of propaganda victims that Americans have become over time.
Kim, so let me ask you this. The Chinese admitted that the first balloon that was shot down over South Carolina was theirs. Was that a lie?
Yeah, of course. They said it's a weather balloon, and they made clear that there's no surveillance equipment on that balloon. And you've just basically, someone who's just spoken before confirmed that they think there may have been surveillance equipment on it, the U.S. side, but they have no evidence of it. So this whole thing.
That's the third balloon. You're mixing up.
No, the first balloon as well. There's absolutely no evidence that there was any surveillance equipment on that. And by the way, the logic behind this makes no sense because when you have spy satellites above the United States, you don't need balloons to surveil any kind of U.S. area. It just makes no sense, and this is literally the biggest distraction to distract from the fact that things in Ukraine are going terribly wrong. That's also why they put this big show on with Zelensky traveling all over Europe to all these parliaments, where everyone is renewing their support for him and cheering for him. It's over. Like the Russians have their 500,000 troops ready to go in. And the situation is escalating in Ukraine. That's why they're now using chemical weapons. It's literally a distraction and nothing else. These balloons are such a sideshow created by the Pentagon so that we don't talk about the real issues and what's really going on, including the Nord Stream pipeline, which the U.S. blew up in an act of war, a terrorist act against Germany and Russia.
Okay,
can I respond to Kim?
I got to jump in here. What you have just heard is complete Russian propaganda. It might as well have been written in the Kremlin. Seymour Hersh's story has no facts in it. It has no credibility. Hersh was discredited 20 years ago, and I hope we have an episode of this great event the day that the Navy divers bring up the actual hardware from that balloon and prove that this was a Chinese intelligence collection operation.
Brian, just a second, I need to respond to that because he's addressing me. You're saying I'm spreading Russian propaganda. I can tell you I have absolutely nothing to do with Russia. I'm not spreading any kind of propaganda. Anyone who's following me on Twitter, and it's now 1.3 million people, they know that the evidence that I provide and the tweets that I provide are factual, and I'm not dealing in conspiracy theories. What's happening here is a disinformation campaign to distract from the real issues that are going on in Ukraine. And you can be sure that Joe Biden was very concerned about the Cy Hersh story coming out because of the implications it has for NATO. Jens Stoltenberg, who was an 8-year prime minister of Norway, is implicated in this. And he's now the leader of NATO. If he was in the know about this Nord Stream attack, then he has acted against the interest of other NATO members who had no interest in destroying the pipeline. That is what's going on. That's why they don't want us talking about this. And that's why there's a distraction here going on with weather balloons. It's a fucking joke. And I'm actually amused by how it works again.
I think what I love about Kim's analysis is...
Hold on, let me just put this point.
Can I add? I don't know if someone else is talking. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. We'll jump in,
sorry
and then
about that.
Tom. Tom. Also, go ahead, Tom, and then we'll go to Osos.
What I love about Kim's analysis, I do think it's being made in good faith, and I think his skepticism is warranted. But I would direct it the way I've been directing it, that there is this transnational effort to excuse Chinese misbehavior. Our government has done everything they can to mitigate and ameliorate the radical Chinese attack on our sovereignty. It's a way for the Chinese to guarantee continued hegemony in the region. It sends a signal not only to the United States, but to their weaker, neighbors much weaker than the United States, closer to China. New Zealand there, Kim, and Australia, and the Philippines, and Japan, and Korea, etc., India. That this is, look what we're doing in the United States. Just think what we can do to you. The skepticism, I would respectfully suggest, Kim, be directed in that area of this is where they're out to get us, as opposed to your analysis. But the skepticism generally is warranted. I reject Kim's focus, but it doesn't mean the alternative is all happy and honey.
Yeah, I agree with that, Tom.
If this story wouldn't be out there right now, everyone would be talking about how this the Seymour Hersh story is having an effect on NATO members and on the alliance. And, you see how the story is being shut down around the world, the media not reporting about it, despite the fact that there are so many details and intricacies in Seymour Hersh's story. It's the most detailed description of what happened. And Seymour Hersh, to say he is discredited and he isn't really someone we should listen to, that's just false. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who has broken many big stories, always against the U.S. government, and he's well known to have contacts within the intelligence community, because people there who do not agree with the actions that the U.S. government is taking are talking to him and are seeing him as a credible valve to release their frustration.
Kim,
I don't think.
Hold on, guys.
I have to respond to this. Yes, Seymour Hersh, at one time, as I said before, was a credible journalist, and at one time he did win Pulitzer Prizes. He has been discredited ever since his BS reporting after 9/11. That's why no one in the mainstream media, on the right or the left, is going to take him seriously. And if there's any facts to back up this NATO self-sabotage of the pipeline theory, he can put them out there in the world instead of just stating his opinion and relying on unnamed sources.
And, and Kim, if I could just, not to jump on you, but I would just highlight, even taking what you say about Seymour at face value and the interest in diminishing talk about Ukraine, they don't need China to accomplish that goal. I mean, the great suppression on fulsome debate about China and Russia, they've got that in place, and they don't need these types of distractions, as you allege, to keep suppression of discussions about what's actually happening in Ukraine. And frankly, again, I take the opposite view with you on Ukraine, is that the suppression, the scandal is how the Americans have hung the Ukrainians out to dry while pretending to help them, and allowing a war to drag on that could have been ended months ago.
Well, this war is becoming a real problem for the Biden administration, right? Because obviously Ukraine isn't winning. The situation is actually quite dire for Ukraine. Recent reports about the use of chemical weapons have now been confirmed by multiple sources, including observers on the ground. There's video material about it. They are bragging about these canisters that are connecting to drones to release these gases onto Russian soldiers, which are basically forbidden. And Ukraine has signed a treaty against chemical weapons and is now in breach of it. See, these are the kind of things that are going to be, the topics that are going to hurt the Biden administration the most. The story about the Nord Stream pipeline and how bad the war is going for them in Ukraine. And when you send fighter jets to shoot down weather balloons and then make this into the biggest story and aggression by China, it's such a joke. Like, how are people still falling for this? Have you learned nothing from all the propaganda bullshit that has been going on for years now? It's just like listening to you guys. You need to.
Hey, let's. I want to go before you jump in, Justin. I've just got breaking news before Allsource responds. So that was sent to me by Breaking 4 News. Just going to read it out quickly. Britain will undertake a security review in the wake of the incursion of Chinese spy balloons into Western airspace. And that's from Defense Secretary Ben Wallace. There's a statement. I'll tweet it out instead of reading it out here. Otherwise, I'll go to Allsource while we tweet this out.
1 second, Allsource, but let me just round out this Seymour Hersh thing and ask you, Brian, just a little pushback one to understand. I mean, in his story, it's pretty specific from the Ballstops 22 effort to the Norwegian Air Base. Are you saying this is just conjured completely? Or, I mean, it's one thing to say it's conjecture and opinion, but the piece is pretty riddled with a lot of great detail that was convincing as you read it too. I had some issues with Seymour in the past, but at the same time, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Biden's intentions, what he said. Do you think there's some connection here? Tell us your thoughts on just round out this Seymour Hersh before we move on.
Yeah, well, just let me clarify a couple things. One is, let's remember, Seymour Hersh has maybe in so many words, but certainly in all but so many words, said that the 9/11 attacks were not perpetrated by Al-Qaeda. So that's where he comes from. But in terms of the recent story, I'm sure he does have sources, and I'm sure he has sources that have raised questions. The problem is he's connecting these dots in a way that makes absolutely no sense. The idea that NATO would blow up the pipelines to Europe, first of all, that there's no way that secret would be
Russia
kept.
blew itself up, is what you're saying.
But I do, guys. So Brian, I'll let you finish. Ian, quickly reply. But I do want to go back to the current story we're discussing, rather than discuss. But Ian, Brian, guys, I do. This is a debate we're prepared. Ian, Brian, we're debating this. We have a space being organized for this. I do want to just focus, if you don't mind, Brian and Ian as well, because we are preparing a discussion regarding that Hersh story, and we've been preparing for it for 2 days now. But I do want to go also. So I know you were trying to speak for about 10, 15 minutes now. I'll let you jump in just with a focus on the current story and recent developments. Kim, the point that Kim is making, away from the Hersh story, the point that Kim is making that this is a distraction, is it, and that's why I echoed it earlier, a lot of people in the comments are, are coming to similar conclusions from all this, that it is a distraction. There's a lot of distrust from everything we're hearing from the Pentagon. Would love to get your thoughts on why the distrust, and then obviously your comments on what Kim was talking about, because you tried to jump in earlier.
Mario, I have to go. I will just say one last thing. A nation that is so sophisticated that shoots spy satellites into space, and China is one of those superpowers, doesn't need balloons with cameras connected to them to spy. They have spy planes, they have sophisticated satellites. Like, this whole story is actually so laughable.
Okay,
but I wish you a great rest of the space, because I gotta go. Enjoy.
Let me agree with Kim on that point. I don't believe China would need these balloons for purely intelligence collection purposes, as I said before. I think this is, 1, a provocation, 2, a diplomatic way to derail the Blinken visit, and 3, and most importantly, they're trying to see how we respond, because they're making plans for the future. I don't think they need this for intelligence collection purposes. I think it's much bigger than that. And I don't think it's a weather balloon, and I think we'll know pretty soon, because that stuff's at 47 feet.
Yeah. Before we jump to Allsource, I do want to jump in here that NORAD just announced, they sort of confirms the reports that we heard earlier, that the flying object flew over 1,500 miles from Montana before being shot down over Lake Huron, which now they're acknowledging the fact that what their statement was last night, about about this being an anomaly seems not to be true. So I just wanted to throw that out there and let all sources respond to that, and then give.
And these conflicting messages don't help the distrust. But then again, this is a developing story. So I just want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Also, do you want to jump in? You're muted.
Yeah, no. So what I would say is, like, let's make this argument that was a weather balloon. Okay, still, it flew over U.S. national sovereign territory. We have every right to shoot it down. Period. Like that this isn't up for debate, regardless of what it is. Two, what a coincidence that the weather balloon flew across multiple sensitive military sites across the United States. What a coincidence. I mean, that is just the most coincidental weather balloon I've ever seen. I mean, come on, look, this was done for intelligence. Everything is indicating it's done for intelligence. You can make the argument that, hey, because they have advanced satellites, but there's still capabilities. That's why we have manned drones and we use it. There's a reason why we fly river joints across the border between Poland and Belarus and Kaliningrad, and you track it in flight, in flight radar. You can track where U.S. intelligence asset aircraft are flying. We have those systems. The Chinese just decided to use balloons for whatever decision and whatever reasons they had. That is a platform they decided to go with. The U.S. is going back to balloons. We've heard multiple reportings on balloons. Just because it's a balloon does not mean it's antiquated. Intelligence capabilities are intelligence capabilities, and we use it. Hold on, and let me just say this. So for that, two, this is a distraction. Well, are we all going to forget how everybody was blasting the Biden administration for not acting on this before, and then they do and they're not? It's kind of like one of those, like, you're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. What I think happened is the U.S. this spy balloon got into the U.S. This has been a recurring issue into the past. We have a better picture. The administration is flailing, trying to respond to it, trying to get back, trying to establish a normal. The messaging is all over the place, but because people are demanding answers immediately, I think NORAD, instead of just taking a step back and trying to gather all the information, is giving information as they have it. And I think there is this logic of saying, hey, we need to back down a little bit. And it also doesn't help that NORAD tells something to the public, then they tell something to the congressman, and then a congressman tells, rightfully so, within all their right, tell it to the public. This is what happens if you want a transparent government. There's going to be messages all over the place. And hopefully, what I hope is that they start to figure this out. They send a standard procedure of how to deal with this in the future. And then the messaging point of view to the American people should be led by like one organization, one person, right? It should be just led. I don't believe Chuck Schumer did us a service going on ABC, I think it was Face the Nation, and saying, oh, well, we believe all these were balloons. Like, we need to have, if it's the Department of Defense, let it be Secretary Austin. If you want to drag him in front of Congress, drag him in front of Congress. But there should be one person. But if you're demanding, that's what transparency looks like.
Let me just say this: if it's a weather balloon, and I say this 75% jokingly, then we should shoot down every weather balloon floating around in the United States. Let's just clarify that. We're in a crisis. We need to shoot this stuff down. We need to shoot it down before it enters our territory. Let's stop playing games. Let's stop talking about, for instance, it's like the border. 5 million people come across the border, and we're arguing about Section 42. It's this focus on detail, missing the forest for the trees. And right now, our nation's under attack. Our government is compromised. And to echo Kim's point, or to kind of take his kind of approach, Joe Biden has been on the take from the Chinese communists. And we're trusting him to make these decisions. That would be if we were similarly situated, if Trump were in a similar situation with a similar compromised position, we'd hear nothing but stories about how the Chinese were giving money to him directly. And he wouldn't be able to do anything with the media coverage and congressional attacks. Here we have Biden directly compromised by the Chinese, and we're under attack by that country. And still, 2 weeks later, we are still feckless, ineffective, and our people remain at risk in a way they have never been put at risk, I would argue, since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
All Source, let me ask you a question sort of on that topic just a little bit, because there were reports that came out eventually that under Donald Trump's administration, there were 3 spy balloons that traversed the United States in some way, shape, or form. And we have no idea if any of that is true because we didn't hear about it at the time.
Trump, just to add something to it, Trump and others in his administration did mention that they've never heard of it. I'm not sure if you know that already in a Fox interview.
It's
being denied by Pompeo as well. So this comes from intelligence sources, which
that came from the Steele dossier, I think.
Go ahead, Osos. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I would say is, that's totally plausible. And I mean, that's the reporting. I think what the difference between this one and the previous one, what it looks like, is this literally went through the entire United States where everybody got to see it, right? So we couldn't hide it, and then the Chinese got caught, right? And I think that creates a new standard, right? So I think, in the past we had a situation where this was a common procedure, a lot more common than we think, and unfortunately we do not like. But I think this is a lot more common. And now that we have, because of the Chinese spy balloon incident, now that we have the data necessary, and this is something we were talking with emergence before, to kind of cue the radars and better prepare our intelligence assets, now we're starting to detect a lot more and we can respond more effectively, right? And I think that is what's going on. So then the question is, by responding more forcefully, does this action stop, right? I guess we have to wait now. Do we have to wait a month, 2, 3 months to see where are we at now? Do other countries say, okay, this is too much public, we're going to stop, or do they continue? That we just have time has to tell.
Justin, you have some clips for us, man?
Yeah, let me play you a quick succession. Look, you can always gauge the feeling about what's happening in D.C. and with the mainstream media based on how they're reacting to the news on the Sunday news programs. Now, I think one of the things that set the press off was this incident that is described here by Chuck Todd on Meet the Press. Just a quick clip here. It's queuing. Sorry. Of course, now the balloon is blocking my internet. Hey, here it comes. Right? That's exactly what it does, right? Let me go right to this clip. Here it is right here. Oh.
Not volunteer this information about.
I was just talking about,
for some reason, the spokesperson, John Kirby, did not volunteer this information about fighter jets being scrambled to shoot down another object until a reporter in that room asked. In a statement on Saturday, the U.S. military could not provide details about the object, including its capabilities, purpose, or origin. And again, there's some weather issues when it comes to actually collecting this thing that was shot down.
And so Todd is really upset. He goes on to say, here's Kirby, who's the spokesman of the Pentagon, who didn't volunteer that they were scrambling jets for another interception until a reporter said, hey, we hear this is going on. He had to own up to it. Here's Meet the Press later on from the Gabble, including Jonah Goldberg.
Hines is absolutely right about this. The problem here is the lack of information and people filling in the blanks on their own. I mean,
I've already been hit with the no. The Chinese thing is a story. This is really UFOs. I'm like, oh no.
Oh, it's all over the place.
Yeah, it has gone down some real rabbit holes.
And I think one of the things that he makes a good point about is we haven't been looking for. Balloon is a funny word. We like talking about balloons, and it was a giant floating middle finger above Middle America. But the reality is these are all drones of one kind or another with different forms of propulsion. And I think, not to get into the alien thing, but to quote Yoda, begun the drone wars they have. Yeah. We are going to be having this for a long time to come.
Okay, and then the last clip here, this is just a quick 20-second clip. This was on the Sunday News Show this week with George Stephanopoulos. He has Chuck Schumer on, and he makes a point that everyone's been making. We let it go, and well, I'll let it play for itself here.
The first balloon, there was a much different rationale, which I think was the appropriate rationale. We got enormous intelligence information from surveilling the balloon as it went over the United States.
Didn't the
and
Chinese
watching.
Get enormous intelligence as well?
Well, they could have been getting it anyway, but we have to know what they're doing. Okay.
So there's a lot of pushback. Normally, Chuck Schumer could find a very, very calm and very friendly softball audience with George Stephanopoulos, but you can see George pushing back. You can see Democratic representatives pushing back on the administration on this stuff. And then I think, Mario, you had a clip up on your feed. I'll just play it real quick. You may have played it already, but this one talking on Face the Nation again about how the U.S. may have contributed to manufacturing the Chinese spy balloons.
I think shockingly, when the balloon was recovered, it had American-made component parts in there with English on that. It was made, parts made in America that were put on a spy balloon from China. I don't think the American people accept that.
So I can tell you right now, going into this next week, talking to some of my friends on Capitol Hill, this is going to be a very, very sore point of discussion. And it's not just a partisan issue. This is going across the political spectrum.
And Nick, I'll give you the mic briefly to give an update for the audience on the developments we've had so far that you, Rose Alerts and Breaking 4 News, have been summarizing for us before I go to Aaron.
Okay, yeah. Obviously, there's been a lot going on here in the past 24 hours. We covered it pretty extensively last night when it came to there was a balloon that was shot down. Well, what we think is a balloon that was shot down over the Yukon Territory in Canada. Then a little bit later, we heard that there was a TFR put in place in Montana that was called off for the night because it was apparently too dark to do anything about it. That balloon has now been confirmed by NORAD to have traversed 1,500 miles from Montana to the east side of Michigan in between Canada over top of Lake Huron. And it was finally shot down by a U.S. F-16 using a Sidewinder missile. And it's also worth noting that this balloon was only at 20,000 feet. So the Pentagon did come out and release a statement recently that told us that it was a threat to civil aviation, and it also had surveillance capabilities that we were worried about from a national defense standpoint, especially being all of the sensitive sites, especially nuclear silos that this thing had traversed over.
You know, if you're a politician, it occurs to me that you don't want to be the wrong side of an issue where Americans are worried about something falling on their heads. Forget about the geopolitical issues. This is something that immediately every American understands. There's something floating that shouldn't be out there, and it could fall on them, just to be blunt. And most of you are probably too young to remember, but, I was a kid at this time, but we all remember Skylab. And, there's that kind of viral nature of this attack scenario that is not going to be result in the typical Democrat versus Republican defense versus offense on Biden. He faces precarious political waters, as this clips has shown on his approach here, because no smart politician, Democrat or Republican, is going to be out there defending this activity, or frankly the response, as hapless as we're seeing in real time today.
Yeah. So let's get Aaron in here. Welcome back up, man.
Oh, thanks, Nick. I can't believe we're having another space on this issue, but here we are. It's fascinating. I want to pose a question. I don't know if there's anyone with the technical.
Your mic. Just by the way, Aaron, your mic is a bit far from your mouth. Just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't know if there's anyone with the technical or military background to answer the question in the space right now. But I had some engineers reach out, and basically the whole question of why would they be using spy balloons, assuming this is China, which I think it is, when they have satellites. And apparently there are some satellite systems that use balloons to sort of probe deeper into the atmosphere, and they're communicating with the satellites all the time. There are deep sea systems that are sort of analogous, triangulating systems with a ship on the surface of the ocean and deep sea divers or smaller probes going deeper into the ocean. So there was some back and forth earlier about, why would they be using this sort of low-tech solution if this was about surveillance or probing with surveillance. And I just wanted to ask if the information sent to me by some engineers affiliated with the military was accurate, and because the sort of either they're using high-tech satellites or low-tech balloons, maybe a kind of false dichotomy. In a way of dismissing the concerns about attempted surveillance.
And Drew was talking about this earlier. I can't remember his username. He was talking about this earlier, and there's various explanations for this. The one I found to be most plausible is there's other reasons they had a balloon floating beyond intelligence gathering. And there was a question that was asked by one of the audience members that if it was just purely intelligence gathering, there's no need to shoot it down, and they could just not allow it to send through the information to China, for example, which was done, and that was one of the reasons they let the balloon float over for more than for a couple of days. I'm talking about the first balloon. So another one could be to test out first the response, probing U.S. capabilities and U.S. response. The second one could be, sending through a message that those balloons could carry a weapon, and our ability to get those balloons into your airspace is kind of a warning shot to the US. But it's really hard to determine the reasons for this. We've had different panelists with different explanations. But I found the second one to be a more interesting one, just showing the capabilities of a balloon that could carry a weapon within US airspace. Tom?
We went down to the border, Judicial Watch team, and we learned 9,000 drones had been used by the cartels to surveil law enforcement operations in the prior year. This report was back in April. So the idea that NORAD, or frankly federal law enforcement, are protecting our airspace from hostile non-governmental actors, and the Chinese, now we see proof of it, is fanciful. If the politics are affecting our national defense, we're under attack in so many ways, one's head spins. So if you're upset by a balloon, and I think you should also be upset by thousands of drone flights, largely unmolested, on our southern border. We are in crisis, America. We are in crisis.
I'll just mention, too, my home is near Rancho Santa Margarita, Rancho Cucamonga, the area of the apparent spotting of something over California, and we're not far from a Marine base there, Camp Pendleton. So flying home from Tucson, but when I get home, I'll be looking up into the evening sky to see if I see anything.
Let's hope not. Tom, you got your hand up. We'll go.
Let's hope.
Yeah. Tom, we'll get you in, and then I want to go to Patrick. I want to get his expert opinion on all of this. Go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead. I just took it down. Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah. Hey, thank you. Look, there's an old saying in Britain, storm in a teacup. Now, I know a lot of things have been said here. I've listened very closely to what people are saying, their arguments and so forth. Imagine if this was a U.S. balloon flying over Chinese or Russian territory. Do you think the Russians would be scrambling fifth-generation MiGs to fire Sidewinder missiles and then make a big show of it on their national media? I really don't think so. Neither would the Chinese. They would definitely apprehend it, if not capture all of its transmissions, wait, see what's going on, maybe take it, don't tell the other side they took it or they've apprehended it. What the U.S. has done is shown their hand, so this looks like it was a political show, quite clearly. And so,
including Patrick, you're referring to the first balloon as well was a political show, because it kind of backfired if it was.
Well, it's all a political show, because one instance has fed directly to the next. These are not separate incidents; these are all related. And I would posit here that the common thread here is that this is a political maneuver by the White House, and there's a lot of different reasons that you can read it that way, because under normal circumstances this wouldn't be happening. U.S. has been in much, much more extreme positions in the past. One good example is in Richard Nixon. U.S. navigation plane was shot down by North Koreans, 31 Americans dead. And Nixon came to the country and said, we'll not be responding in any reciprocal fashion because we don't want to escalate. And already we're having everybody basically festooning around talking about getting ready to escalate, and that this is a prelude to escalation with Taiwan. I mean, this is like patently ridiculous. What's amusing about this whole conversation is that there's a lot of people.
What's the basis for saying it's patently ridiculous?
Because
come on. It's frankly a non-serious approach. It's frankly a non-serious approach.
Tom, you've had a chance to speak. Can you let me finish my thought, please?
Okay. Well, I think we're obligated to highlight unserious arguments on spaces where we have thousands of people listening. And I just think
haven't even heard my Tom. With all due respect, you haven't even heard my argument.
I have heard it, Patrick.
You just
I'll let
you. I do.
I've just got breaking. Over arguing. You can go ahead and speak.
I've just got breaking news very briefly. The Pentagon press briefing is imminent, very shortly, so I'll be covering that live, and we do have Dr. Gorka on stage as well. I'll have a few questions with Sebastian. Sebastian, appreciate you responding and joining the panel. Patrick, I'll let you continue.
Look, there are conservatives on this panel. I count myself as one of them, okay? But I wasn't screaming that Biden duffed up Afghanistan and therefore anything that the Biden administration does is weak and ridiculous and he's totally incompetent. Actually, I agree with all those points. But in this situation, you have people on the right, plus you have the White House, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Lindsey Graham, all in agreement for some strange reason that this was some great American act to scramble F-16s, to fire a Sidewinder missile, to blow up a hot air balloon. I mean, you got to be kidding me. So that alone shows you there's a political shape to what we're witnessing right now. And the fact of the matter is, whether you like it or not, in terms of SIGNET, China has at least 300-400 satellites that can do exactly what our satellites do in terms of image processing, in terms of heat processing, heat signatures, lots of different ways to collect data and intelligence. This idea that I think it's totally over the top to say that this balloon, whatever it is, whatever the provocation is, the U.S. just played the worst hand it could possibly play by turning this into a show. There's a number of things they would love to distract from, and the other is the situation in Ukraine is dire right now. It's dire for NATO and it's dire for Ukraine. And consider how much they pumped up this narrative over the last year that Russia's on the verge of defeat and Russia's running out of ammunition and Vladimir Putin's backed in the corner and he's going to launch tactical nukes. I mean, there's the fake news media. There's many Trump supporters on this panel. You're trusting the fake news media on their narrative with this ridiculous Chinese balloon story. For some reason, you're all on board with the Washington Post, with CNN, with MSNBC. Everybody's celebrating this like this is some show of American force.
Well,
and I will say
frankly,
it's the opposite.
Patrick, that analysis is completely oblivious to what was going on in this space.
Tom, you've got Jake Sullivan calling the shots. Do you trust the future of the country, the security?
Did you listen to what I was saying? Did you listen to what I was saying?
You're
obviously not. You're just making you know what? It is easy to say a pox in all our houses and say you don't believe anything. It's not a serious analysis.
I'm trying to bring some
Patrick, I'm responding to you. I'm responding to you. Stop interrupting me.
So Patrick, I let Patrick.
Tom,
I'm
bringing some balance to the conversation. What's the problem with that? Is there something wrong with that?
I know.
So Patrick, you're lucky. By the way, Patrick, Patrick, you're the lucky. I clicked mute everyone. Everyone got muted except you, Patrick. So you do have superpowers on the space.
Okay.
Use those powers responsibly. Tom, I'll let you quickly respond, and then I'll let you respond, Tom, and then we'll go to Dr. Gorka.
I just don't think it's a serious analysis. What I've said speaks for itself. No one is buying into the media spin on this or the Biden administration spin on this. We're criticizing it, or at least I am. And to say that it's just a hot air balloon is frankly reckless ignorance. And I just hope Americans listening to this ignore Patrick, because we're in a dangerous time and we gotta straighten up and figure out what to do about this. By pretending this is a distraction in Ukraine, and that's frankly talk that is so unserious that it puts America at risk.
I'll go.
So Patrick, from our ability to put on a proper defense.
Patrick,
we will go. Patrick,
is not a serious analysis.
Patrick, we will. Patrick,
and
we'll go to you. Point. I don't know if you can hear me, Patrick. We'll go to you right after. Dr. Gorka, I know you don't have much time. First, appreciate you joining on such short notice.
Thank you. Look, I don't know what the latest, conspiracy or allegation is. Let's just look at the last 2 years and then the last 6 years in correct context. Our number one peer competitor at the strategic level is China. As I've said before on your spaces, Mario, they wish to be the sole hegemonic power. They have a plan to get there by the 100th anniversary of the communist takeover of China, which is 2049. Anybody on this space can download the translation of Unrestricted Warfare, the manual of how to take down far more powerful nations like America. You can look up One Belt, One Road, the plan that they're using to dominate economically those parts of the world that have the natural resources that are not only essential to China, but we need as well. So whether it's rare earth minerals in Africa or the biggest copper mine in the world, which is in Afghanistan, that America allowed to buy when we were controlling that country, China has a plan. Now, when it comes to the actual military capability of China right now and the military capability of lighter than air vessels like balloons, China, this is not, can we stop it with the crazy ideas that this is a prelude to war with America? No, it's not. There is only one nation in the world that has force projection capabilities today, and that's us. Not even our friends in the UK or elsewhere have serious force projection capabilities. China isn't one of them. That's just a matter of fact. Do they compete with us every single day in the economic sphere, in the intelligence sphere? Do they steal our secrets? Absolutely. Are they planning some kind of military action against Taiwan? You can bet your bottom dollar that is on the cards. But the idea that Chinese tanks are going to be rolling down, Constitution Avenue is not happening. That's just fantasy. Also, EMP attacks. One EMP carried by one balloon is not going to be a military takeover of the United States. So neither can you launch chemical or biological weapons from 60,000 feet. So let's just stop it with the crazy ideas. Flip side, let's look at us. We have a national security establishment led by people who really have no experience in national security, people like Jake Sullivan, people like the Tony Blinken, who was literally bitch slapped by the Chinese at our first bilateral in Anchorage right after the election, where the leading diplomat of communist China threw literal BLM talking points into Blinken's face and said, "You are, quote, not in a moral position to lecture us." So that's the paucity of our Sino-American relations right now. And on top of that, we have bad actors, whether it's Putin, whether it's the mullahs, whether it's Pyongyang, or whether it's Beijing, that look at the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, the sacrifice, the surrender of the only strategic airstrip in Central Asia that was under our control, and they say, well, looks like America's waning. Looks like America doesn't want to lead. Now is the time to act while Biden is the commander-in-chief. These are all the realities today. China wants to undermine us. They can't do it in a classic kinetic sense because we're a little bit too far away from them. They do want to take Taiwan. I'm not, prepared to comment on the rest of this UFO, phenomena because, I'm fascinated. I have been since I was, 10 years old and pulled my dad's copy of The Chariots of the Gods off a bookshelf at home. But to this very day, the fact that, if there's so little evidence of what we've seen in the last 60 years being something extraterrestrial, if there is something spooky in the sky, it's probably us flying the replacement to the SR-71 or the Blackbird. It's not people from another planet. The only thing I will say that the recent footage released by the Pentagon of recent years is fascinating in terms of the G's the objects pull, but that's not a balloon from China. That's something else. So I'll stop at this point. Happy to answer questions, but let's have a little bit of rationality here.
Yeah. I do want to ask you a question, Dr. Gorka. It's worth noting for the audience that you are a military and intelligence analyst, and you were a former senior advisor to President Trump. And there have been reports that this apparently happened a lot, even under Donald Trump. And have our systems changed to the point where we can actually see these things now? Because what it seemed like the Biden administration was saying is that there were 3 of these balloons that traversed the country, but the Trump administration didn't even notice that. Does that even seem in the realm of possibility?
So I'll just tell you, I think you managed to get him on last Saturday after I had to drop off, but I have a longer interview with my former colleague who was the B-2 stealth bomber pilot who was head of strategy and planning in the NSC under the Trump administration. That's General Spaulding. I think you managed to get him on for a few minutes. General Spaulding was explicit on my show because I asked him live on air in front of 3 million people, what about these reports of multiple instances of airspace intrusion by Chinese balloons? And he said, if it occurred, quote, the DOD, that's Mattis and Milley, never told the White House. That is a on the record statement from the guy who was chief of strategy in the White House in the NSC. We were never told, which is not completely unbelievable given what we know about Mattis and Milley and the statements Milley's made with regards to General Lee in China and the PLA. So I would be surprised if these things are new. I don't think this is new. I think Chinese overflight of various nations, ourselves included, has been happening for years and years and years. But I can see people inside the DOD saying, we don't want to tell President Trump because we don't like him, or he's going to post a nasty tweet about it.
And I want to ask you one more question on this as well, because this is sort of your field. How do you believe that the U.S. should respond to this? And is this over? Do you expect? Are we going to see more? Because it just seems we've seen 4 in the past week that have had to be shot out of the sky. Yeah. So is this over?
I don't know if you managed to reach out to him. Best answer to that. I'm not a sinologist. My thing was in the British Army was the Soviet Union, Russian Federation. And then here in the U.S., I did the strategy of jihad. So I will stick in my lane as much as I can, but I'll tell you who I respect. So whether it's General Spaulding, who, by the way, I forgot to mention, wasn't just a B-2 pilot in the NSC. He was our U.S. defense attaché in Beijing. So prior to the Trump administration, he was our man. He was the highest-ranking U.S. officer in China. Also David P. Goldman, Michael Pillsbury. But let me quote what Gordon Chang said. Right after this balloon catastrophe occurred, he was on my radio show again, and he said, immediately, irrespective of who's in the White House, immediately, every single Chinese consulate in America from D.C. to San Francisco should have been shut down and all the diplomats in those consulates expelled, PNG'd from our country. The ambassador should have been called on the carpet, not to the State Department, but to the Oval Office. And temporary, very swinging sanctions should have been put in place in key areas of trade to send a message, even if they're just temporary. But consulates should have been shut, ambassadors should have been called onto the carpet, and there should have been some at least temporary swinging trade sanctions to send a message to Beijing. None of that has occurred.
I've just got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind, Sebastian. And then, Tom, I see you jump in, so I'll let you jump in after this question. I've got a few of them. The first one, we do have an ex-NORAD a panelist that was on here earlier, and he sent me a message. He cannot speak right now. He'll be joining us again shortly. But he does expect other countries to be shooting down similar unidentified objects. Now, I know this is speculation, but would that be too far-fetched? And we did see a statement from London. Nick, do you remember what that statement stated? The one we read earlier?
That basically the British government was going to be reevaluating their defense strategies and their detection methods based on what the U.S. found, where they had to readjust their filters to be able to detect these smaller objects.
And if we see that with other countries, other U.S. allies, doing the same thing as the U.S., aggressively shooting down any UFOs in their airspace, could that lead to further escalations?
Look, I think you may see a bit of that. However, I will say that most nations don't have, no nations have the capabilities we do. You know, the Brits could do it, the French could do it, the Canadians to a certain extent, the people who have like 4th generation aircraft like the Gripen in Sweden, they could do it. But I don't see a spate of this, because at the end of the day, I think I said this previously, look, this isn't about the technological penetration and the SIGINT, scoop of a very slow balloon vessel traversing the nation that over a series of days. As the prior speaker said, China has more than enough ISR in the stratosphere, more than enough military satellites to get whatever intel that they can. This is a 200-year-old technology. Having a slow, mildly maneuverable balloon go at the top of the flight range. That this is a political and psychological message. The idea that Beijing can say to the nations that it has been intimidating since its remilitarization in the last 20 years. Look, we can fly unimpeded across U.S. airspace with a surveillance vessel, even if they picked up nothing, even if they picked up, this Twitter space, it doesn't matter. They're sending a message. Look what we can do to America. So other nations that likewise feel they need to send a message to China to say, we patrol our airspace may do that. In terms of escalation, no. What are the Chinese going to do? Send more balloons? No, I don't see this. There'll be a lot of rhetoric, in the South China Times and coming out of the official organs of Beijing, but I don't see a serious military escalation.
So we'll jump to Tom real quick. I'll let you respond, and I do have another question for Sebastian. So go ahead, Tom.
Sebastian said, thanks for popping
Sure.
on. I'm a little more concerned about the nature of this activity than perhaps you are, but I think we largely share the same approach. And I want you to explore more, if you could, or respond to what I think is the crisis in our military leadership. I was joking, I think, with some foundation earlier that NORAD probably gets more excited about its annual tracking of Santa to some of its other core duties. We have the Air Force brainwashing its cadets on critical race theory. The other academies are doing it. They're obsessed with the social and engineering aspect at the general officer level. And, this kind of lackadaisical approach to these, what I consider to be attacks. We have the border out of control with drones run by the cartels. Don't we need a top-to-bottom overhaul of our military establishment if we're going to be secure in situations like this?
Yeah, that is what we should be talking about, and that's what we should maybe have. If Mario's looking for another topic, then that would be a Twitter space I'd be on for hours, because that is the key problem. So look, I don't undermine anything you've said in terms of China. China is the strategic threat. When we came into office, if you look at actual purchasing parity, power, if you look at, if you don't look at the straight currency conversion, you actually look at purchasing parity, China had a bigger economy than we did in 2016. People didn't realize that. We came in, we redressed the balance, we put in serious sanctions in place against China, we started targeting the Confucian Institutes and everything else. So, yeah, this is the number one threat, and it has to be taken seriously, but it can't be taken seriously with the current administration. So before I joined the White House, I was a DoD civilian from 2008. I served 5.5 years at the highest military education institute in America. That's National Defense University in D.C. at Fort McNair. And there we were training 05s, 06s, and 1 stars. And over my time in the DoD, and this was under Obama, I saw a increasing politicization of the officer corps over the rank of, half bird and above. And, it was the Petraeus effect. You became a political actor. Your job was to say yes to your masters. Oh, yes, we can democratize Afghanistan. Yes, the Iraqis are going to love us when we invade and occupy. And people were not prepared to honorably tell the truth to their political masters. At the end of the day, this led us to the Mark Milley general staff or chiefs of staff, where you have him as chief of staff of the army in uniform, not in dress blues, in combats, in camo combats, at a public event. You can look this up on C-SPAN. I use the video regularly, saying just a few years ago, China is not our enemy. It is a great nation on the rise. Quote, it is not our enemy. This is a nation that calls us their enemy explicitly every single day in unclassified documents. Then he rises to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. he testifies before the Senate that I don't know what critical race theory is, but I'm glad it's being taught at West Point because I'm white and I want to know what white rage is. This is the same man who's admitted, again, on the record, that when President Trump was in office, he told his counterpart in China, General Lee, the equivalent of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, don't worry if President Trump plans some military action against China, I will give you a heads up. At any other age, that would have been sedition and treasonous, and that man would have been arrested and court-martialed. That is the man who is still the highest-ranking military officer in the most powerful nation in the world. Likewise, this is a personal anecdote from just 2 weeks ago. Son of a 3-star former Green Beret general is returning from Europe. He has been training he's been training special forces in a specific Baltic state, trying to get them up to speed on irregular warfare prior to any potential Russian invasion of a NATO nation, because all the Baltic states are NATO nations. This SF operator returns to Fort Bragg after training our NATO allies to kill Russians, and he has to sit down to a 4-hour mandatory lecture on pronouns. A mandatory lecture on pronouns. And the latest, I was at an event about a month ago, and I'm going to have this guest on my show. I'm not going to use his name now because he's a former SEER instructor, and he said he'd talk about it openly on my show, but he'll do that when he comes on. And he said that SOCOM, that's the Special Operations Command in MacDill in Tampa, was recently ordered to have all of its main elements swear allegiance to the Commander-in-Chief. Not the U.S. Constitution, to the Commander-in-Chief. Now, God bless SOCOM, they refused. They said, we do not swear allegiance to an individual. We serve the U.S. Constitution, and we fight enemies, foreign and domestic. But that is where we are today. We are run by people who don't like America, think America is the problem, and their ideology is being infiltrated into the last bastion of patriotic conservative values in America, which is the military. We saw this experimentation using the military as a petri dish under Obama and Clinton. Now it's not just, don't ask, don't tell. It's you've got to comply with critical race theory and the usage of pronouns, or you will be reprimanded. That is a topic for a very serious space.
So I've got Sebastian. I've got another question for you, and I know we've got Dusty up on the panel, which we'll go to in a bit. Sebastian, my question for you is: Biden being involved in the decision-making process for shooting down those UFOs. I'm just using the UFOs as for unidentifiable objects. Is that just for the show, or does that mean the matter is more serious than we may think?
No, that's how it has to happen. I mean, you got to remember this is NORAD's first ever kinetic action. So, the White House would take that decision. Now, this is fascinating if you go back in time, and we don't know how much we're being told is actually accurate. But if you read the biography of Obama, which is very strange, when we finally located bin Laden, when we sent in that doctor to do the genetic testing surreptitiously, confirmed the identity that man, 1.5 miles away from the Pakistani West Point was in fact the mastermind for 9/11, the final decision to send in the 2 SEAL teams was put to a vote. The then Commander-in-Chief, Obama, actually in a NSC session at Principals, and this has all been declassified, asked his cabinet members to vote as to whether or not a kill team should be sent in. The only person of the cabinet who said no and voted against the decision to kill bin Laden was the then Vice President Biden. So it puts an interesting spin on what we're being told about the current shoot down.
So if you don't mind, I want to ask you one more question, Dr. Gorka. When it comes to the response from the U.S. government, at what point, what has to happen for us to respond militarily in some way? That's been a big question that we've gotten from the audience tonight.
I can't right now imagine what would require a military response, because whichever way you put it, yes, it is an object that is relaying material back to the PLA's, MI headquarters. I mean, the balloon. But this isn't a military operation using kinetic force against U.S. assets or interests somewhere else in the world. So, even if the balloon, malfunctioned and landed on somebody's ranch and, killed somebody inside a building, I'm not sure that would be seen as grounds for a military response against China. This is an espionage activity coming from a militarized state with one party that is the world's biggest communist dictatorship. So right now, the apposite, the correct response is a political, diplomatic, and economic response. That would be the correct response right now, which would include, making China hurt. It's not just words, but making them hurt, like, kicking out when after the Skripal assassination in the UK. We in the Trump administration did more than anybody else. We actually kicked out more than 60 KGB officers from the United States. Germany was banging their chest that we kicked out 7 people. We kicked out more than 50 Russian intelligence officers who are under diplomatic cover. That hurt the Russian Federation, something akin to that. And that's for an assassination attempt that didn't even occur on our soil against the U.S. citizen. It occurred in the UK. So something at least of that magnitude has to occur today for us to send the requisite message of seriousness to Communist China.
Yeah. So before we go to Dusty here, I do want to mention that we are monitoring this Pentagon press conference that is imminent here. We are hoping to learn a lot more. The Pentagon they haven't been talking too much about this stuff over the past week. So we're hoping that we'll actually get some useful information and maybe they'll be a little bit more transparent. We expect that at any time now. So, and we're going to stream it live here. Dusty, I want to go to you real quick because you've been pretty vocal about this, about how these balloons and objects are much more difficult to take down than people think. And then as well, there's a cost issue there as well. So, what's your take on it?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'm no expert necessarily, but as a producer on a YouTube channel, I've been consuming 24/7 everything balloons for a handful of weeks here now. But so some of the things that we learned while developing the story go completely in contrast with like what the attitude that Patrick guy had. No offense, Patrick, but these are not hot air balloons. They are not a joke. They're a true, serious military platform. And I think that's number one, the first biggest risk and biggest takeaway to take from this. And as far as taking down these things, of course it is possible. But you start getting into the ones that we've had so far. I can't speak on these smaller objects, but on the larger balloons, the altitudes that they were at were low for the platform. So they can go much, much higher. 60,000 feet is low. 40,000 feet is low. 130 is doable. 175,000 is the record. And so it starts becoming quite difficult to take them down, especially at an appropriate cost.
So that is a good point here because these Sidewinder missiles that have been shot out of now both F-22s and F-16s now, they cost around $600,000. Well, between $400,000 and $600,000. And so people are wondering, why can't the mounted cannon be used? Just fire a couple bullets into it and blow it out of the sky. Why have we decided that we need to use these $600,000 missiles to shoot these down?
Well, I can answer that. So any kind of ground-based cannons or guns or anything cannot reach these altitudes. So that's one. Secondly, it's been done before. Some of these other lighter than air vehicles have been shot at over 1,000 times, hit with bullets. And because they have low pressure, they don't just go down immediately like someone would assume. It's not like popping a kid's balloon. So that's the main issue with those type of weapons. And then cost. So on the balloon side, see, that's the ratio people need to understand as far as how this could go with any kind of war of attrition. So it's at least at a 30-to-1 cost ratio. Project Loon estimated somewhere, the Google internet balloons are somewhere around $25,000 per balloon with the gear. So the balloon, the first balloon that we had, we're estimating maybe was around $100,000, but it depends a lot on what the payload is. So you're talking $100,000 versus $3 million or more to take one of these balloons down. That's a huge issue.
So, go ahead, Mario. You're trying to go.
Yeah, sure. I was going to ask. Go back to Sebastian. Sebastian, this being NORAD's first engagement, I'm a bit split on how seriously to take this matter. Because on one side, intelligence operations are relatively common. All countries do them to each other, especially the larger, especially when you look at Russia, China, the US, and most EU countries. But at the same time, having a flying object over US territory and having NORAD engage, and that was a week after the initial balloon, is that just China's audacity and military might, or is it just something being exaggerated and shouldn't be considered as serious as we were discussing earlier?
I think there's a in this instance there is a happy medium, Mario. So the bottom line is this is our sovereign airspace, and it doesn't matter who you are. You have to practice. You have to defend the sovereignty of your territory. That's the Westphalian system. Your land mass and the air above it until outer space is your airspace and your sovereign territory. Now, at the end of the day, yes, it is a low-tech, low-pressure, lighter than air vehicle, but it is a spy vehicle. It is a surveillance vehicle from a communist dictatorship that expresses its enmity towards us. So you have to take it seriously. Now, the paradox we find ourselves in is that the non-negotiable principle of sovereignty, whether territorial or airspace, is kind of difficult to argue for when you have a political elite that thinks, for example, the physical territory and the sovereignty of national borders is just facultative and plastic. I mean, the idea that we've had more than 2 million people cross the border illegally in just the last 12 months, the sky is important, and we're going to use our most expensive weapons platform to take down a balloon that's not even a dirigible, but we're going to leave the border open to 6,000 illegal immigrants every single day. This is the kind of bizarro world we find ourselves in. China is a threat. It's not a direct military threat to America. It is a financial, intelligence, psychological warfare, and everything else kind of threat. It is a military threat to our friends and allies and partners, especially in Southeast Asia. But at the end of the day, this is our stinking airspace, and anything that comes into it willfully to collect intelligence should be intercepted.
Comparing this to immigrants from Mexico versus a spy balloon from a rival, it's difficult. Territory. A country's sovereign territory is sovereign territory, but I just wouldn't put them in the same basket, in my opinion, Sebastian, unless there's a separate point you're making. But the next question that I have is,
I'm not comparing illegal immigrants to spy balloons. I'm talking about the principle of national sovereignty. So we're in this paradox situation where we will deploy the sexiest piece of hardware available, the most expensive aircraft out there, to shoot down a balloon, but we won't secure the physical border from those crossing it illegally. It's just, it has to be noted. There's a strange dichotomy between the expression of national sovereignty in those two different instances.
Dr. Gorka, where do you draw the line in intelligence gathering? If a flying balloon doesn't cross a line and doesn't warrant a serious response, and I'm not referring just to a military response, what are lines that, if crossed, again, we're talking about intelligence gathering here, even you'd be concerned and a military response is more plausible?
Well, it depends upon the target, right? We know that Eric Swalwell, for example, was courted by a honeypot, had somebody campaigned for him and he had sex with somebody who was a Chinese intelligence agent. We know that. We don't deploy SEAL teams against Fang. So it depends. I mean, are they assailing the launch code sequencing in President Biden's nuclear football? That is the ultimate intelligence target. Are they trying to hack into our continuity of government systems that would be used if we actually went to war with any nation? That kind of an intelligence assault would require a far more robust and instant response, as opposed to a honeypot attack or plot against an upcoming politician in California. So every one of those is a case-by-case threat analysis and requires a response that is commensurate to the threat posed by the intelligence gathering operation.
Could I add something here, Mario? I think, and I think Seb would probably agree with this. I mean, the challenge that we have here in the United States and frankly transnationally is that there are many elites that not only it's why do they excuse China? Because they admire their system of government. They admire and envy their ability to, quote, get things done. And I don't know how many times we have to have American officials jokingly refer to the fact that the Chinese can do this and that, but we can't, with this envy. And, going back to General Milley, coordinating with the Chinese. So there's a lot and plus you have this other corporate structure that has a great interest in maintaining a status quo with China. And so as we respond to this, that's going to be that's kind of the battle. You have those of us who want to change the relationship to China, make investment in China similar to the way it was treated during the days of the Soviet Union, investment in the Soviet Union, that anyone who did it was a pariah. And, our government rejects that. And they see these balloons not as a national security threat, as, I don't want to say they don't see it completely as a national, solely as a PR issue. But it's largely a PR issue for them because it gets in the way of their desperate effort to maintain the status quo with China, despite the obvious reality that China is desperate to overtake U.S. power in a way that would put us all in the position of, the Seb knows this language, dimnitude, with respect to the Islamist attacks, dimnitude with respect to China. And and certainly the Chinese aren't helping their cause here, but it exposes this dishonest approach with China. There are a lot of folks who don't want our relations to China to change at all, no matter what they do.
There's a before you go, and Aaron, I'll go to Aaron and Dusty right after. I've just got one more question for Dr. Gorka, if you don't mind. China's response. Go ahead, Nick.
I just want to let you know we got about a 10-minute warning here on that press conference. 5 and 10 minutes, but we'll carry it live. So go ahead, Mario.
Perfect. That's the Pentagon briefing, correct?
Yes, it is.
Beautiful. Okay. So while waiting for that, Sebastian, China's response has been interesting. Initially, they were apologetic, and when we did the first space on this, we discussed this at length and kind of indicated that a mistake was made on their end, or it seems like a mistake because they're not usually apologetic. Yeah. And then the second response was, kind of mocking the aggressive tone in the U.S. And the anger coming from the U.S., and they were obviously calling it a weather balloon. Then number 3, we saw anger from China after the balloon was shot down. And even rejecting a phone call from I cannot remember who it was, but they rejected communication. I think it was the Pentagon.
Yeah, it was Lloyd,
and then the fourth
Austin,
one,
I think. Lloyd Austin.
And then the fourth response that we're seeing earlier today is that China's creating. I'm not saying they're creating, but now they're reporting a story of them having spotted an unidentified object a UFO in their airspace and they will shoot it down. So kind of replicating the same story as the US, which kind of seems like either they're just mocking the whole story and it's not that serious, or trying to change the narrative. What are your thoughts on China's response, and what does it indicate? Does it seem like it's a mistake? Do they want to de-escalate the situation, or are they flexing and they don't mind an escalation?
Look, I think the original operation with this somebody just DM'd me and said, balloon isn't a good description because people think of something innocuous, and they're using the phrase atmospheric satellite, and I like that. I say surveillance platform. The original mission, I think, was a classic probing mission. It was less about what they could pick up at the lower frequencies in terms of the radio spectrum that is impossible to pick up from a satellite. I think it was to test our response and our resolve. And I think the path of the balloon or the atmospheric satellite, traversing most of the United States in a diagonal, was deliberate to see what to be as offensive, as much in our face as possible, and to see what the response was. Now, their initial reaction was classic, communist regime, whether it's Cuba, the Soviet Union, North Korea, or China. The garbage. Oh, it was just a civilian balloon, because yes, there are a lot of civilian surveillance balloons in China. There is no such thing as a civilian company that is flying, surveillance balloons at 60,000 feet. So, it's the derisive lie at the beginning. Then it evolved into the apology. Then it kind of became the classic. It's like, what is it? The 12 steps for an alcoholic. They went through the 12 steps of communist propaganda, whereby by the end of it, it was, saber rattling and probably generating a story of, we have our own UFOs and we know where they're coming from and we're going to shoot them down. So it's classic one-party state, maskirovka to desinformacja to saber rattling. So very, very typical for the Chinese regime or any communist regime.
Okay, and you don't seem too worried, Aaron, I'll jump to you right after, but you don't seem too worried about this escalating further, because we didn't expect to have more balloons after the incident, or more balloons, or more objects after the shooting down of the balloon a week ago, and obviously now we're seeing three unidentified objects shot down, and I think one of them is confirmed to be a balloon. Nick, you know the facts, in the last 3 days. And obviously other countries last 4 days in 3 or 4. Hold on, 4 days,
sorry,
or 4
in the past week. I thought you were saying 3 total. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 3 in the last 3 days. But from the tone and what you said, Sebastian, you just don't seem too concerned about this escalating further.
No,
I'd be in the same boat. Both countries can't afford that to escalate.
No, actually, I wouldn't say that. I would say that asking the question of a potential escalation is missing the point and is being ethnocentric and is looking at China's way of war from our Clausewitzian way of war. So, this is perhaps, apart from a woke military leadership, this is our biggest weakness in the West, whether it's us or anybody else in the NATO alliance. This applies in a certain extent to Russia, but most specifically to China. They don't look at war the way we do. We have a very binary conceptualization of war. Our strategic thought is almost exclusively shaped by the Prussian general Karl von Clausewitz and his seminal work on war. And we look at war as an anomaly, as a temporary state of affairs, and what we're aiming for is peace. Suddenly, something happens. Archduke Ferdinand is assassinated by Gavrilo Princip in Sarajevo, Hitler invades Poland, and boom, the switch is flicked, and we are in a state of war that will end when, on the deck of a U.S. aircraft carrier, we sign a ceasefire and a peace treaty with Tojo's Japan and the emperor surrenders. That is absolutely alien. That conceptualization of warfare, that it's on and it's off and it's on and it's off, is utterly and completely alien to Asian conceptualizations of warfare. If you want to know the difference, you've got to read Sun Tzu's book. I mean, it literally takes 2 hours to read, and to this day, it absolutely defines whether it's imperial China, whether it is communist China, whether it is Xi Jinping. They do not think of war as a binary with peace. For communist China today, war is a permanent state of being. They are always at war. Sometimes it gets kinetic, but most of the time it is in the low intensity political, economic, intelligence, and psychological operations field. So us asking the question of escalation is irrelevant because they want to defeat us. They are already at war with us. And, it will go kinetic imminently in Taiwan. Then they'll dial it back. It'll go kinetic somewhere else with Russia potentially. Then they'll dial it back. But at the end of this day, they are already at war with us. They have been for decades. Our asking the question of whether it escalates is a very pedestrian, prosaic way of asking, will shots be fired? That's irrelevant. They have a plan. 2049, they will be the hegemonic power. They don't even think of on and off. They are in it to win it.
Dr. Gorka, I'm going to ask you one more question here before we go to Aaron and Dusty, because I do want them to jump in on this. One of the biggest stories from the past 2 days especially is that there have been a lot of contradictions that have been made by the U.S. government about what has actually gone on here. There's been a huge lack of transparency. And one of the reasons that they've cited is because it's a national security risk. Does it have more to do with politics? What are we looking at here? I mean, because you worked in the national security field.
Well, look, look. A lot of it has to do with rank amateurism. I mean, look at who's running. I mean, Jake Sullivan, the guy who used to literally, run the Starbucks orders for, Susan Rice. I mean, that's the national security advisor. So, you have people who've never served in the military, really have no significant background in national security apart from party political, apparatchiks. Then you have a military that is suffused with politics. I mean, just utterly at the highest level. When Mark Milley is stating, BLM talking points at a Senate testimony, then the idea that you're going to have an unpolitical analysis of the threat is really very doubtful. And at the end of the day, it's also everything that Tom said. That there is a very peculiar relationship that the elite in America has today with China. And I don't mean just the Democrats. I mean Palo Alto, big tech, Walmart, Microsoft, and the big companies that want to do business with China, that see a billion-plus market there. Google having its IA research facility in communist China. We have a political elite that thought the right model to deal with COVID was the China model. I mean, can we just remind ourselves the model to shut down schools and businesses wasn't generated here. That was Neil Ferguson out of the UK who was copying China's lockdown model, and it was pitched to Americans or to the American political elite, and we followed communist China's lead. So the idea that we will have a lastingly robust response to this endangers lots of vested interests in both the private sector and the public sector. So, the confusion, I predict, I guarantee you, will continue, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Gorka.
This is a segue, Nick.
As I said, guys, we are awaiting this Pentagon press conference, and it should be imminent here. So just stay tuned for that. Aaron, jump in, and then I got questions for Dusty.
Yeah, 2 quick points. So just to follow up on the comments from
Aaron,
Sebastian, can you hear me?
Yeah, Nick, we can hear. Yeah, we can hear Aaron.
Okay.
Nick, you can't hear him. Go ahead.
Sorry. So the metaphor here is everyone else is watching the Super Bowl who's not on this space. The Western conception of war is a football game. Team A and Team B line up on the line of scrimmage. One team goes on offense and pushes the ball one way. The other team, takes a defensive stance, and then they get the ball and they push in the other direction. That's not the right metaphor. I agree with what's going on with China. What's going on with China is a chess game. And we're kind of maybe a quarter or a third of the way through a chess game that China has been playing for a long time. And the balloons were the next maneuver, maybe moving a power piece, a rook or a bishop, maybe even, not a queen yet, around the board to kind of change the arc of the game. And the second point I wanted to make about military readiness has to do with the well-known fact throughout history that those who rise to the top of the military hierarchy in peacetime have a different skill set than those who rise to the top and are effective in wartime. So we've been in relative peacetime for a while now, which means people who rise to the top, as was alluded to earlier, are people who are politically savvy, particularly in relation to those currently in power. So the military is taking an interest in critical race theory, including the top brass in the military, not because they care about that issue or that they think that's the best way to deal with racism, but
Aaron,
Aaron, we do have. Sorry, we'll give you the mic. Yeah, go ahead with breaking news, and then we'll go back to Aaron. Sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, a senior U.S. official is now reporting to ABC News that they find no sense that the 3 objects shot down this weekend are anything but meteorological balloons or some sort of weather balloon, and not spy balloons. This is from Luis Martinez, senior Pentagon reporter for ABC News. It's very interesting and contradictory, these statements that we're hearing, and also would beg the question why at all then shoot these down, if not to make just a statement out of their sensitive radar systems.
So wait a minute, Matthias. This is very important.
Oh my God! So they just shot down fucking weather balloons to make a statement. I mean, that seems likely. They overreacted to this one.
Can you tell us, Matthias? Do you know what their source is?
Luis Martinez's source, right? The ABC source is, quote, a senior U.S. official. That's all we have at this point, but it's been confirmed by Luis Martinez, who is an ABC News senior Pentagon reporter.
But even if they're weather balloons, should they not have been registered, that they're even in the vicinity? That should be approved. So for them to even be on U.S.
You don't shoot down something without hostile intent. That's a ROE.
That's very odd. Exactly. We had an ex-NORAD panelist earlier who did say the same thing. There's a 3-step process, and one of them is a hostile intent. And that has to be identified before they shoot it down, unless they did change the rules of engagement. I think we talked about earlier that they did change the rules of engagement in response to what happened yesterday, and they became a lot more flexible on what is being shot down. Matthias, if you can send me through, because I know Aaron was speaking. So we'll go back to
flexibility.
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah, but this
exactly. It's a good point, Nick. If you can send me through the source, etc., in our group, please, Matthias. I'd love to read it through and elaborate further for the audience. But I'm really glad you jumped in and mentioned this. Catherine, I'll let you go ahead, and then we'll go back to Aaron.
Yeah, I guess what I'm suggesting is that essentially these balloons, because of the previous ones, even though these may be weather-related ones, they're still meant to provoke. So the intention is kind of the same, and therefore the government's policy might have been to treat them as hostile just either because they still believe them to be hostile, or because even if they knew that they were weather balloons, they still saw them as provocation and wanted to respond in kind.
It also doesn't make sense from a Chinese diplomatic perspective. So the Chinese figure out through the news media, if nothing else, that one of their weather balloons has floated into American airspace. Their diplomatic corps is going to be reaching out right away, saying this is not a hostile act. We're not doing what you think we might be doing or what you might be worried about doing. Please capture, shoot down, do whatever you want with this weather balloon so you can verify that it's not hostile and it's not running surveillance. So this explanation makes no sense from the perspective of our behavior. It makes no sense from the perspective of the behavior of the Chinese in relation to this. It just doesn't make sense.
Do we know if it's Chinese? Is it confirmed?
I think this statement, Matthias, does this statement refer to it being Chinese or not? I know that's actually, Matthias, which ones do we know have been confirmed as Chinese? And by the way, everyone, any second, Nick will be kicking off the Pentagon conference. So that will be any second now. Nick's got everything ready. You'll be streaming it live, correct, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thanks, man. Matthias, which balloons or objects do we know are Chinese?
The only thing that we know has been confirmed as a Chinese spy balloon is, in fact, the first balloon itself, which is part of a larger program that China's been operating.
So everything, hold on. So everything in the last, Matthias, everything in the last 4 days hasn't been confirmed to be Chinese, but obviously speculating it is Chinese is relatively plausible.
And press conference is live. Audio is a little shaky because it's being done by phone. So the Pentagon is for some reason doing it by phone. So I'm going to go ahead and tune into that right now.
Of the United States. We did not have data link for queuing like we had before. Data link allows the radars on the ground to share information to the fighters airborne, allowing them to cue their sensors and their visual acuity in an attempt to visually identify the track. At sunset, we were unable to find the track. Also, our radar operators lost the track on radar. Therefore, that's why we called it an anomaly, because we weren't able to identify it. Several hours later, overnight, we began seeing east of the position in Montana as it approached Wisconsin. At that point, we developed a game plan once we started seeing another radar contact to go investigate. It's likely, but we have not confirmed that the track that we saw in Wisconsin was likely the same track in Montana. We elected to scramble with the best position to intercept if we needed to engage with the lowest collateral damage, and that was in the eastern portion of Wisconsin just prior to Lake Michigan when the fighters became on the track of interest at that time. We monitored the track of interest as it passed over Lake Michigan. We assessed that it was no threat, physical threat, military threat, legal infrastructure. That's my assessment. It continues to be today. However, at this point, we still have an unknown, and it forces a broader discussion about what is this object that's in our U.S. Sovereign airspace. It's within our Federal Aviation Administration airspace, not providing any communications, not providing any notice that could potentially help us deconflict. And therefore, we wanted to investigate further. We did. It tracked across the upper peninsula of Michigan. We were cleared to engage the target in eastern upper peninsula of Michigan, overland, and ultimately down the object at this point, about 15 nautical miles east of the upper peninsula in Lake Huron. What we saw is an object that began drifting, potentially most likely landed in Canadian waters in Lake Huron. And we have ongoing recovery operations with Coast Guard assets moving towards this area. I would like to highlight this entire time. I remained in contact with my Canadian boss, General Wayne Eyre. The Canadians were very supportive. The Canadians launched 2 F-18s plus their tanker as well to support this operation. The fighters were from Madison, Wisconsin, Air National Guard unit. We utilized a tanker from Pittsburgh Air National Guard, and we had an AWACS on station from Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma. That's all I have for my operational update. I look forward to your questions.
Secretary Dalton and General Van Herk, thank you both. For our first question, we'll go to Associated Press, Tara Kopp.
Hi, thank you very much, both of you, for doing this at this late hour. For Secretary Dalton and for General Van Herk, we've had 4 shoot downs in the last 8 days. Can you talk about the sense of concern you have, and should Americans be worried? This is a very rare thing to have this many shoot downs or any shoot downs over U.S. airspace. And then secondly, General Van Herk, can you give us any indication of what your pilots are seeing and reporting? Thanks.
Hey, before we jump into the question, just a reminder, everyone, please mute your phones. Thank you. Sounds like we have an open mic out there. My apologies. Over to you, ma'am.
Great. Tara, thanks so much for the question and for handling it also at a late hour. The safety and security of the American people are job number one for us at the Department of Defense and certainly for NORAD and General Van Herk's team. We, following the track of the PRC balloon last week, as I mentioned at the top, we have been more closely scrutinizing our airspace at these altitudes enhancing our radar, which may at least partly explain the increase in the objects detected. But we also know that there are a range of entities out there, whether they're private companies, research organizations, that operate objects at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate research. But because we have not been able to definitively assess what these recent objects are, the president wanted to act out of an abundance of caution to protect our security and our interests. So we will remain vigilant. We have made these enhancements to our radars, and the operations this past week have been successful in bringing down these potential threats. And we are hard at work now recovering the debris to better understand certainly the capabilities of the surveillance balloon from the PRC, but also the nature of these unidentified objects to better understand, were they surveillance objects, what was their purpose, what are their capabilities, and we look forward to sharing more as we learn more in the coming days.
Thanks, Melissa. Let me just add on. So your question was about citizens being considered. I'm assessing all of these to be non-kinetic threats to the homeland, and I don't see that changing even when we recover debris. Every day, NORAD, United States Northern Command, are ready to defend, deter as required. So I think this is a story where we were successful in detecting and if needed, to respond. What I would tell you is what we're seeing is very, very small objects that produce a very, very low radar cross-section. I'm not going to go into detail about shapes or anything like that, really, because it's really, really difficult for pilots. At the altitudes we're operating, it's a very, very slow object in the space, if you will, going at the speed of the wind, essentially. And our pilots are going 300 miles per hour to give us what I would consider a factual, scientific-based description of what we see. And therefore, I'm hesitant to tell you that. With that being said, I would like to talk about the radar and the challenges that we face. Something going this slow in the radar section. So as Assistant Secretary Dalton talked about, radars essentially filter out information based on speed. So you can set various gates, we call them velocity gates, that allow us to filter out low-speed clutter. So if you had radars on all the time that we're looking at anything from 0 speed up to, say, 100, you would see a lot more information. We have adjusted some of those gates to give us better fidelity on seeing slower objects. You can also filter out by altitude. And so with some adjustments, we've been able to get a better categorization of radar tracks now. And that's why I think you're seeing these overall. Plus, there's a heightened alert to look for this information. I hope that adds additional clarification.
Just one quick follow-up. 4 shoot-downs in 8 days. When was the last time that U.S. fighters were scrambled and shot something down over U.S. airspace? I can't remember anything. And it just seems like there's a large and quick escalation to shooting down objects.
I'll have to get with our historians. I believe this is the first time within United States of America airspace that NORAD or United States Northern Command has taken kinetic action against an airborne object.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, sir, ma'am. Let's go to Jen Griffin, Fox News.
Hey, thanks, Pat. This is Liz. I'll be asking for Jen today. Are these balloons that have been shot down since Friday, or are they weather balloons?
Thanks very much for the question. Yep, go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, so I'm not going to categorize them as balloons. We're calling them objects for a reason. Certainly the event off the South Carolina coast for the Chinese spy balloon, that was clearly a balloon. These are objects. I am not able to categorize how they stay aloft. It could be a gaseous type of balloon inside a structure, or it could be some type of a propulsion system. But clearly, they're able to stay aloft. I would be hesitant to and urge you not to attributed to any specific country. We don't know. That's why it's so critical to get our hands on these so that we can further assess and analyze what they are.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Nancy Youssef, Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. To both of you, you're saying that their preliminary assessment is that they don't pose a kinetic threat, but that they are objects and not balloons, and that you need to sort of adjust your radar. And I guess I'm trying to get an understanding, what is the expectation going forward, or at least in the next few days? Is it your plan to continue to shoot these down, or to make adjustments such that you can make assessments better, that they don't always have to happen when you're shooting something down? I'm trying to get a sense of the adjustment, General Van Herk, that you referred to, and what that will look like, practically speaking, in the days ahead. Thank you.
Nancy, thanks for the question. So the expectation going forward is we'll continue to doing our mission exactly like we've been doing now, approaching 65 years for NORAD. If there's an unknown object that enters either Canadian or U.S. airspace, we will go out. We will attempt to identify it. If it's a threat, kinetic threat, military threat, I am delegated the authority if it commits a hostile act or hostile intent. Well, let me describe hostile act. Hostile act would be shooting a missile, dropping a bomb, taking aggressive action. A hostile intent would be maneuvering to an offensive position against our forces or something like that. In that situation, I'm cleared directly to engage without further permission. In this case, there's no hostile act or hostile intent, but it is an unknown object, and therefore we have to have a further discussion across the government, both the government of Canada in some cases and the government of the United States, to assess, is it a risk to national security by passing over key covered facilities such as our missile fields and other structure? Is it a risk to flight safety? Is it a risk to personnel on the ground? And then if you're going to take action, you have to make an assessment of what is the risk of collateral damage to potentially boats and mariners out over the water, our infrastructure, and people on the ground. That's essentially the process you go to and have to go through. And we've done that on each one of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to David Martin, CBS.
You say that this is the first time we've ever had shoot downs, at least to the best of your memory. But has any of this happened before the Chinese balloon was discovered? Have there been these unidentified objects which have been tracked for a while and then left U.S. airspace, but have entered and for one reason or another were not, what should I say, prosecuted like you've been doing these, the ones since the Chinese balloon?
Yeah, David, so great question. Thanks for that. So we have scrambled in the past against radar tracks that we've been unable to correlate with fighters. That has happened over years. And sometimes it's attributed to potentially being birds. Sometimes it's been attributed to weather. Sometimes we don't know what to attribute it to. What I would say is you go back and look over time, we've been able to figure out the best way to track various sources, including the high altitude balloons that we've talked about recently back to 2019 and prior, and couple that with our adjustments of our radar. It gives us a better ability to detect and have better domain awareness, as you've heard me talk about. I don't know if Secretary Dalton wants to add anything to that.
Thank you very much, General Van Herk. I would just add to that as we learn more about these objects, and certainly the PRC balloon, we're going to enhance our understanding of the characteristics of them that will perhaps enable us to look back at prior instances that were potentially overlooked or weren't looked closely enough at, to see if there's a comparison to be made there, and certainly will help us going forward to better identify and track these types of objects and balloons.
Have you reached the object that went down off northern Alaska?
David, we're actively searching for that object right now. I've got a Navy P-8, which is surveilling the area with helicopters as well. Once we locate that object, we'll put an Arctic security package in there and begin the analysis and recovery, but we don't have it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Courtney Cubey, NBC.
Hi, thanks. How are you so confident that the initial balloon was Chinese? Were there some markings on it? I'm trying to figure out why, because from very early on, it seemed that there was a real confidence versus these last three that we can't get any sense of who owns them or what they were doing.
Thanks, Courtney.
Some sort
we
of
know
emergency crash briefing that's supposed to take place now.
Hey, we have a hot mic out there. Go ahead, Secretary.
Thanks, Courtney. Yeah, thank you. So, Courtney, for the PRC balloon, we had a basis in intelligence to know definitively that its point of origin was the People's Republic of China.
So what I'm struggling with now is these last three that we still are calling objects. We don't know what they are. You knew that the Chinese one was surveilling, and potentially you knew who it belonged to, and yet there was no effort to. There was a decision not to take it down until it was over the ocean. I understand that there was concerns about everything on the ground there, but can someone explain why the decision is made to take these last three unknown objects? We don't know who they belong to. We don't know what they're doing. But I still don't quite understand why the decision was made to literally in succession. It seems like they're being taken down faster and faster and faster. I mean, is there some other concern or threat that you're tracking that is giving a heightened sense of need to take these down?
Courtney, thank you. The process that General Van Herk described earlier in terms of the criteria that we work through to determine whether these objects, or in the case of the PRC balloon, the balloon was a threat. We look to see if it's going to pose a kinetic military threat. In both cases, that was not the case. We look to see, is it surveilling potentially DoD sensitive sites. We knew that was the case in both instances, and it was even more concerning in the case of the PRC balloon because we knew that it was a PRC balloon. We also consider, is it a threat to civilian aviation? In the case of the PRC balloon, it was flying at an altitude that it did not pose a threat to civilian aviation. And so that was part of the criteria for bringing it down over the water when we could safely do so, in addition to its enormous size. It was 200 feet tall. Payload was the size of 3 school buses. And, for these unidentified objects being much smaller, but unfortunately flying at an altitude that did pose a risk potentially to safe civilian aviation, that was part of the criteria that went into deciding to take the objects down over the last 3 days sooner in the tracking cycle. So, that's the process that we have rigorously worked through over the last week. General Van Herk, anything you want to add?
No, Melissa, I think you're right on. I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Let's go to Brent Dahlberg, Michigan Radio.
Hi, thanks. A missile seems like a particularly destructive weapon to be using if there's a desire to investigate and figure out what these are afterwards. Can you explain why? Explain the weapon's choice?
Absolutely. Melissa, if you don't mind, I'll take this one. So, first of all, maintaining a radar track on an object this small is very hard. So taking a radar shot, such as an A-120, would be a lower probability of success. We assessed taking a gunshot yesterday in that event as well as today. And the pilots in each situation felt that was really unachievable because of the size, especially yesterday in the altitude, and also because of the challenge to acquire it visually because it's so small. It's also potentially a safety of flight issue because you have to get so close to the object before you see it that you potentially could fly into the debris or the actual object. Therefore, in each situation, the AIM-9X, heat-seeking missile or infrared missile that sees contrast, has been the weapons of choice against the objects we've been seeing. In each case, we have taken extreme caution to ensure that we limit potential collateral damage. So today, we work closely with the FAA to clear out the airspace. I gave directions specifically to the pilots to use their visual acuity to check for mariners on the ground, airplanes in the air, to clear with their radars as well. And when they were comfortable that we could minimize collateral damage, they selected the best weapon today. That was the AIM-9X, and they took the shot.
Thank you. Let's go to Helene Cooper, New York Times.
Hi, thanks, Pat, and thanks for doing this. This is for General Van Herk. Because you still haven't been able to tell us what these things are that we are shooting out of the sky, that raises the question, have you ruled out aliens or extraterrestrials, and if so, why? Because that is what everyone is asking us right now.
Hey, thanks for the question, Helene. I'll let the intel community and the counterintelligence community figure that out. I haven't ruled out anything at this point. We continue to assess every threat or potential threat unknown that approaches North America with an attempt to identify it.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Oren Lieberman, CNN.
Thanks for doing this. Are you currently tracking other unidentified objects in U.S. airspace? And you've now shot down 3 objects in 3 days. Are we to believe these are the first 3 unidentified objects in U.S. airspace, or do you believe there are dozens or potentially hundreds of other such objects that have flown through U.S. airspace? And have any of these recent objects interfered with pilot sensors? Thank you.
Yeah, for your last question, I'm not going to talk about the sensors and what we've seen. If you don't mind, that needs to come out through the intel communities and what we've seen. I'm not currently tracking any other objects at this point. That doesn't mean there couldn't be more at some point in the future, but right now we're not seeing anything. As far as, why previously, I don't know if there was more. We do know after the fact that there was high-altitude balloons because we went back and we were able to reconstruct that. As far as these specific objects at this time, I'm unaware to say. It's certainly possible, but I don't have the fidelity to give you the answer. We will go look at the data to see if we can figure anything out about the potential for not seeing these previously.
Thanks. Let's go to Phil Stewart, Reuters.
Hey there. Just want to double check what exactly. I know you talked about the fact that you weren't looking for slower speed aircraft, and that these objects had a lower radar cross section. But could you just kind of explain to us what makes these objects in particular more difficult to track, or why you weren't tracking them before? And then I guess the other question I think everybody's kind of wondering is, now that you've tweaked everything, should the American public be expecting, lots more shoot downs? Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. What makes them really hard to detect and track is their size and potentially shape. But we'll get our hands on them at some point. I can't confirm that right now, but that could certainly play a role or a factor in this. As far as going forward, I'll go back to my mission is to defend our homeland in both my NORAD and NORTHCOM hat. Anything that approaches North America, if it's unknown, I'm going to go identify it and assess, is it a threat? If it is a threat, I'll shoot it down. If it's not a threat, the kinetic military threat that we talked about earlier, it's not committing a hostile act or hostile intent, then we'll have a broader discussion. Your second part of that is really about what are we going to do in the future is really a policy decision. I'll ask Secretary Dalton if she wants to add anything.
I'd only add again that the safety and security of the American people is job number one for us. And for any of these operations, we fine-tune them to ensure that there's going to be little to no collateral damage. None of the operations over the last week have resulted in collateral damage.
But Secretary Dalton, could you just explain then, is it Could we expect that there's been a policy decision that will lead us to near daily shoot downs as we detect these things more and more?
Bill, thank you. We are taking this very much on a case-by-case basis. Each operation has been different, and we will certainly keep you updated as we continue to learn more about these objects and the PRC balloon and what that means for us going forward.
Thank you. Let's go to Ben Brash, Washington Post.
Thank you very much, both, for taking the time. More directly, in reference to the last question, is it our policy or a preference of the United States government still to not shoot down anything over U.S. territory? When is it that you make that call? I know you talked about assessing if anything was a kinetic threat, but is it policy or preference? Thank you very much.
The policy is to defend the United States and its sovereign territory and airspace. We'll stop.
Thank you. We have time for just a few more. Let's go to Dimitri Sevastopoulos, Financial Times.
Thanks very much, Pat. Two questions. At this point, are you able to assess that the three objects over Alaska, Yukon, and Lake Huron, are they similar objects as far as you can tell? And then secondly, the Biden administration has said that it realized this was a problem last year. It briefed Congress in August. So I'm curious, why didn't you recalibrate the gateways on the radar systems earlier if you knew that Chinese balloons were an issue at that point?
Yeah, let me talk about the way I would characterize similar. They're similar in size, similar in speeds that go with the wind on these objects that we've seen. As far as specific shapes, we've got to get our hands on those to see fidelity and detail of shape, how they get airborne, do they have propulsion? All of those things are still to be determined. Your second part of that question, remind me what that was.
So you said that recently the reason you may be detecting more things is you recalibrated or changed the thresholds for gateways on the radar systems. I wonder, given that you briefed, not you, but the administration briefed Congress on the Chinese balloon program last August, why were gateways not changed back then?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The timing of the intel and adjustments, what I would say is we didn't necessarily see a need to change anything. The Chinese high-altitude balloon alerted us to the speed, the slowness, and being able to detect. We decided to do that at that time. I hope that makes sense to you.
But I would just add,
given that there were questions about the program, as early as August last year, and those balloons were flying at those kind of speeds then, was there not a discussion about changing the gateways back then?
I can perhaps help here as well. So the briefings to Congress last year were done, I believe, through intelligence channels. And again, that was intelligence that was better understood retrospectively based on elements of the equation that were discovered after the fact. And then the high-altitude balloon from the PRC that was shot down last weekend was categorically different than the prior high-altitude balloons because it transited the entire continental United States, starting with Alaska, across Canada, and across CONUS. And so it was quite different than the prior instances. And on that basis, we determined that we needed to enhance our radar.
Thank you. We've got time for just two more questions here. We'll go to Peter Martin, Bloomberg.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. I wanted to ask, has Secretary Austin talked yet with Wei Fenghe from the PRC about the first balloon? And then in addition, has DoD communicated with the Chinese military at any level about any of these subsequent objects? Thank you.
Thank you. There have been contacts made with the PRC on the high altitude balloon.
Okay, thank you very much. And final question will go to Brian Everstein, Aviation Week.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. Back to the discussion on the AIM-9X. Can you talk about what about these objects gave off enough heat signature for the IR seeker without any sort of propulsion system? And secondly, the F-16 presumably has a targeting pod. I assume you had eyes on from other aircraft. Will the Pentagon be releasing any of these images?
I'll let policy decide on the images. That's not mine. But the AIM-9X, first, I wouldn't make an assumption there wasn't a propulsion system or there was. What I would say is what you have is a contrast between the environment and the objects themselves, which gives off an IR contrast, which allows the missile to track, and that's been very, very effective for the AIM-9X. Melissa, over to you on the releasing of photos.
Thank you. We absolutely want to be transparent about our military operations and what we are learning about these objects and the PRC high altitude balloon, and hope to share more in the coming days.
My apologies. I had one last question here to Nick Slayton, Task and Purpose, and that will be our final question.
Thank you. I wanted to see, when we talk about investigating the debris of this, who's taking the lead on that? Is that the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office? And then also, we've seen free shoot-downs and free days. If this was to continue, if this pace of operations was to continue, is that proving to be a strain on units, or are all units able to handle these kind of rapid scramblings in that regard? Thank you.
Melissa, you want that, or you want me to take it?
You go right ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. So as far as the recovery lead, technically, the FBI has the lead under counterintelligence authorities. They are embedded with DOD because we have the resources to enable them to conduct the operations. In Canada, the Canadians have the lead. Their Royal Canadian Mounted Police are embedded with their Canadian Special Operations Forces, and we have the FBI forces as well, liaison with them to make sure that we're sharing as much info as possible.
Thank you. Secretary Dalton, General Van Herk, thank you both very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all the time we have for this evening. Thank you again for joining us. We will.
Seems as if the stream cut off right then for some reason. But there's a lot to unpack here, Mario.
Yeah, I've just been taking notes. I've written a thread with key notes. Matthias is helping me update it as well, along with the team. And I'm sure you'll be able to update it now that the stream is done, Nick.
There were balloons.
We don't
know,
have
but
any...
they are. What else could it be?
Yeah, well, we did have that ABC News report earlier that did allege that U.S. officials had told them that it was more likely a meteorological or weather balloon than a spy balloon.
Did you tweet that yet, Nick? Did you have time with the conference? Yeah, if you could tweet that out with the source, that'll be great, Nick. And I do want to go to Sebastian's just going to be trying to come up now. I've just sent you through an invite, Sebastian. But Matthias, what are the key points you've gotten from this? Because I know you were summarizing it with me.
Yeah, so basically there was a lot of new information that we're learning, but I want to start off at the top with the rebuttal from the Pentagon of that report by ABC. It wasn't a direct rebuttal. They didn't mention the report in name, but someone asked a specific question, are the three objects just weather balloons? And they responded with, they are still classifying them as unknown objects, and they do not know how they remain airborne. So that was their response to that question, kind of shutting that aspect down. But at the same time, ABC had a reputable source for it. So we're going to see this back and forth continue as we dealt with yesterday with the conflict from the lawmakers versus what NORAD was saying about the original object over Montana. Now, additionally, we are learning from the Pentagon. They believe, up to their most current knowledge, this is the first time ever that the United States has shot down an unidentified object over U.S. airspace. That's also significant in itself. And some other questions were answered. I'm going to try and get back to my list to see what we were we're talking about.
While you do that, I will mention one of the biggest and probably most interesting points that came out of this news conference is when the New York Times actually came out and asked these defense officials, can we rule out that this could potentially be extraterrestrial activity? And their answer was, we're not going to rule anything out at this time.
But I don't think that's surprising. I think this is typical. You just don't. How can they rule anything out if they haven't identified the objects? So that's why we're just speculating on what these objects are. It could be an alien. It could be a German. It could be a German plane.
I'm just reporting what was said, Mario. That's all.
No, I know. It's I've added it to the thread. I'm not diminishing what you said. Just comment.
Like, just using common sense here, right? They're flying at the speed of wind, and so they got to be balloons. They can't be anything else. Nothing else flies at the speed of wind without propulsion, unless it's violating the laws of physics, which of course is impossible, right? So, if it's not a balloon, what is it? Well, it's a balloon. That's a simple answer.
But they're denying that it is a balloon. Why did they confirm that the others are balloons, but they're denying that this last one is a balloon? So that doesn't really make sense.
Haven't identified it.
Well, another piece of information that's important when you're thinking about this.
They can't really say what it is. But it's very likely, 99% likelihood it's a balloon, right? If not, it's some kind of newfangled drone that, that's obviously of human origin.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a human origin. It's just that they've been so cautious about not calling it a balloon. They've gone out of their way, it seems, to dismiss calling it a balloon. And anytime anybody refers to it as a balloon, they've really made an attempt to correct them. So my feeling is based on that they don't seem to believe that it's a balloon. Otherwise, I think they would have confirmed it. Just because the other ones were a balloon, they didn't hesitate calling it that.
I know Matthias is jumping in. Joe, hold on, just 2 seconds. So I do want to read out one thing. It's the objects detected in the last week. So all these objects are similar in size, similar in speed. However, he declined to talk about the shape of these objects. Just wanted to mention that. We do have Dr. Gorka. We do have Mr. Weinstein on stage. Matthias, you were adding something to what I just said? You're trying to add something earlier?
I was going to make the point when they discussed that back to the conversation of why they're not considering them balloons, which, by the way, goes against what Senator Chuck Schumer said, which is very interesting because that made major news across the United States and internationally today, that he practically confirmed that these were balloons. But in fact, we learned at this press conference, not only do they not have any debris from the downing in Canada, they don't even have any debris yet from the downing off the coast of Alaska. So all three of these objects that have been shot down have not yet been recovered, and we do not have any components of them or any idea of what they're made up of. And I think that's why they're being so cautious at this point.
I do want to go to Joe. Go ahead.
It's real quick. Also, the only thing we know known to mankind that don't forget, we saw this yesterday. So it's been floating for 24 hours. We don't have any machinery that floats in the same area for 24 hours, except for balloons.
I do want to mention something else. The object, I'm just going to read out another point from the conference. The team is summarizing it for me. The object had no hostile act or intent detected, but it was an unknown object. So there was further discussion within U.S. Canadian governments to decide if it's a risk to flight safety, to people, and to sensitive sites. Sebastian, what do you think of what we've learned so far?
I'll just start with the hilarious. I already tweeted this out, that the New York Times correspondent is asking whether this is an alien or an extraterrestrial. I guess that's more plausible for the New York Times than Hunter Biden's laptop being real. A couple of things. So number one, really weird just from a protocol standpoint, especially with an entity as well-versed at doing press conferences as the Pentagon, that this was done as some kind of cheap teleconference. I mean, what's going on with that? I find that, a tad amateurish. I don't know if there's a backstory to that. Secondly, listening to what I heard, we're supposed to believe that these were much smaller, weren't necessarily taking any kind of aggressive action, but had to be removed through the use of kinetic force. And they don't know what these objects were. So there's, for me, why would you shoot down multiple objects if you don't know what they are and they're not taking aggressive kinetic action or flying into airspace and have to be removed? That would have me hazard a guess that this is a political decision to show action where action wasn't taken with regards to the first incursion of our airspace until it was over the ocean. So the whole thing sounds a little bit more theater than anything else. But of course, rule number one, all initial reports from the battlefield are wrong. So my impression is a little bit amateurish. New York Times very amusing, and then the whole idea that we don't know what they are, but we shot them down. That's a little bit peculiar to say.
And we did get minutes before the briefing. We did get information that Nick is about to tweet about this being about the objects being weather balloons. I know Ian commented on this earlier. What are your thoughts on this? What was the source of this, Nick?
ABC News citing U.S. officials.
Dr. Gorka, how possible is this? Could we have just covered this whole time the U.S. Air Force shooting down weather balloons?
Absolutely. No. The first one, no. The
first, no. Other than that, just the last 4 days.
No, absolutely. I can truly, and again, supposition based upon what we just heard, I can truly envisage this scenario. Caught on the back foot, super embarrassing, traverse through all of our airspace, shoot it down over the water. China exploits this, mercilessly saying, look, we can traverse airspace unimpeded. Biden or somebody convinces Biden to say, we got to look tough now, shoot down anything in the air that looks like a balloon, and they shot down 3 weather balloons. That is a highly feasible scenario right now.
But that would just end up really embarrassing for the administration. So I don't know.
But it wouldn't be the first time, right? I mean, look at Afghanistan.
Eric, good to have you again.
Good to be with you.
And look at the invasion.
Pleasure to get your thoughts on
this. You had Biden saying that there's nothing wrong with a small invasion of Ukraine, and then look what happened.
So Eric, you were with us yesterday, and there's been a lot of developments since. We've seen more objects shot down, and now we just listened to the briefing together. Where do you stand?
So there's so little good information and so much noise that I'm trying to figure out any place to actually we can make progress. The first thought is, rather than speculating about balloon or not a balloon, I don't know, and maybe you guys can inform me, has anyone simply asked the question, does this move with the air mass or not? So at those heights,
yes, it moves with the wind.
So if it moves with the wind, whether it's octagonal or whatever, you're clearly in a position where buoyancy can be this thing, and phrasing it in terms of we see no visible means of propulsion. It's sort of like an intuition pump to stir up the UFO community, and calling it cylindrically shaped and all these sorts of things. It would be great to have cold water poured from the highest levels on anything if we're pretty sure that it is, like a state act or something that's consistent with weather or espionage of a normal sort. So I think it's very weird that we keep leaving these gaps for people to speculate. And I do sometimes wonder whether it's become standard operating procedure to leave gaps so that the entire heterodox community is constantly discredited because it has a penchant for guessing rather than saying, I don't know. I guess that's one of my basic concerns about this. And then, with respect to, of course, it's not aliens. No, we've been primed for now, 5 years or whatever it is, to think in broader terms. And having talked to a lot of military people who believe that there are craft up in the skies that are not of human origin, that has become a semi-mainstream belief of many sober, otherwise normal U.S. government personnel. So I have no idea how that narrative interacts with this whole thing. And I guess just sort of looking at this, my take is that the most likely thing is that there was a change in the rules of engagement, and that whatever that change is may have had an unexpected boost in the number N. If this is so unprecedented in our history, to have this much unprecedented stuff happen within a week, I guess what my feeling is when did we lose control of the country where the electorate has to be informed because it's by, of, and for the people? I have no idea where we are. I don't know why. I can tell you that my network is lighting up. All sorts of people are asking questions. All the UFO people have been relatively silent and muted on this. And the special back channels that I've developed over the last 3 years asking UFO questions, nobody's got anything particularly good, and people are often hawking their wares, saying that they've got inside information. So I just feel that more or less it's an opportunity for everyone to discredit his or herself because we've been starved for information. It's obviously of geopolitical significance or more, and I can't believe we're left out here to twist. They clearly know more than they're saying. I understand being cautious, but then just get on television and say, look, you understand why we're reticent, but here's as much as we can know. And there's so much that can be said to dispel the wildest thinking. I would really like to hear it. It feels like it's being left open for no purpose other than to have people fill the void with nonsense, guesses, have people discredit themselves, and it's just very, very disappointing.
Hey, I'm just curious, Eric, since you talk about talking with these folks about the whole UFO issue. I mean, does it seem to you possible that narrative, I mean, it seems sort of to me, but I'm just curious your thoughts. It seems like that whole narrative of, oh, well, maybe there really were UFOs all the time has been bandied about over these last 5 years, and maybe on purpose. What's your sense of how that's been shaking out?
If I could figure out how the government would create this much indirect evidence for the existence of something really weird in the skies without creating any direct evidence, I would favor that as an explanation. The place where I've gotten to is I cannot figure out how there is zero direct public high quality evidence and an enormous ocean of indirect evidence that would seem impossible to fake. There's obviously a lot of low quality evidence that you can dismiss fairly quickly. I don't know what that narrative is doing there. And I plead ignorance. I'm usually a very creative person, so I have to worry about fitting too many curves through 4 or 5 dots. Here, I can't find a single curve that can go through all the dots.
One thing I wanted to ask you on that point, you were in the room earlier when I made this statement. You may have heard me say it. It's almost kind of a Bayes theorem improbability to me. I could be very wrong about that, but that's kind of one way that at least I look at this whole UFO thing. And I don't want to rule everything out just because of a bias, but that almost seems an explanation against the whole UFO theory in my mind.
You mean the non-human intelligence, because UFO just means unidentified, right? So if you wanted to go by direct evidence, I would say that the direct evidence argues that there is no non-human intelligence, alien craft, things of extraordinary ability, because almost every video I've seen is less convincing than Star Wars was in 1977 when it came out. And obviously CGI has just gotten better since then. So if you wanted to go by direct evidence only, I definitely hand it to the people who say that this is all nonsense, ghost stories, and Loch Ness Monster BS. If you wanted to go by the indirect evidence, holy cow, I was just not prepared that so many things out there. I mean, one of the ones that really affected me was talking to Gary Nolan, who talked about someone describing an encounter with an alien craft and a ball of light, I believe, leaving the craft and entering the person's body and then exiting the person's body somewhere else. And then Gary, I believe, claimed, and I don't want to misrepresent him, that there was a path of tissue damage that traversed exactly the path that the person had described. where the person could have had no knowledge of what was actually inside their body. I don't know what to do when I have incident after incident after incident where respectable people make completely insane sounding claims, visibly distressed, and particularly the number of very disturbed people who've had sorts of encounters where their acting ability has to be off the charts, the level of detail showing no particular background in thespian arts or even being of high intelligence. So if you want to go by direct evidence, it's all BS. If you want to go by the puzzle is why the indirect evidence with no direct evidence, and nobody has a solution.
I want to go back to the. Sorry, go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, Eric, I've got a question for you. Something that you mentioned is that from your observations, there seems to be a policy change. And that is something, listening to the conference, a lot of the journalists were trying to get into quite maybe a little bit too passively, but, they were kind of quizzing on the fact that, we've never shot down anything like that before. And this seems to be such an exception. And there's this eagerness now to kind of shoot down these unidentified objects. And so what are your thoughts on that? What could be the cause for this kind of policy change and this eagerness? Do you see it as perhaps a mounting threat that they're seeing and wanting to send a message? Do you see it as politics? And I'd love to get your thoughts on that, and then maybe also get Seb's thoughts on that, as Sebastian's thoughts on that as well. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I guess what all of us probably fear is that we've been so long since our World War II conflict that many in the leadership position have decided that if something hasn't happened in that long, we never need to worry about it again. You saw the same thing with the financial crisis, where people had claimed that we had banished volatility from the markets. So you have to understand it's a very human thing to say, well, if something hasn't happened for 30 years, it'll never happen again. And I think that because of that, a lot of these people, this sort of weird peacetime kleptocrat class, believe that you can sort of go backwards from politics. You don't have to worry about the water's edge because there is no water's edge. And the purpose of national statecraft is in part to just further the interests of the political parties as they attempt to divvy up and loot the structure that would be necessary to fight a war in the future, something like that. So my concern is that we have decision makers who sort of secretly believe that life will always be peacetime and it's all about power and opportunity and grabbing things. And therefore the Chinese balloon might have been seen, obviously as a threat to the 2024 election. And then you have an opportunity to make a change in the rules of engagement. You can increase the haystack with which to find the needle, and suddenly we've got lots of incidents. And look, we're all talking about this, and we don't know whether we're supposed to be spending this time in this room or ignoring it because maybe it's a distraction, maybe it's just a change in policy. And we've decided to shoot down things in our skies, and there are lots of things in our skies. And so one simple order, boosts the number from 0 to 4. In terms of the number of things that get shot down. I think that we're just being starved for information.
I want to quickly, Dr. Gorka, I'll give you the mic. Before giving the mic to Dr. Gorka, I just pinned above, for anyone listening, we tweeted it a few minutes ago, ABC News. I'll read it out. ABC News is reporting that U.S. officials believe the last 3 objects shot down over the U.S. and Canada were most likely weather balloons and not spy balloons. But as we know from the Pentagon just now in the conference, they refused to confirm or deny this report. So I've pinned that tweet above because we were talking about it earlier. Sebastian, the mic is yours, and Catherine asked you as well the same question.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? First, just let me say Professor Weinstein's analysis of the UFO phenomena since the 40s is spot on. Couldn't have heard a better summation. So the idea that we have, terabytes every day of indirect proof, nothing that's direct, but some very, very credible people who seem to have experienced something is the anomaly of this whole story. But can you repeat the question, Catherine?
Yeah, sure. So my question is essentially, does this, because we haven't shot anything down in the past, and, what a lot of reporters were sort of trying to get to is, is there maybe a shift in policy And I guess the other thought that I had with this was, could it be shift of policy, or could it even be narrative building, to make China appear like more of a threat, to sort of reflect a change in international policies? Is this politics, or is this a different management issue in terms of how they want to handle objects and going forward? What are your thoughts on that?
There is nobody in the current power elite, so whether it's the think tanks, whether it's the White House, there is nobody that wants to actually talk honestly about the China threat. So no, there's no desire to shift the narrative to make this reflect the reality of China's hegemonic plans. With regards to why the change, it's either a systemic, as I think the professor said, it's either a systematic change of the ROEs. They said, shoot down anything that we can't identify or could be, a Chinese balloon, or simply just, the White House wanting to look good. I think it's interesting that the person running the call out of the Pentagon, I think thrice said, that's policy. I don't do policy. I can't answer that question. So yes, there is a shift. Whether it's just a very, very, terse political command, make us look good, or whether it's, NORAD was given a specific change in our rules of engagement, impossible to tell right now. But I would definitely rule out the idea that they're engineering some narrative to finally reflect the threat China constitutes, because that goes against too many vested interests.
They do say, before going to Tom as well, because I know Tom's got comments on what we just heard, Pentagon said, so they said in the press conference that they considered firing a gunshot at the object today, but opted for a missile. I missed that, but the team just sent me the note. And I've put all the notes that we have in a thread that I've just pinned above for anyone that wants to go through a very, very brief summary of what we just heard. Tom, your thoughts?
First of all, we were given a lot.
One question with your thoughts as well about the initial report that we said before the press conference about those being balloons. Would love your thoughts on that as well. Potentially being weather balloons.
I think I remain skeptical of anything that diminishes the role of China in this. And I'm not ruling out the fact they were, quote, weather balloons. But I am skeptical of an analysis that seeks to mitigate the initial extraordinary 20-story balloon with 2,000 pounds or whatever of 6,000 pounds of equipment with it. So color be skeptical on that, and and it being a weather balloon per se isn't at odds with the Chinese being behind it. There could actually be weather balloons that they put in after they were told, after they shot down an intelligence gathering device. I would be difficult to overstate the weirdness of them refusing to rule out extraterrestrial origin of this. And
there's a little bit more on that.
I don't know if that's sheer incompetence by the briefer or naivete. He's just saying, I don't want to rule it out because that's what is a typical answer when they don't have all the information. However, he said he can't rule out it was controlled by frogs, I guess in theory, right? So, but that to me is like a bureaucratic answer that wouldn't survive a rational scrutiny review.
Reuters is reporting real quick. This is relevant. So the Pentagon has updated their statement on this. Quote, no indication of aliens or extraterrestrial activity in connection with unidentified flying.
The answer would have excited a lot of people, so they had to make that correction.
Oh, yeah.
Well, why couldn't they just say that it is an extraterrestrial? No indication is just more. I've been doing this too long. All these words never... they just can't be straightforward, and it undermines their credibility.
But Tom, speaking of credibility, does this seem like this entire event, all the contradictions, all these weird statements, and now the possibility that we're actually looking at weather balloons?
It is a weather balloon. What else
I
could
think
it be?
I think if it's weather balloons, then we've got a bigger issue.
But we can't,
than
Ian.
just the
Ian, you
failure
can't
to
say
stop
what.
the
But
initial
Ian,
intelligence.
saying what else it could be. We just had a confirmation a week ago that, or at least confirmation from the Pentagon a week ago that the first balloon was a Chinese spy balloon.
The first one was a spy balloon.
But
that was confirmed 100%. That is.
Saying what?
Look, what they're now what the implication of the ABC report, which hasn't been confirmed by the Pentagon yet, but not necessarily disputed, is that senior officials responsible in one of the most serious threats to the North America to the homeland in terms of airspace in history advised the President of the United States to shoot down a weather balloon. Now, is the government capable of making such a stupid mistake 3 times?
Yes.
Of course. Is it likely? I don't believe so.
I think this was done with the abundance of caution to
not
make
need to
Joe
tweet
Biden
that
look
out,
inept.
Tom. You need to tweet that out, Tom.
Yeah, I guess I got to write down all my comments on Spaces. You guys get the benefit. You ruin my tweet feed. I give you all my good stuff and I don't write it down.
What we should do is we should
get like 1,000 retweets.
Tom, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna start clipping clips live from the Spaces and tweeting them live, so people will be able to hear your voice.
That's a good idea.
So that's being worked on now, Tom. So then you'll get more benefits from saying them here on the Space, and we can keep you here. I'll go to. I know Nick, you probably got more to say, but I want to go to Dusty very briefly.
You just better tag us, guys. You better tag us.
Yeah, guys. I have a question. I have a question for you guys. Is this like all proof of like a brain drain or the displacement of the press? I mean, the one press guy asked, why shoot missiles at it, and he doesn't know that the first balloon, it didn't have a warhead in the missile. They basically shot an arrow at the missile. Like some of these questions were just garbage, but also I'm learning so much more on these Spaces with you guys than I do, from news conferences. But secondly, is this also occurring, the same sort of displacement? Is this also occurring like on the level of government? Like we got people like Eric Weinstein and Sebastian and Tom, like people that really know, seems like give more value than government officials do at times. Is this what's going on?
Yes. Short answer is yes.
It's actually worse.
Yep.
Because you have folks
you
have folks who like have seemingly the knowledge of the reporters actually running the show. So it's it's disturbing.
So Dr. Gorka, I'll ask you this question real quick. If it does come out that the U.S. government was shooting down weather balloons, what sort of the political implications of this have got to be terrible.
I do want to say Kim was just giggling in the background because he did come on. He was one of the first on the panel to say that, and then we saw the report from ABC. So he'd be giggling right now listening to us and see him in the audience. So right. Kim, we don't know if it's confirmed yet, Kim. Before you giggle and say, I told you so, we don't know if it's confirmed. Just one report from the ABC.
Well, you don't need a confirmation to get Occam's razor, right? I mean, the most correct answer is going to be the simplest one.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing when I first got on. It makes 0 sense for the Chinese to send a balloon that flies at 40,000 feet, which is the most occupied altitude in all commercial space, over the territory that has the most planes flying, and it be a surveillance balloon. It's the only way they would ever do that is maybe to test our reaction to gather data.
This is a very plausible. Go ahead, Dr. Gorka.
So to Dusty's question first, it's much worse than you imagined. Look, it's not just about our field and national security. Getting on almost a random space or one of Mario's spaces on any issue. I'll learn more about COVID or anything I don't understand in a 30-minute space on Twitter than listening to any stinking press conference from a bureaucrat on any issue. So that's
I know. Can you imagine a Pentagon briefer being able to talk about the UFO issue like our prior guest did?
No, of course not.
No, of course not.
this is look. After having served 7-8 years in government is I call it the tyranny of mediocrity. Maximum risk aversion and never saying anything that could ever get you close to the truth and potentially in trouble. So that's where we are in government right now. With regards to what else were you asking, Mario? Sorry.
The question, I think, Nick, you were asking Dr. Gorka.
Yes, I was. I was asking what sort of political.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm not a betting man, but I think in the next 24 hours, it will be patently obvious after that press conference that a massive surveillance balloon, which was basically probing our airspace, wasn't shot down until it left our territorial airspace. And then 3 small weather balloons were blown out of the sky by NORAD. And it's just all other things being equal, a massive embarrassment for any administration, given this is the first time ever NORAD has ever engaged kinetically in U.S. airspace. But as to your question of consequences, none. I mean, let's just put a marker down. 13 warfighters, 12 Marines, a Green Beret, and a Corpsman were murdered by ISIS in one of the most disastrous military evacuations in modern history. And nobody was fired or resigned. The man responsible for that, Mark Milley, is still in his position, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Lloyd Austin is still the Secretary of Defense. The surrender of Afghanistan, Mark Milley just saying Kiev will fall in 72 hours, and we're 12 months down the road from the Russian invasion. As a Hungarian philosopher, who invented the phrase, we have become the land of no consequences. There is no mistake big enough that will lead to actual bureaucratic consequences for the people making the mistake. So I think this will turn out, look, China remains the strategic peer threat to America. Just read Unrestricted Warfare. Look at what One Belt, One Road is. But as to this farrago, this utter embarrassment for this administration in the last 9 days, zero consequence I predict now, zero consequence of any merit to them politically.
All right, Silver, I want to get your opinion on this, and then I want to go to Brian, who is a meteorologist. So I'm sure it'll be great to ask him about weather balloons. So, go ahead, Silver.
I can't. This whole topic just seems to have swallowed all the oxygen in the room in the media in recent days, and I can't help but wonder if this is, if not perhaps a distraction to get off of some other stories. Has that been talked? I'm late to the space.
We haven't talked about it, Silver, and I know you tweeted about it yesterday. I'd love your thoughts about. Can you elaborate on this and why you think that's
how
possible?
it is. If they don't want the public focused on one topic, they hey, let's throw some UFOs at them or whatever. It seems I can't help but be suspicious, and maybe it's that might be part of what's going on. There's other real stories out there, like this Ohio train derailment where they're burning up all these toxic. I mean, there's some major stories out there. Is this a distraction? I just want to put that out there to Sebastian Gorka or anyone else.
My view is they don't need distractions. If they don't want to cover a story, they don't. They don't need a Chinese attack on American soil to cover up a disaster somewhere that's hurtful to the leftist cause. They just don't report on it.
All right, awesome. Brian, so obviously we've now heard the ABC reports that these are they might be more likely to be weather balloons or meteorological balloons rather than spy balloons, citing a senior U.S. official. Based on what you've heard, the description as of now that they've released, this small cylindrical, maybe gas object, that floats using gas at 20,000 feet today, 40,000 feet yesterday and the day before for those 2 balloons. Does that seem like a likely scenario? Is that how common are weather balloons?
Okay, first of all, I just want to thank you for letting me speak. It's an honor to be here with you all. So I've been in the Air Force now for nearly 17 years, all of that as a weather forecaster, meteorologist. Weather balloons are obviously a common part of the practice. And now, from the imagery that I've seen, The balloon that was shot down over the ocean, what was recovered there is 100% not a weather balloon. That's the package that sits underneath that collects the data is actually in a piece of cardboard. There's a few components inside. It's not fancy. It's not heavy, in case it were to fall on anyone. And there's instructions on it to return if desired. I mean, it's not expensive, so it doesn't really matter if they return it. But and it's funny how sometimes they do come back to us, and we're like, "Wow, these people actually sent this back. I can't believe that." But the balloon itself is large. It actually expands as it gets higher up because the atmospheric pressure goes down. So now the pressure is greater pushing out than what was holding the gas in before. So the balloon actually gets bigger as it goes up. You're looking at trying to get weather data in what we call the troposphere. So we're talking about the lowest part of the atmosphere. We don't really care what's going on up really, really high. Now, 20 to 40,000 feet, that's still relevant. But the balloons do drift. They drift with, usually once they start getting up to those heights, they start drifting with the jet. The polar front jet governs the weather systems in the North American continent. So that would be what would be going on. Now, I think it's probably, the descriptions of it being so spherical, that's weird. I think it would be distorted. It wouldn't just hold some spherical shape. It's not a party balloon. So that is odd to me, but and anything that's designed to go into higher altitudes with lower pressures, it will deform.
So these balloons were described, or not balloons. I don't want to call them balloons yet. They were described as, I know the ones from yesterday and the day before were described as the size of a small car, right?
Okay. If at the right altitude, it could expand to a size that would be, that it certainly could get that big, yes. But it doesn't mean that it is that. The idea that it, could be a extraterrestrial, all that. I don't really want to necessarily comment on that because I certainly don't know. But it doesn't seem like, E.T. would fly 90 billion miles just to come here and let himself be shot down while floating very slowly, just basically making themselves a perfect target to be shot down. I think there's probably some validity to the fact that maybe there was a knee-jerk reaction. It was embarrassing to have something just floating over the country and letting it sit that long. And then, it's like, hey, let's show everyone what we can do. We're going to respond quickly with these other things. And obviously now people are looking in the sky more. Most people are not noticing all the weather balloons that get launched, but now suddenly everyone's calling them in and they're getting shot down. And I don't know what's going on, honestly, but it certainly
Brian,
could have been a balloon.
I want to just comment on what you just said before we go to Joa, and Nick, I'll give you the mic again. Just first, Brian, I'm just going to send you a DM, or send me a DM so I can reply. I'll send you through my number because I'd love to invite you to future spaces as we analyze those objects, and we expect more objects to be shot down over the next few days, whether in U.S. airspace or other countries. My question to you is, I just want to comment on something you said. And logical point. Look, I don't want to diminish the possibility of any unidentifiable object to be a extraterrestrial object. So the whole UFO theory. I just want to say that it wouldn't look like this. It wouldn't. We were laughing at if it was a Chinese balloon, how easy it was to spot, and how some people did mention last week that this is archaic technology. So if it was extraterrestrial, it would not be just a random balloon floating around and easy to shoot down. So I just want to add on to that point. I think it's a very valid point. But Nick, I'll give you the mic again, and I think we should go to Joa.
Sure, jump in, Joe.
Yeah, just to bring people up to speed, back in 1998, Canada had a weather balloon that took 1,000 rounds of ammunition, still didn't down it, and wound up flying over Russia. So there's a reason why you need to use a missile and not ammunition on or bullets on a balloon. It's not going to down the balloon. That's why they decide to use missiles typically. But to what Brian was saying, I actually have a question for Brian, but I wanted to say something about people are more alert. There's something called the RAS. It's the Reticulated Activating System, which is also what wakes you up. Or if you're in an airport and you're not listening to the announcer, all of a sudden they call your name and you pay attention. Or if you buy a red Jeep, all you see is red Jeeps or things of that nature. There's typically 9 things in your brain that are what you call, like, it will alert you to pay attention. And because of this Chinese balloon, everyone's super alert about balloons now, and they're calling in everything. They're looking for everything. We're on hyper alert about it. And this is something that 2 weeks from now we won't even be talking about. But right now we're looking at everything. And I also believe that most people have never seen what a weather balloon looks like. I posted up in the top there. Typical weather balloons do have a base that looks like a payload, looks a little scary, looks like UFO landing gear or surveillance or propulsion. So from a plane, it would be hard to tell what that actually is because it could be many things. So if you go through the top, you'll be able to see a picture of a weather balloon that crashed a couple years ago in Brewster County. So you have an idea of why is there confusion on what this
image?
really is.
I want to see that image, Joe, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Can you
if
send
you
it
scroll,
through? What I'll do, actually, Joe, just send it to me via WhatsApp. We have each other's number. Send it to me via WhatsApp. What I'll do is I'll tweet out the weather balloon and the balloon from a week ago, the one that was shut down, the first one that was shut down. So the audience could see the difference, and when they see future objects, they could use this as a reference. So I appreciate it. And what I'll do is I'll send it through to Brian as well via DM to get his thoughts on it. I'll let you continue before I go to my next question.
No, I was done.
So I do want to go back to the points that were made from the briefing. I'm just going to go back to my notes right now. Where are they?
While you do that, I'll jump in real quick and ask Sebastian Gorka a question. When you were did work in the national security industry here, as well as for the White House, one of the comments that was made today by the Pentagon spokesman or one of the generals that gave the briefing here said that they had to make enhancements to radar because these objects had very, very small cross sections. So they weren't actually able to pick them up on radar at the time. Is it a fair assessment to say that they could have actually lost this item last night up in the sky when it got dark?
Look, we don't know the exact discrepancy in size between the new one shot down and the 200-foot wide one that was shot down last weekend. That was some real journalism that happened during that press conference when the journalist said, hang on a second, if you realize these were coming through unimpeded, why didn't you change the aperture of the radars way back when? And then there was some kind of underling that kind of punted the answer to that question. Look, not my area of expertise. We've got the guys who just spoke about weather balloons. I can imagine small ones the size of a car that have very little reflective material on them not being picked up, but one that's 200 foot wide and traveling, at an altitude where commercial airliners travel. I find that hard to believe. So I'll leave it to the experts, but that was a very good question.
Okay, so I've got a statement here, but that was sent to me. The balloon, a statement by one of our regular panelists. The balloons issue didn't suddenly appear over the past week. The unanswered and largely unasked questions on the issue is how long have such unidentified crafts been allowed to fly through U.S. airspace without response, and how many of them has there been?
Did you all see the Wall Street Journal opinion piece? Was it Holman Jenkins who wrote it? I don't know if you saw it, Seth. But he kind of did an analysis, and he suggested that this alleged transparency on UFOs with videos that I never understood to show anything other than nothing, really. I didn't understand what all the hubbub was about. Was a kind of a slow, kind of pulling a little bit, showing a little leg and preparing the public for fuller disclosures on the surveillance of the U.S. by foreign governments through means such as we're seeing exposed more recently. And I think that's something worth, I'm not necessarily saying it's the story, but it's certainly an analysis worth considering.
Tom, just first confirming, can you hear me, Tom? Just want to make sure the mic works.
Yeah, I can
Tom,
hear you.
perfect. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't see that piece. If that's what the summation or the theory was, I don't buy it. I just literally recorded a whole episode of my new TV show on those recent videos, the ones that Tucker has been playing a lot in the last year. Those things are truly inexplicable because the speed with which they move, the G's they pull, the fact that they disappear off ships' radar and then reappear 60 miles elsewhere within 3 seconds. So, I don't think connecting the balloon thing to the Pentagon footage of late, I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Dr. Gorka, the question that I have is, we had the someone that worked at NORAD that was on stage today and yesterday, and they did say that anything in US airspace is being monitored, and to think that anything could get into the US airspace without being spotted, it just doesn't make sense. So having said that, this means that all the objects we're shooting down now, and that what we shot down last week was spotted a while ago. What do you make of the fact that this could have been, they could have left them floating in the US airspace for all these days before taking action? Is that just watching the gathering of intelligence, or is it possible that they were missed?
I'm just totally speculating here. These balloons have been occurring for a while. I think that's demonstrable. The idea that we knew about all of them and took no action and then are launching Raptors now, I'm not sure. We need somebody who's a radar and weather balloon expert, because my understanding is you've got to have a surface that bounces back the energy. If you've got a very, soft, amorphous balloon at 60,000 feet with a cardboard box underneath it, how much of that is going to be bounced back through the radar's aperture? I'm not an expert on, but I'm not sure. So anybody out there?
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that a couple things. Number one, a weather balloon won't stay in the air for days and weeks. It really is designed because, Mr. Gorka was saying that it's going to interfere with air traffic, and that's exactly right. I mean, you don't want that. You want it to go up, capture data, and then be out of the way. So a couple of hours max, it's going to rise up. Ideally in the most vertical way possible. I mean, the wind's definitely going to push it around, and that's fine, but you want to get a vertical reading of the atmosphere. So it'll go up maybe, 20,000 feet is kind of in the correct zone, but above that, that's kind of crazy. And it should pop by itself. They're designed to pop. And then the package will have a little parachute, but these things are light. I mean, even if they fell without that, it's highly unlikely. I mean, you want to take every safety precaution, and that's fine. But the idea
I'm hearing you're saying you don't think they're balloons. You don't think they're weather balloons.
I mean, could someone go up and shoot down a weather balloon? Sure, they could, but
you don't think these are consistent with weather balloons? What about the timing of their launching? Do they do them on weekends? No. I mean, I'm asking. I'm naive here, but
you can. I mean, you ideally want to do it in the morning. And we usually do everything in 12-hour stints. We reinitialize our models in 12-hour stints, and we recapture new data every 12 hours. So you could do them at night, but typically they're done in the morning. And then we feed in all the new real data into the model data and then reinitialize the model to make sure it's tracking.
Don't tell me it's possible these are U.S. Air Force weather balloons.
I do not know. Whose they would be, but I can say that
would be beyond comprehension if that was the case.
Even if you were to try and time it and actually go after a weather balloon that's just been launched, I think it would sort of be fruitless. It's going to get blown around. The data stream would be interrupted. People would know about that. They wouldn't collect enough data.
And how many are being launched? Who launches them? Are records kept? I mean, to me, isn't there a quick paper trail that can be ascertained?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's got to be somebody who knows that relatively.
I can tell you.
We're talking about a 2-hour radius from wherever it was launched, and you can look at the actual winds aloft and see how far it was likely to drift. Not super far. Sometimes maybe there's an anomaly, but most of the time it's not going to be very far. So it would be reasonable to figure out whose it was, who it belonged to, especially if you capture the actual data collection module, you can know who launched it. Not every single airport, not every single Air Force weather place is launching balloons. We don't need that much data. So there are specific sites where balloons are launched from regularly.
Brian, I'm going to send you through an article. I'll just read out the first 3 sentences. China isn't the only country to face questions about a curious balloon. Back in 98, a 25-story high runaway weather balloon, that's back in 98, proved to be an international headache for Canada. The helium-filled balloon, about 5 football fields long when deflated, was launched out of Vanskoy on August 24th with an innocent enough task, measure ozone levels. And then, according to reports at the time, the instruments on the balloon failed to detach at the end of the test. The backup system also failed, sending the balloon aloft. Once it hit the sky's jet streams, it was able to pick up speeds of 100 kilometers an hour, according to CBC report. And then fighter jets, Canadian fighter jets, were dispatched to investigate the balloon, and they fired more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition at it. But the balloon survived the assault. The balloon survived 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and it kept soldiering on over the North Atlantic. A spokesperson for the Air Force told the AP that the fighter jets were equipped with air-to-air missiles, but the pilots restrained from using the heavier firepower. Quote, citizens would not have appreciated having a missile blowing over their heads. That was Major Roland Lavoie. So my point is, the weather balloon doesn't have to be the same as the one you're referring to. And that article was sent to me by Joa, who's also on the panel. Based on what I just read now, and I'll send you through the article by the CBC News, could this be a large? Could the first balloon is a spy balloon, but there's different shapes and different sizes of weather balloons.
Right.
Because it goes back to the report on ABC that it was Nick. What was the report on ABC? Who said that there were weather balloons before the press briefing?
It was a senior U.S. official. Now, most of the time, these people are anonymous because they'll end up losing their jobs.
But the source is CBC, yeah? CBS. ABC. Okay. So based on that, Brian, isn't it too early to discount that possibility? And that doesn't mean we have to mock NORAD. We have to remember that they've changed their radar velocity gates, means the speed and altitude settings, so they would spot things that would usually be ignored. So considering this, would you say it's at least plausible that these are weather balloons?
It is plausible. I mean, like I said, there's different functions to being a meteorologist, or especially aviation weather. You have a primary function, and so you use the tools of your trade. If you're going to launch a weather balloon just for the sake of adjusting the model, it has a very specific purpose and function, and it doesn't need to be fancy. However, if you do want to get way higher into, like you said, trying to study the ozone, and there are many meteorologists doing many different studies of the atmosphere for various purposes, not just to help with aviation weather or even the local population, but meteorologists may be helping a larger study of the atmosphere in general. So if you wanted to get a balloon high enough, yes, you would make a balloon that would be more robust, larger, would need more air, more helium to get to those heights, and the package collecting your telemetry would need to be sufficient to capture that data. So it's not impossible. It could be. I'm not necessarily familiar with it because it's not my trade, but it's possible.
Yeah. Let me make a point earlier that was being discussed earlier a little bit. Twice a day. This is according to the National Weather Service. Twice a day, every day of the year, weather balloons are released, and 92 of them are released by the National Weather Service in the U.S. and its territories. But these balloons only last about 2 hours and drift as far as about 125 miles away and go up to about 100,000 feet. So there's a lot of variation in the altitude there. However, there are plenty of other balloons, such as ones that Google was putting out, that would last for up to 300 days. So there seems to be a lot of different even types of weather balloons that would make it very difficult to rule all this stuff out, no?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, like I said, the military likes to compartmentalize, and I'm sure other agencies compartmentalize as well. So you're not necessarily going to spend a great deal of time working with someone else's balloons or their equipment when it's not actually key to what you're doing daily. But I am aware of some of these balloons. It's just that, I don't know about the ones that are described here. And certainly the imagery that I saw from the one out in the water didn't look like anything I've ever seen. It was some kind of balloon, obviously, with some kind of technology fixed underneath it, but it just didn't look familiar to me.
I want to go to Patrick before going to Dusty's question, if you don't mind, Nick. Patrick, just a question for you, because you were the voice of reason earlier. If those were spy balloons, okay, if we get a confirmation in the next few days that these are spy balloons, okay? Patrick, you with me? Patrick, can you hear me? Well,
The voice of reason has left the building.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, so if these are confirmed to be spy balloons, and if we have more incidents of objects, let's say spy balloons being shut down in the next few days, if that continues, would that be a level? Would that be a scenario that would get you more concerned? Like, where does this get concerning for you?
Well, that's a hell of a hypothetical, Mario. So I'll default respectfully to Sebastian Gorka's analysis, which he laid out when he first came on the call, which is that, if it's an act of aggression or a military or some sort of kinetic threat, that's one thing. But at the end of the day, you're still dealing with balloons. And so the response should be proportionate, and it should be reserved. It's more prudent at this stage, when we don't have the information, to put the emphasis on questioning our own government's reaction, than it is to second guess or speculate what the Chinese may or may not be doing, or etc. Because at the end of the day, the reaction of this administration is more important, much more important by orders of magnitude, especially since we have some very questionable, in my opinion, some very questionable his ability to lead as an executive. So that's my worry. It's not the Chinese. I'm more worried about what this government will do to create a slide towards some sort of an aggressive standoff that's totally unnecessary, that could be diffused through diplomatic or other means.
So, Dusty, I know that you've been taking a deep dive into balloons here over the past several days, especially. Help us wrap the balloon talk a little bit here, and then I think we'll shift topics here just a tad.
Yeah, so on the weather balloon front and the smaller balloons, there's not a whole lot that we can really say to go off of them, except for the one thing that is a little odd was some of the described colors of them is not quite traditional. Sort of your traditional small weather balloons are basically like a latex balloon, give or take. They don't typically have buoyancy control, so they'll set their payload and their helium amount to their desired sort of like altitude ceiling. And then they'll either to be able to stay at an altitude ceiling, or they'll just keep going until they pop. Now, in the case of the first two balloons, which are really, they are getting less attention now, but are more of a concern. Like the one that went over Venezuela just disappeared, and now we don't hear anything about it. The one in South America, those are stratostats, and I don't know how to ping up in the nest above, but there are American companies that make those, and they're a total different material. They're the low pressure.
Yeah. Yep. Kyle?
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of these sort of galaxy brain takes on some of this, but I'm wondering if there's a more simple explanation. Like, what if this is just embarrassing for everyone? Is that possible?
Yeah, we discussed it earlier, and I think it's from what I understood from various panelists, like, if these are weather balloons, that's why, like, I just don't find it to, like, it's just too risky for the administration, because Biden himself gave the okay to shoot down the objects today and yesterday. So it just doesn't make sense after he's faced criticism on the first balloon that he took too long. Now he's acted too quickly and he ended up shooting weather balloons. Again, it is possible.
But
you're
thinking
rationally.
rationally.
Why do you give them the benefit of the doubt? I mean, like, I don't understand why you keep giving Biden the benefit of the doubt when he has literally fucked up every single thing that he has ever done. I mean, there's no reason to say, "Oh, he's not fucking this one up."
It's not. But you can't put it just on Biden. Biden acts on intelligence.
No,
he
obviously
receives.
not. But the administration as a whole has proven itself to be completely inept when it comes to dealing with these kinds of situations. I mean, look at how they messed up Afghanistan. It wasn't deliberate. You can't say they deliberately fucked up Afghanistan, but they did fuck it up. Right?
Okay, so Ian, I'll go.
Can I just finish my point really quickly, which is this. Imagine a scenario where, again, like I said last night, China entered the worst of all possible worlds in terms of their COVID response. And whereas the rest of us outside could see that, it was only internally recognized, incidentally, reports that citizens, when they saw the World Cup, they were finally able to understand that the narrative that they had been fed through censored media just wasn't true. This is sort of like a North Korean scenario where all of a sudden, all at once, over 1 billion people see that they've been locked down and they didn't have an advantage. They didn't use the lockdown to come up with some kind of incredible biotech that would prevent what we were purportedly doing in the U.S., which was something to prevent infection and transmission. So they didn't get that. They were locked down for years, and then they still get the infection. People die and are mass disabled. So we have that condition. So China needs a win. So they spin this, and they look both silly on the one hand, because they lose track of their balloon. Then they sort of posture up and say, oh, yes, but if we retain the right to retaliate in like fashion because of what Biden did. So the Biden administration, they use this as a positive, they spin it. They say, well, we did make an initial mistake. We should have shot it down earlier. But now we've recalibrated and we're going to take a more aggressive stance. So both of these are losses in search of a win, all while I don't know if I hate to say this, but I think Kin.com, he made a good point, and I only say this because one of the Russian translators, I happen to know someone who the Ukrainians use as a translator, and he was telling me today as the tanks were moving through Frankfurt towards Ukraine. I asked him, like, what is it like on the ground there? What are people saying? And you know what he said to me, which was so striking that no one else in the U.S., I haven't heard anyone say this. He said, you know what? If Russia just wanted if they wanted to bomb and win, they'd just do it. And for some reason, I don't know why we don't have the cognizance to just say that and admit that there is potential. We're spending all of this money. We're using all of these resources. And yet, the Western media doesn't seem to be willing to say, and yet, if Russia just wanted to take it, if Putin is as bad as we say he is and worse, which I think he is, at any moment he could end the war. And there's not much.
He could level Kiev. Yeah, easily.
So I feel like it is a distraction, and people are trying to use these galaxy brain takes. Well, if China was using this to spy and to spy only, and they wanted to see what our response was, and we knew, we sort of now know that they had this balloon coming our way, and we would do everything the way you would do if you knew your opponent was watching you. It would make no sense to do it straight by the book, would it? I mean, am I the only one who thinks this is all? I mean, you would do everything you could, because we're thinking, as someone said earlier, of playing chess. I think it was Aaron, but it's not chess. This is like Go. You know,
so
I want to go to
Kim back in here for sure. Well, we're all three on the same page, clearly. Kim, now I really need your opinion after all this.
We've had some great guests come and go, Kim, over the last few hours, and there is a report. And no giggling, Kim. No giggling allowed. We don't know for sure. Kim.
This
I
space
said
is
no.
so funny, man.
What are your thoughts on the report from the ABC?
Well, first of all, let me tell this. When I was here before, we had this guy, Brian Cunningham, who was telling me that I'm a propagandist for Russian propaganda and that I'm here to support Putin. And then I looked into him, and it turns out he is a career CIA officer and was a senior White House lawyer under the then National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. This guy's the worst of the worst in the deep state, and this is the kind of people you have in your space now. And Mario, you know what that means. You are now significant. You are now important because these people come in here to try and twist the story and try to put their narrative into Twitter spaces. This is how big you have become, Mario. Compliment to you.
Thank you, Kim. Thanks for the compliments. And I'll compliment you as well. You came on the panel and you did talk about these being weather balloons. You laughed at everyone. Again, we don't know whether they are or not. You know me, I'm always objective. But, not long after that, we did get that report that Nick tweeted on the ABC News, correct, Nick?
Right.
And intelligence officials, I think it was, that did say that these were weather balloons. But then we saw the press briefing by the Pentagon saying we just cannot, we don't know what they are, and we cannot cannot come to such conclusions.
Well, of course they are, and you know what, Mario? It's like it's so hideous. This whole idea that China needs balloons to spy on the U.S. is so ridiculous. They have the biggest cyber army next to the United States. They have satellites in orbit that are monitoring the United States 24/7, and the high-resolution cameras that they're using on these satellites are even better than what the U.S. has. If you walk on a street on a clear day, they can see what's on your fucking phone while you're texting. All right.
Well, wait till you find out how many Chinese nationals actually live in the United States and essentially operate as intelligence operatives as well.
But the same, you can say the same about U.S. agents living in China and Russia.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, we don't send 500,000 U.S. students to China to spy or presume they're all agents when push comes to shove. That's for sure.
Let's just be realistic about it. All the big nations spy on each other. The U.S. has the far bigger budget when it comes to spying compared to China and Russia. That means they have more assets, more agents in foreign countries. So, to say that there are Chinese spies in the U.S. is a nothing burger because the U.S.
The point I was making, Kim, is that the resident Chinese population here is seen as an asset by the Chinese Communist Party. They don't consider civilians studying abroad to be, separate and apart from the government when push comes to shove. And obviously you're right about the relative intelligence budgets. I wish we got as much bang for the buck, but that's another topic.
Yeah. Well, here's the crucial point, right? Why is this happening right now? Why is this blowing up in the mainstream media in the U.S. that suddenly weather balloons that make absolutely no sense in the context of spying.
Potential possible weather balloons.
100% not spy balloons, okay? You don't need spy balloons. Like, you don't need...
But quick question. What do you think? Do you think the possibility that this is China probing the U.S. defense system and the U.S. response, could that be a possibility? Is it plausible?
What a hilarious approach to do that. Why not do something more impactful like a cyber attack? Take down the power grid in a big city or do something, of significance. To have these weather balloons fly around to intimidate the United States. Don't you think this is out of a South Park episode? That's fucking dumb.
Like, let's just be real here, right? Like, I think the first spy balloon, which obviously was a spy balloon, right? It's a surveillance balloon at the very least. It probably did blow off course. It probably was an accident because it kind of makes China look bad, and then they have to save face, and it looks really, really bad, right? And now the response, from America's response to shooting down that balloon was way too late. They took way too long to do it, and that alarmed the public. The public demanded a response. They demanded that the Biden administration actually do something to, deal with these foreign incursions. And now this is an overreaction. This is an overcorrection on the Biden administration's part, which is to shoot down every single weather balloon that happens to fly in U.S. airspace. I don't think these balloons, I mean, that's what they are right now, are of Chinese origin. I think they're very likely commercial, if anything. And the reason why they haven't identified them is because, it takes a while to do so. But they don't want to, say outright it's a balloon. They're just going to call it a cylindrical object. They're going to say it's hexagonal in nature. It's like, this is just a way for them to
Yeah, let's be honest. This is
to
entirely
get people's attention, right? It's like, oh my God, UFOs.
It's entirely the Biden administration deflecting. And Kim, when you brought up about Nord Stream, there's some serious, significant issues that are taking place right now, internationally and nationally. And they've made this a total distraction. Everyone is looking the other way. It is someone.
That's what it is.
So wait, Jim,
right on target.
Are you on board? Are you on board with the idea that the U.S. planned this out in order for it to be a distraction, or are you not going quite that far yet?
The U.S. was looking for anything they could use as a distraction right now.
I meant, I know your opinion, Kim. I wanted Jim's opinion.
It's an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity. Like, these balloons offer an opportunity for America to say, look, we're doing something. We're defending the skies. That was the narrative.
We are under attack by Chinese killer balloons. Everyone pay attention.
The whole press release is, we're here to defend the America's skies. It's like, come on, guys. Like, you're not defending shit. You're just shooting down weather balloons.
So, Tom, you saw the discussion kind of via, different directions over the last few hours, and now we're heading down a path that maybe China is not as involved as we initially thought.
Look, we had the initial attack, and I do believe it was an attack. It was serious. It was blatant. It was visible. It was brazen. And, I think it was scandalous in the way it happened and the way it was handled. And, I'm not convinced, and frankly enough to warrant the type of reactions that I was talking about earlier. And, the point I would make is, we'll see what happens. I don't trust the military one way or the other, or the Biden administration for sure. Is that what should be our approach to China? And my view is, in the least, the initial balloon further confirms we need to radically change our positions related to China. Seb has highlighted, the way the Chinese approach this. We've got to extricate ourselves from this relationship with China, where they use our resources and access to their markets to not only, in the most blatant sense, steal our IP and other technology, but also ratchet those resources against us in their effort to become a dominant world power. And, and to the degree they're a dominant world power, it means our freedom's at risk. And that's my concern.
Yeah, Tom, but this is
pointing out that the Chinese spy balloon.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah. I'll just make a real quick point. I was just going to say that the Chinese surveillance platform was developed by, partly by the United States technology. So that's an
and that's but it highlights that doesn't necessarily obviate my point. It just highlights the challenge that we will have here in America to change the status quo, because much of our government doesn't think China is a problem and wants to do business with it. And in fact, in the case of the President of the United States, it's his business partner. It's credibly been alleged, and the evidence is powerful.
All right, can I chime in here?
Absolutely.
So what people need to understand, the rise of China is not because they are stealing stuff. It's because U.S. manufacturing wanted to use Chinese cheap labor where people work for under $200 a month to manufacture their products so that they can increase their profit margin. That is what the entire success of China is based on. Greedy U.S. business oligarchs wanted to get their products manufactured cheaper, and China provided the solution for that, and they rose as an economic power because of that. Anything else, any other claim that China is trying to, steal from the United States or whatever is complete nonsense. The United States benefited now for over 2 decades from this very cheap manufacturing, because when Americans go to buy their Christmas gifts at the end of the year, they pay 40, 50, 60% less than what they used to pay for these products. And just imagine, with the current cost of living crisis in the U.S., there would be nothing under the Christmas trees this year if everything were manufactured in the United States at the labor rates that companies have to pay there. So you need to understand that China has been doing the U.S. a great favor and has been making a lot of money in the progress.
Well, what I love about Kim's analysis, and I don't agree, I differ with them, is you have to pick which dark view of the world do you want. And I'm obviously persuaded by my own point here, but we should be skeptical and cynical, not because we should be skeptical and cynical for their own sake, but we just have to question what we are being told with respect to international relations, our defense, because as we've seen through the years, there's this corruption and incompetence and arrogance that is literally deadly in consequence. And so we've got to take this kind of approach that everyone's lying in a particular way, and figure out what the truth is that fits with with what the available evidence is to you as a citizen, dear listeners. Because my guess is your instincts are better than and probably more true as to the reality of the situation than what you're hearing from the usual suspects.
Well, so Tom, I'm curious. If we take your analysis that you so eloquently laid out earlier and have been consistently talking about, that we better react and deal with a Chinese threat, is there actually maybe even some combination of what you and Kim are saying? Or because at the same time, I mean, is it either or? Is it even possible as well that the Biden administration?
Well, yeah. I mean, you raise a good point. I mean, it's in some ways the analyses are inconsistent with each other. The Americans know that IP is under assault, and I say IP in the general sense, in the sense that they want the ability to manufacture this stuff on their own without being beholden to any outside power. And I think many corporations and those doing business in China kind of see that as the price of admission, while complaining and while complaining about it. So I don't necessarily think that there's a conflict there, but the Chinese have a very different view of the world and the relationship of government to the individual than I would think the traditional American view is, as I think should be understood from the conservative perspective. And we've got to recognize that our elites, or too many of our elites, are on the side of the Chinese view of the government versus the individual, communism, Marxism, than the American way. And that's the transnational nature of the battle we face. And in my view, many transnational elites do share, and as I said earlier, envy the Chinese government's approach and ability to, quote, get things done over the objections of the unwashed masses and MAGA people, their version of MAGA, no matter where they are.
Nick, before we go to Aaron, I just want to, Dan, we had the UFO discussion earlier, and it is a discussion in general, a general discussion worth having. And I don't want to dismiss it as a conspiracy theory, and I've looked into it in depth. And, what I used to believe are just conspiracy theories about all these UFOs is at least something that is worth debating. But in this case, Dan, and I'm referring to you because I saw your description, with the UFO podcast that you run and your experience in that. Is that even a discussion worth having today with those balloons?
So thank you for introing me so kindly, by the way. What I would say is that there's been an issue since about 2004 onwards where objects are being picked up on multiple sensors by aviators in the military. And for the longest time, we've just been petitioning officials and everyone that in those right positions to actually take this up and look at it seriously. And for the UFO community, we're kind of in awe this week because, one, we're actually getting, the media reacting to 3, 4, 5 objects instead of, we've heard swarms from 2019, swarms of objects were all over ships off the west coast of America, and there's been recurrent incidents on the east coast as well. And the media didn't care when that was going on. But suddenly 4 or 5 objects and the media is all over it. So it's really confusing and kind of jaw-dropping week for us. But I'd also say that for the longest time we've said that the data of, sorry about the traffic outside, by the way, the data of drones and balloons and things like that, these are all kind of in the same area. Essentially, we've got the US calibrating sensors to look for specific things, and they were leaving the outliers, basically. And if I was China, if I was an adversary, being able to presume that there's data filtered out, I would try and create things that live in those spaces, hide in plain sight, look a little weird, build things that are shaped like octagons and cylinders and things like that so that the US can't get a good read on the signature of these things, and therefore it's confusing. And then what we're seeing this week is essentially a kind of a DDoS attack in our skies, with the media just completely saturated with this stuff. So it's a really interesting tactic. And I know we're talking a lot about China and Russia here, but I've got to wonder, this is a cheap, accessible technology. Is China telling other allies to kind of do this intelligence gathering as well?
And Nick, sorry, just chatting to Sebastian Gorka in the background. The point that you made, Dan, in terms of the objects with different shapes and trying to create a bit of hysteria in the US. I want to go back to Kim on this point. I know that we've got Brian's hand up as well. Actually, Brian, I'll get your comments before going to Kim.
Mario.
Yeah,
Mario,
it is.
It is. Here. We shouldn't be assuming intent. We should not be assuming that China's behind all of this.
Sure. Look, it's hard to come to conclusions. I think it's worth an assumption, in my opinion. The same way we're assuming these are weather balloons.
I mean,
we can't come to the conclusion.
We never jump to conclusions. We can ask questions, but don't jump to conclusions. It's a possibility, certainly.
Brian, your thoughts on what Dan just mentioned before going back to Kim, and I know Aaron's been waiting for a while. With your experience, Brian, is that a fair assumption or a fair discussion to have that these, having these objects in different shapes is a good way? It's like a DDoS attack in the sky. I think it's a great way to put it.
Yeah. Well, I think the idea that kind of going to analog might have been a brilliant strategy of someone to say, hey, everyone expects some big, shiny Mach 50 aircraft with stealth and all these weapons on it. What if we just floated a balloon over someone and blend in with ordinary weather balloons? I mean, I'm not saying that's what's happening, but it would be pretty brilliant if someone did think of that.
And also, Brian, if it actually worked, like how we were talking earlier, and the tweet I was reading earlier, I'm going to read it out again. The balloons issue didn't suddenly appear over the past week. The objects were allowed to fly through US airspace without response. So that theory that and it goes back to the member of NORAD that was on the space earlier, talking about the fact that nothing in US airspace can go unnoticed maybe that China's actually, was able to do it, was able to blend in, and those balloons were
Yeah.
confused for weather balloons, and they managed to
That
achieve
seems
their mission.
unlikely,
So,
Mario.
so
That seems very
two
unlikely.
things like hiding in plain sight might be the order of the day. Just find a way to hide in plain sight. I mean, not saying that's what it is. Obviously, we have no idea at this point. But if that were the strategy, it would, and it worked, it would be pretty brilliant.
My wife, Kelly, just sent me the Babylon Bee tweet saying their fake headline is Super Bowl ruined as Air Force keeps shooting footballs out of the sky.
But if that was them,
Kim's point. I want to
Guardian.
go back to Kim's point about why China doesn't really need to fly surveillance balloons over America on purpose, given that it has vastly advanced satellite technology. It doesn't need balloons to do surveillance. It's just unnecessary. So this idea that they're just flying in plain sight, I mean, they're getting shot down. I don't think that's very much in plain sight, given that you have to have transponders and things like that on these balloons. Otherwise, they will get shot down regardless. China has better technology. They don't need this.
Right, but
But
I just want to jump in here and just say that, I mean, yes, that's true, but it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, if you just want to look at somebody, then yeah, the best way to do that would be to look at them with a satellite. If you wanted to do something more kinetic, I mean, right now the reentry vehicles go into space and then they re-enter. But if you wanted to do something that no one would see coming, you don't launch an ICBM. Everyone will see that. Like you said, everyone has great satellites. Everyone has great surveillance. Everyone's seeing everything. So the best solution to that would be to, I mean, we have the triad, right? We have bombs, okay? We have nuclear submarines, okay? And we have ICBMs. So we can drop a dumb bomb right on top of you. We can launch an ICBM at you, or we can put a nuke in a submarine and get it close. That's what we're working with. Everyone's looking at that. Everyone is paying close attention to that. But what if somebody said, well, I'll drop a dumb bomb. I just won't drop it from an airplane. It's not going to be the Enola Gay. It's going to be the silliest thing ever, a weather balloon. Or something that looks like a weather balloon. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm not saying I'm not wearing tinfoil hats. This isn't actually happening. But if someone were to be so inclined and actually wanted to attack someone else and thought, wow, we live in a technological age, there's pretty much zero chance that I get the jump on these guys. Pretty much zero.
There's nothing maneuverable about the balloons themselves. I mean, these things have no visible means of propulsion, so I don't know how you want to target anything. Let's just say they put a nuke on a balloon. Let's just say you did that, right? It's possible. I don't know how you want to target anything with those balloons anyway, because they fly along the jet stream. It doesn't really make a lot of sense as a weapon.
But if
you're right about that, but it's not impossible.
Even the size of the payload, the payload wouldn't be able to be held by a balloon to drop a dirty bomb.
So here's another view that I would like you guys to consider. China is all about face, right? Anyone who understands the Chinese culture, and I've lived in Hong Kong for 7 years, I understand it very well. They want to be seen as a sophisticated player on the world stage. They don't want to be embarrassed by some, $100,000 balloon with some metal frame hanging off it and being shot down by US fighter jets and then being claimed that this is how China spies on the world. I mean, that is so ridiculous that the people at the CCP are looking at this and are going like, what the hell? They're making us look bad. It's not their idea.
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing to think that China doesn't have the most sophisticated satellite technology to spy on every square inch of U.S. territory, including every U.S. military base. Like, they know exactly about all the movements that are taking place. They don't need this balloon. It's a distraction. It's a joke. And that people are sitting here and talking about this for 5 hours instead of talking about how the U.S. in an act of war blew up Nord Stream. That is what this is all about. This is what is happening right now. It's a distraction from the war in Ukraine, how bad it is going, and also from the story that just broke about the Nord Stream pipeline. This is why this is all over the news, because the U.S. government and their Pentagon script writers went hard to work when they knew Seymour Hersh stories coming out, when he asked them for comment. So they had a few days advance notice. They put a task group together to say, how are we going to distract from this shit? Because if this blows up, this could affect our NATO alliance. This could affect, Putin getting more favorite views around the world because, we've done something illegal against international law. It makes Putin look good. This is what this is all about, because they don't want you to talk about that.
Great points.
Aaron?
I agree.
I'd love Aaron to jump in because you've been waiting for a while, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks
Cam.
Mario. So let's talk about the geopolitical backdrop with China.
I'm not sure if you can get your mic a bit closer, Aaron. I know you're out.
Yeah, let me try.
I appreciate it.
Is that better?
Just better, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So I think both sides of this debate have a couple of helpful points. China is reverse engineering all their technology. That's how their engineers think. If you go to an engineering conference in China, you put American engineers next to Chinese engineers, American engineers will be creative. They will build new things. Chinese engineers will look at already existing things and try to recreate them. Not because they're less intelligent, not because they're less capable, but because that's how they're trained and that's how they think.
But sorry, Aaron, that's not true. China had 5G before the U.S. got off the ground. China has hypersonic missiles that the U.S. doesn't have. China is innovating in the EV car space. They are putting out innovation after innovation that the U.S. feels threatened by.
Yeah, like drones at DJI, they're ahead of the commercial drone technology game by a decade at least. America can't just it can't catch up.
So there, I agree with you that China is a threat to us, and I think we need to keep that in mind. And China is playing a long game. Tom has talked about that extensively, and I think he's exactly right about that. And the fact that China is a threat to us is also compatible with the fact that there are a lot of people in the United States that do not want to believe that, both on the left and on the right. So, a friend of mine who's a producer in Hollywood acknowledges that all the major money coming into Hollywood today comes from China. Okay, China is the biggest market for new films, and they have a lot of sway in terms of what happens in Hollywood. And there's people who are very much in favor of free market ideas that would celebrate that because they want access to that Chinese capital, and there are people who, for other reasons, want to minimize the threat of China and amplify the threat of Russia in order to advance certain other political goals. But I think both of these subsets of the American left and right have a sort of conflict of interest, have alternate reasons for minimizing the reality that China has made very clear, which is that China is interested in hegemony, worldwide hegemony. They are certainly interested in overtaking us economically, militarily, and as the fundamental power base in the global technologized society. And so, with that backdrop in mind, I think that's the place to begin thinking about this whole balloon fiasco. One balloon from China, maybe it's a nothing burger. 3 different objects shot down by U.S. military forces is not a nothing burger. And it's beyond belief, as was suggested in the press conference that we streamed on this about an hour ago. It's beyond belief that this is nothing but a weather satellite. That is China laughing at us for, the Pentagon basically parroting the Chinese cover story for this operation. So I think this is a probing operation in terms of it's a psychological operation, again, to see how we respond politically, how we respond socially, it's creating all kinds of strange and divisive narratives, which is good if you're thinking in military strategic terms, divide the enemy, confuse them, make it harder for enemy citizens to know who to trust and whether or not to trust their own government. So this, so far, seems all to be playing into the hands of advancing the interests of the Chinese.
So Aaron, what's the chance that the Biden administration is playing a psyop on everyone else by going after stuff?
I've been thinking about that today, and I've been thinking about whether or not these were some sort of operation coordinated by our intelligence services in combination with the DoD. I cannot rule out that hypothesis. Right now, when I consider both the Chinese hypothesis and the kind of false flag, distract people, coordinated PSYOP operation on the part of our own agencies, I think the Chinese hypothesis has more evidence in its favor. But I'm still going to hedge here, Jim, and say that while I think it's less likely, and while I think that even if the Chinese hypothesis is true, our side is also playing shenanigans. I mean, that press conference was a hoot, right? One minute he says, no, we don't shoot anything down unless we perceive that it's an imminent threat. And then the next thing he said was, well, this balloon is not an imminent threat, but we shot it down anyway. Right?
And Aaron, that was the same sentence. So both these points were made in the same the same phrase. It was very odd. I didn't know how to summarize it.
He didn't even wait 20 seconds for you to forget before he.
Unless he misspoke. Maybe he means that they're a lot more vigilant now. So usually, usually we'd only shoot him down when there's some sort of imminent threat.
Yeah. So I guess what I want to say is I don't trust what our government is telling us now, and I think that's a healthy stance of skepticism. But I don't know that I'm ready to go all the way and say that this is a U.S. operation that various forces within federal agencies, apparently with the help of the executive branch, are pushing for a certain domestic political or even foreign political purpose. I can't rule that out, but it seems more plausible that the Chinese are mucking around with us because our response seems so inept and so confused and so strange that that if it was a planned operation, we're talking about 5-dimensional chess. I think to figure out the purpose of this from the point of view of U.S. domestic actors.
I'm bringing Brian back up to get his final thoughts on this. But Patrick, with both these narratives, as we get closer to wrapping up the space, both these narratives playing out in the last couple of hours, what's your position on this? Because both Kim and Aaron are giving reasonable explanations for each narrative. So I wouldn't be surprised if most people in the audience are a bit confused what to make of all this.
Yeah, I think there's a danger of overthinking and overanalyzing this, especially in light of the beautiful Occam's razor solution that sits in front of us with the press conference. But look, you have to understand the geopolitical stakes right now have never been higher in the history. I would say in my lifetime, definitely. Where we're at right now, the United States, its position with NATO is a much higher stakes game than anything, in my opinion, even during the Cold War, at least for the time I've been alive since 1970. And it's not going particularly well. We have caught ourselves into a position that it's not necessarily a winnable war. And if you look back at recent U.S. history, the United States tends to get in a lot of wars that are not winnable, especially in the last 50 years. And it hasn't stopped them from doubling down and going all in on this. But this is a particular different situation because we're basically waging a proxy war by shoveling as much cash and weapons into a third-party country, in this case, Ukraine. And it's having devastating consequences for the country of Ukraine, but also it's raising the ante in terms of international tension. It's pushing Europe right up against Russia in a way that is very difficult economically. Look, the United States' biggest threat right now, and you have to keep this into perspective. It's not China. It's not Russia. The biggest threat to the United States is from inside politically. You have the FBI, the CIA. We spend more money, more resources gathering intelligence on our own citizens. Look at the Twitter files and what's come out. That's just a little taste of it. This is a political crisis, the likes that we have never seen or have no idea how to deal with. This is new territory for people who live in America. We haven't seen this level of malignancy at a federal level where agencies have been weaponized. And part of that's due to the new technology that's available. The honeypotting on social media and so forth creates new problems as well as opportunities. But the political crisis right now and the Russiagate hoax that has crippled U.S. politics for the last 6 years, ruined the whole presidency. 45's presidency, ruined by Russiagate. It's destroyed the media. Any objectivity in mainstream media has been absolutely wiped out. It's created a geopolitical pretext for most Americans to reflexively hate Russia, the same with British and Europeans. And is Russia really our natural enemy? And this is an interesting question. And I know this probably is not a popular question, but it gets fundamentally to the heart of where things are at right now. The United States' biggest threat is politically from inside. And look at how politicians, the Adam Schiffs of the world, these committees, the Mueller committee, all these impeachment fiascos, it's an absolute joke, but it's really damaged the body politic and the political economy of the United States in ways that we can't even imagine and will feel for the next generation. We have to get our affairs in order. NATO does as well. But right now we have Britain playing the chief whip, driving America straight to war. Boris has been deployed to get everybody back on message. And meanwhile, you've got a new Congress that's not quite sure what it wants to do in that respect. So this is a big crisis. China's looking on and laughing right now. They're probably having a good laugh. They see all of this. They understand all this stuff that's going on politically and culturally in America. And so does Russia. And they're probably not terribly impressed. And certainly as an American, I'm not. As a political analyst or a journalist, I'm not impressed at all, and not impressed with the way the media is handling all of this over the recent years, at least since 2015, 2016. It's a train wreck, to put it lightly, and nobody seems to want to address that fundamental problem. The Russiagate hoax, the lie of Russiagate, that has every problem we have now is built on top of that, and that's sprung, I'm sorry to say, out of the fundamentally out of the Hillary Clinton campaign. Even before the voting day in November of 2016. It was already in motion. And everything that's happened after that, I think we have to take a deep breath and really kind of let that sink in a little bit and then decide, what our priorities are as a country politically first. And then maybe we can fix some of these other problems after that.
Appreciate that summary, Patrick. Brian, you've been with us since the beginning of the space. Give us your time. What's your position now after hearing what was discussed and after hearing the briefing earlier, which kind of led to a lot more confusion? Mr. Cunningham.
Well, there's three reasons why the idea that this is all a U.S. disinformation operation is ludicrous. And I say three reasons not only because I'm a political science major and everything has three reasons. The first one is it would be flatly, patently illegal. You cannot conduct a covert action operation sanctioned by the president for the purpose of influencing domestic political opinion. Look it up, Executive Order 12333. Two, no administration since probably maybe George W. Bush, probably Lyndon Johnson would be remotely smart enough to play the five-dimensional chess, as somebody called it earlier, to pull something like this off. Also, there's no decent strategic reason for it. But the most important reason, that's a ludicrous theory, is there would be absolutely no way to keep a secret this big. Dozens, if not hundreds of people would have to know about it. There would be Edward Snowdens all over the place blowing the whistle on this. It's impossible. And I will meet up in Sydney with anybody on this event and buy beers for everyone if I'm proven wrong. One other point. This idea that Russia is not our natural enemy, first of all, Exhibit A, the Cold War. But more importantly, it doesn't make any difference whether they're our natural enemy or not. They have violated every tenet of international and humanitarian law and invaded a sovereign country in the middle of Europe. That makes them our enemy. We don't need any naturalism about it. Thanks.
Brian, the third
Brian,
point.
Can I ask Brian a question real quick? Mario?
Aaron, I'll let you comment briefly. Go ahead, and then I'll go to Kim to ask Brian a question.
So Brian, I agree. I was the 5-dimensional chess comment. So I think that theory is very implausible. But the idea that the government cannot conduct propaganda operation domestically, our government has been doing that.
But Aaron, to this, but not only propaganda, Aaron. Like, they have such a whole scheme with balloons and a fake story made up and different objects being shot down. There's such a massive operation. Keeping a secret just gets harder and harder every decade. And as we saw with Edward Snowden and WikiLeaks. Yeah. So just the argument that keeping such a secret is almost impossible. And I know Kim will probably push back on this in a bit, but go ahead, Aaron.
But I just want to point out that they wouldn't do it because it's illegal. Well, they've been doing it since 2017, starting putting together the infrastructure for that in 2016. And the Missouri v. Biden case, the Twitter files, Foundation for Freedom Online, there's plenty of evidence that has been recovered that our foreign intelligence agencies, the Department of State, and our domestic agencies, the Department of Homeland Security, have been running just such informational operations, psyops, propaganda campaigns against the American people since 2017, 2018, massively accelerated during the pandemic. It's happening, and it's undeniable. And the fact that it's illegal and should stop doesn't change the fact that it has been happening anyways.
Kim, you've got a question for Brian? Brian, did you want to respond to Aaron before Kim asks you the question?
Just real quick. Look, I'm not saying everybody in government are angels, okay? Not at all. And I've got a lot of problems with what the FBI did under against President Trump, and I've got a lot of problems with what other agencies are doing. I'm saying if you wanted to coordinate dozens of federal agencies and conduct a unlawful disinformation operation like what is being posited here, so many people would have had to know about it and so many records would have had to be created that even if you assume that the top echelon of the Biden administration, hundreds of them are intentional lawbreakers, there would be no way to cover it up. And by the way, to your point about all the disinformation since 2016, I will remind you that Donald Trump controlled the intelligence services and the FBI for 4 years. Any single day of his presidency, he could have called those people in. He could have ordered them to deliver every single classified document about the Russiagate investigation. Did he ever do that? No. Why? Because he wanted the narrative. He didn't want the facts.
Kim?
Yeah, Brian. So the question that I have, I've been listening to you, including what you said earlier, that I'm spreading Russian propaganda. And I looked into you and I saw that you claim you were a CIA officer. Can you tell us a little bit about your history at the CIA? What was your role at the CIA?
This is the most easily verifiable set of facts on the internet. Just Google Brian Cunningham and security, and you're going to find hundreds of videos. You're going to find my National Intelligence Medal. You're going to find photographs of my awards in the intelligence community. I served 3 different times in the Central Intelligence Agency. I was a career trainee under President Reagan, what you'd now call a spy trainee. I was then a CIA analyst about the KGB and disinformation operations, which is why I know a little something about this. And I was assistant general counsel at the CIA under President Clinton. I was executive assistant to the executive director, essentially the chief operating officer under President Clinton. And I was the deputy legal advisor to the National Security Council with the CIA portfolio under President Bush. Look it up.
No, it's all good. I mean, that's fantastic that that's in the public domain. But wouldn't you agree with me that the CIA budget, its growth in, intelligence community workers and power over the year are largely due to continued crisis around the world, to, the matter with China and Russia being such a national security risk, to the U.S. Don't you think that what you are saying is just all biased because you want these budgets to increase, you want the power of the CIA to increase, and don't you need endless crisis with China and Russia in order to justify your growth?
Well, I don't deny that the leaders of government agencies are constantly fighting for a limited set of federal dollars, and the dollars are somewhat limited because as conservatives, I think we want them to be limited. We don't want the government to have unlimited spending power. However, keep in mind, I got paid the same amount as a career CIA officer, regardless of what the budget of the agency is. There's no incentive for an individual in any of those agencies to manufacture crises, number one. Number two, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean people are not out to get you. We were attacked on 9/11. The Russians did try to interfere with our elections in 2016. The Chinese did put spy balloons over the United States. So, yeah, there is a military-industrial complex. We need to be worried about it. We should scrutinize it carefully. All of us should speak out about it. But there also are real crises that we have to deal with as a country.
So wouldn't you agree if we were living in a world of peace where Russia, China, the US, and everyone would get along just fine, and there wouldn't be endless crises and endless problems, that the CIA budget would probably not be sitting where it is right now, and that a lot of these people working in the intelligence community would probably be out of a job?
Well, in your fantasy land where all the dictators of the world give up, yes, it would probably reduce the intelligence budget. Although I will remind everyone again that after the Cold War ended and President Clinton declared a quote unquote peace dividend, and we cut defense spending and we cut intelligence spending, what we got was 9/11. And so I'm not sure that's exactly a proper goal for what any of us should wish for. If we lived in utopia, there would be no need for intelligence services, but we don't, and we're not going to anytime
Brian,
soon.
I'm just curious.
Because the CIA is making sure that we are not living in an utopia, because you're toppling governments around the world, you're causing these color revolutions, you're funding opposition parties and protests in different countries because you don't agree with their government and what they're doing. And have you ever considered that maybe Russia and China have the systems that they do have in place because they're constantly worried about the CIA meddling in their affairs, trying to cause chaos within their countries, to topple their governments? And, isn't that really what's going on, why the world is so problematic as it is today, because the CIA has a history of causing problems around the world?
Well, the CIA was created in 1947, and the Russian Revolution under Lenin happened in 1917. So, no, I don't think so.
I've got a question for you, Kim, before going to Brian, who's been waiting for a while, and we are wrapping it up, guys. So we'll give you the final thoughts, Brian, Patrick. Question, Kim: do you the point that was made by Brian and other speakers earlier, that keeping a secret is getting harder and harder, and I think most of us, if not all of us, would agree. Considering this, wouldn't it make it very difficult for the administration to keep such an operation a secret, with various objects being brought down in various locations, heavily publicized all over the media, the Chinese balloon, the debris being picked up? Too many whistleblowers knowing about the story.
Yeah, but Mario, that is why they are going after so aggressively after every whistleblower, putting them into the National Security Court in Virginia and, threatening them with decades in jail. That's the very reason why the U.S. government is doing that, because, of course, they are worried that their secrets are out there. And just with the Seymour Hersh story, right, where he disclosed that there were actual people within the national security state that did not agree with the actions of Joe Biden blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. They did not want that to happen because they could see what would happen if it would come out. And these are the very people that are contacting journalists like Seymour Hersh and others that then do blow the whistle and do talk about it because they want the truth out there, because they know it's harmful for the United States to engage in crazy actions like this. And if there's one thing that is clear in the history of the United States, this has been happening again and again and again, from WMDs in Iraq, from false flag attacks to justify wars. the history books are littered with this type of behavior from the deep state in the United States. So no one should be surprised that this is happening now.
I want to go to Brian and Patrick, and that's Brian Tubbs. Just final words, guys, because we do want to wrap up the space. We've gone for almost 8 hours now. It's been an incredible space. So final words for the audience, your thoughts on what we can expect over the next few days. And then we'll go to Patrick, and then we'll have Mr. Cunningham as well giving us final words, and then Nick and Jim will wrap it up, and then I actually want the final word to go to Kim, and I've got one final question for him as we wrap up the space. Just for the audience, while we've got our panelists giving us final thoughts and their overview of what we can expect over the next few days, I've just pinned above and retweeted on my account, which I forgot to mention, the newsletter to get notified of future spaces, and our team will be summarizing the spaces. We'll have clips of our key speakers, the highlights from the different spaces. All this will be sent via email. So it's pinned above. It's retweeted on my account. Make sure you subscribe there. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that Kim's got a great point. There are certainly people in this world and countries and factions and groups and people that want to see conflict. And it's all about money. It's all about control. And we can sit and talk about that side of it. But the fact is that we're also dealing with people who do want to do harm. It's not like because the world is a dangerous place that we can just sit back and not pay attention to what's going on. China, I can tell you this, or I'll tell you this. I don't want to get into anything classified, but I will say that I was in DC not too long ago, and with all of the top folks and top generals from every MAGCOM of the military and for a convention, and the point of the entire convention from everybody, and I know there was a lot of parties there trying to sell us things, but the point of the entire convention was China. Now you can say, oh yeah, because people want to create wars and they want conflict, and that's true. People do want to create wars and create conflict, and that sucks. Sucks that there's a lot of people out there that just want to destroy the world for their own profit. I mean, it's horrible. But just because there are interested parties that want to gin up the complex for their own benefit, it doesn't mean that there aren't still other parties that are doing this because they genuinely believe in the rightness of their cause. There's lots of folks in China that want to restore the empire. They don't want just some of it restored or a small piece or this or that. They don't just want Taiwan. They don't just want Hong Kong. They want everything to be restored 100%, and they are not going to rest. And they have a wonderful apparatus for motivating their public to participate in this venture. We here in America definitely do not. We are in a crisis of motivating people to come and to devote their intelligence, their physical bodies to the cause of protecting our own country. If there were a false flag with these quote unquote Chinese balloons, maybe it's just to gin up support. I don't know. But I do know that there are threats out there. They're coming at us from many directions for many reasons. And we can't just bury our head in the sand because some people want to make money off of it. Yeah, they do, and they will. But there's still threats. There are still folks that are devoted to their cause, and we have to pay attention to that as well. And I'll leave it there.
Thanks a lot, Brian. Patrick,
guys, I just pinned a tweet on top that explains why the U.S. government shot down the Chinese weather balloon. Have a look.
Thanks, Kim. Patrick, final words for the audience before we go to Mr. Cunningham?
Sure. Yeah, and quickly, because Brian Cunningham said something directed towards me about Russia not being our natural enemy, and he said that they're violated international law, violated territorial sovereignty of Ukraine, etc. But, you can't strip out the context of the fact that our government was actively involved in overthrowing the democratically elected president of Ukraine in 2014. That's very well documented. So as to say that we didn't have a hand in that, and we can go back further to the previous elections as well, and the Orange Revolution, and go back a little further than that. So that's one thing. The context matters. The two sides of the UN Charter is territorial integrity. There's also self-determination. We had an opportunity to diffuse an 8-year civil war, a violent civil war in Ukraine, but instead we backed the hard line, which was to get Kiev to deploy its military against its own people and to discriminate based on ethnicity and language. And if you're running a federal state or anything close to it, when you start doing that, you end up with a failed state. And this is exactly how we got into this situation. Russia acted in its own national security interest, exercising its own Monroe Doctrine vis-a-vis NATO, and also to protect what they saw as the Russian inhabitants of the Donbass, just as a starter. But if the United States, if the shoe is on the same foot with the U.S. in Baja California or the Mexican-American War, I think it's a fait accompli what would happen. John Mearsheimer has illustrated this point very well. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, do I care about what China's plotting? My county, I wake up on election day, 60% of the voting machines malfunctioned in my county, Maricopa County. I don't know if my vote gets counted. Still don't know. So, that's my concern. We have a lot of dirty activities going on at state precinct level in key swing states in the last 2 elections. That is not conspiracy theory. That is well documented by now. The problem is we don't have a press that will grow a spine in order to deal with that issue. We have a lot of partisan appointed judges that won't even hear cases, no matter what the evidence is. Okay, so we have existential threat to America from inside America. The FBI meddled in the last election. Russia did not meddle in the 2016 election. There's no evidence of that at all. Okay, that's been widely debunked. It's at this point a talking point. It's a trope. Okay, the FBI through the Twitter files, through the bearing of the Hunter Biden laptop story and other examples, they actively meddled in the last election. That was shown to be the case in the last congressional hearing this week. Okay, that's the problem. That's the threat. The Republic is facing an existential threat from within. Until this is sorted out, and everyone in the intelligence community is duty bound to do something about that, and not based on their partisan allegiances or their personal political swings or preferences. No, they have to do that on a constitutional basis, and that's. If that doesn't happen, we're going to continue to have more dysfunction and fracturing in the U.S. And forget that China, it's a walk in the park for your so-called enemies at that point. It doesn't matter. But for Americans, it shouldn't matter. We have our system that we have until we respect it and abide by it, which we don't right now. And the press doesn't. Neither does the various partisan actors in key positions in the government. They don't seem to respect it. The deep state, the senior executive service, everybody. It's a problem. That's the main problem. So that's where I want to leave it.
Thanks, Patrick. Mr. Cunningham.
Yeah, just a couple quick points. So first of all, I couldn't possibly disagree more with almost everything that Kim and Patrick have said in the last 15 minutes, and I'd be happy to come back on and rebut them in detail. However, I love this debate. Thank you so much, Mario, Nick, and Jim, and others for hosting this. And I love the fact that we in this country live in a place where Kim and Patrick and me and all the rest of us can come on and say what we think, regardless of the disagreement. We're free to do that. That's an amazing thing.
Yeah, tell that to Julian Assange, Brian.
Well, okay, well, let's debate that at another time. Julian Assange is not in a U.S. jail right now, so as he should be. But anyway,
we'll put that, Kim. We'll put that. By the way, Julian's wife did, by the way, message me today. Funny enough, Kim, I'm going to be responding to her after this space. I'll probably do another space, and Brian, you're welcome to join that one. But I'll let you final words, Brian, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so just let me get back to the topic that this space is about real quick. This is not ending anytime soon. My prediction is, one, and I hope we can come back on and talk about this. I'd love to talk to Kim about it. We are going to have hard evidence of the intelligence collecting capabilities of this balloon off the ocean floor. One way or the other, this is going to get resolved. That equipment's coming up. We'll be able to know the answer to this relatively soon. But what's going to happen is we're going to have more of these incidents. We, the Americans and the Canadians, are going to shoot down more of these objects, and it's going to start happening all around the world. Militaries everywhere that are capable of doing this, including Mario, I predict in Australia, are going to start doing this. So we're going to have plenty of time to talk all this out and understand the strategic implications of all of it. And I applaud you guys for continuing this conversation. One last minor point, just so everyone understands, I also happen to be a constitutional lawyer and a former federal prosecutor. There is absolutely no such thing as a national security court in Virginia or anywhere else. Thanks.
Well, what do you call the FISA court then in the Eastern District of Virginia?
The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court does not sit in the Eastern District of Virginia. It sits in the District of Columbia, and it has absolutely no authority to arrest or put in jail any protester, any dissenter, any whistleblower, or anyone else. Look it up.
You know, funny story, because the judge on my case, including the previous judge on my case, are both also judges on the FISA court, and they are based in the Eastern District of Virginia. So do your homework, Mr. CIA.
Okay, hang on. Now I'm going to have to educate people because it's another bit of disinformation. There are United States federal district court judges who are elected and are appointed in every district in the United States. Some of those, whether they sit in the Northern District of Virginia or North Dakota or California, also happen to be separately appointed to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Again, look it up.
Please don't be naive. Let me add
Kim,
one
and then
more
we'll go to
thing,
Ian.
okay? The same Eastern District of Virginia has indicted Julian Assange, has indicted myself as a major supporter of WikiLeaks, has indicted Edward Snowden. All major national security cases are running in the Eastern District of Virginia and are run by FISA court judges that are doing secret warrants.
Judges
for the intelligence community. So check your facts, everyone.
Judges do not indict anyone. Grand juries of ordinary citizens indict people. 2, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court has never indicted a single person in the history of the country, nor do they have the authority to do that. We should have an episode about this.
There's a lot of points.
Why are you trying to spin my words? I did not even say that. I did not say that. I said that the Eastern District of Virginia is a national security court. And anyone who wants to do some homework about that, just look at the fact that Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, myself, and also the famous whistleblower about the Afghan warlocks and the Iraq files was also indicted in the Eastern District. So please don't listen to Brian.
Indicted by grand juries of citizens, not by judges. 1 and 2. That's because the headquarters of the CIA
I didn't say that the judges indicted anyone, so don't put words in my mouth. I'm talking about courts, not judges.
So, Kim, Brian, I think it will be a good discussion for a future space. Ian, final words. You've been with us for the last few hours. Final words for the audience before we have Nick and Jim summarize it, and I've got my final question for Kim.
Sure. My suggestion for the audience, to anyone listening, is ask yourself the question, who gains, who loses, right? Ask yourself that question, and you've got the answer with regards to the balloons in the air.
Jim?
Well, I think we have found out through this very long and fruitful, by the way, space that there are a whole lot of questions about what's been taking place. And I think what Ian and Kim are saying are very appropriate. But I think, we have a real problem. Having worked in and around Washington, D.C. as part of my career, we have a real problem of trust in what's taking place in the federal government. It's not just a matter of trust about what priorities are made and who does what for what reason. It's much deeper than that. There is something that goes on behind the scenes that the American public and the world often doesn't know anything about. I mean, when I saw something today where already J.P. Morgan is making a deal with Zelensky in Ukraine to help rebuild it, you start asking these questions. What in the world is it that we're doing here, and why is that? So I think that this whole incident is just putting to light more of those concerns and questions that the American people have. And we're going to keep doing these spaces and helping people figure that out.
Thanks, Jim. Nick, final words, man. You've been here since the beginning of this space and the other one that woke me up yesterday to cover this yesterday morning.
It's been a long couple of days here. Thought, maybe we'd have a little time this weekend just to chill out, but, it never works out that way. I don't have that many words left. There have been a lot of words throughout this entire space, but What I'm really wondering is what the hell we're going to find out in the coming days here. Are there going to be more balloons?
Balloons.
Ian,
Are there going to be
Ian,
more
are we
objects?
gonna have more
it's a
sophisticated?
Breitling
Will there
balloon.
be more sophisticated Chinese spy balloons spying on more countries, as Ian mentioned earlier?
And are they actually just weather balloons? I think that's going to be the most interesting thing that's going to come out of the next few days, and then
We're
how
going
the
to see the
DoD
shit
ends up
in the
responding.
UK, right? The UK has already indicated that they intend to investigate the strange appearances over the air, over the skies, and so they'll just use that as a distraction to whatever bullshit that's going on in their economy right now. I mean, it's perfect. It's just a perfect political tool that's being used by pretty much everybody right
Aaron,
now.
There's
They're
only
taking
one
the lead.
thing I know with certainty, and that these are not weather balloons. That's the only thing that I actually know at this point.
we've had.
We don't know this with certainty, Aaron. You're wrong about
Yeah, I
that.
don't
And
think. I think they are weather balloons.
if the U.S. would have had any interest in securing the evidence on that initial balloon that they shot down, they would not have done it in the way they did. They would have made an attempt to deflate it, to bring the evidence down in a secure way so that it can be analyzed properly. To drop this stuff into the ocean, to shoot it down with missiles, is certainly not the way you are gathering evidence.
Maybe Brian, as a US,
you can use the Fulton
US Air Force.
You can use the Fulton system to pull them down. You just fly an airplane that's at the same altitude, put a hook behind it. It's a skyhook system, and pull it. I mean, this technology is over 60 years old. They could have easily done that. They just chose not to, because that would have been so flashy.
Mr.
Right?
Tubbs, I'll let you quickly respond to this before I wrap up the space. As an Air Force meteorologist, the point that Kim and Ian made, that it didn't need to be shot down and could have been deflated to preserve any evidence on there. Anything to add on to this, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly did not need to be shot down. I mean, if it was actually a weather balloon, then it would just pop and fall on its own. It wouldn't have lasted very long. And if it was something else that had the ability to, usually if it's a more robust balloon that's doing something more than just gathering simple information for a daily forecast, we're talking about something that is much more expensive. It's going to be very high flying, and it's just not going to. It's not going to be your typical balloon, and so I would say no. I mean, it doesn't seem to be. I don't really know what. I really don't know what they could just go and shoot down weather balloons. I mean, I guess they could if they wanted to stir up some trouble, but this doesn't seem to me to be just a simple situation where there's just weather balloons.
So Kim, I want to go to you with the final question, and I do want to wrap up the space because we went way over time. You were there. I think you were there. Most people don't know this. Kim was in the first roundtable space we ever did, and it was unrelated to anything we're discussing today. First one was about crypto, and we had Tom Nash as well, and geopolitics as well. One of the early spaces. I don't think it was the first. And you were there for the Twitter files saga that is ongoing now. And look at us today. You made a comment earlier. Where do you see the show in the next few? Let's say the next 6 to 12 months, Kim. Be good way to end the show.
Well, I mean, like I said, you have grown substantially. You are dealing with, major topics of interest. And of course, you are touching on subjects that are very sensitive to the U.S. government. Twitter files, now the balloons. We're talking about, Nord Stream pipelines. We're talking about the war in Ukraine. And obviously, it's the U.S. effort to do its best, the U.S. government to do its best to make sure that, their narratives are still maintained and that your thing is not blowing out of control. So they're sending all their CIA and deep state operatives into your spaces to discredit people and to just spread the lies that the Pentagon is providing to them the talking points. That's the danger, though. You need to be careful about this. If you have people like Brian in your space calling other people Russian propagandists, there needs to be a disclosure here that he is a former CIA agent, that he is part of the intelligence community in the United States, and that he clearly has a bias against China and Russia and anyone who would say anything bad about the U.S. government. So, it's important that you maintain the independence of your space. It's good that you have all kinds of people coming on and sharing their opinion, but there needs to be more disclosure. When you have people like that in the space, I think it's good for your listeners to understand what their motives are and why they are here.
You mind if I respond, Mario?
There's no
Hey,
choice.
Mario, do you mind if I hop in here as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
That was kind of a direct attack. So first of all, what I said hours ago was that Kim was parroting Russian propaganda. I never said he was a paid Russian agent or a propagandist. Thing one. Thing two, there's no secret about my history, as I'm sure many of the people in this room now know. It's all over everywhere. And if I was an undercover, deep secret CIA operative, probably wouldn't be making it that public. And last, to the CIA directly, if you're listening, and I know Kim thinks you are, if I'm doing your propaganda work for you, can I please get a paycheck? Because I haven't been paid by you guys in 20 years. Thanks.
Austin, final words. You were there in the space yesterday. Just to wrap up the space, man.
For sure. Number one, I think it's important to start my comments with the idea that there's a necessary public shaming of every American individual who has been in here and not been watching the Super Bowl. It is a time-honored American tradition, and we will forgive them in the future. But it's I think it's important to at least note.
I've been watching it in the background.
Definitely watching it.
Yeah, Nick, Kim, you guys are hosting. I'm willing to give you guys a pass here. That's entirely fair. But at the same time, anyone who hasn't been actively watching it,
Go KC.
Yeah, by all means. But
I think KC just won. So
yeah, they did just about. We got 8 seconds left on the clock. We're in the fourth quarter. But the only thing I'll say is that if you ever hear anyone say that they're a patriot and they didn't watch the Super Bowl, I mean, take that in doubt, obviously. But I think what's important to note is, and I think something that Mario, you've done very well, is denoting sort of biases, right? And when we conduct analysis on something like this, it's important to note that someone like Ian is from Malaysia, or Kim.com is actively facing sort of extradition to the United States on federal charges of extortion, money laundering. So Kim.
Extortion. My case is a copyright case, dude. No, don't listen. You're not going to come in here and talk bullshit. Extortion, dude. Are you nuts? It's an extradition case about
Austin. Austin, you had to.
Yeah, you can't be
Austin,
making up false claims about Kim here.
Austin,
it's not cool. Like, he's not being extradited for extortion at all. It's a copyright-related case.
So, Austin, you had to come in with fireworks, Austin. What is this, man? You...
Of course. No. Best of luck on that case. All I'm saying is this gets to my larger point that if Kim is extradited to the United States, he has to watch the Super Bowl. That's all I'm saying.
Way to throw a grenade at the end.
Yeah, well, I thought you'd give us like a final objective thoughts on because you've been covering the topic since yesterday, and then you talk. You throw a grenade at everyone that watched the Super Bowl, and then another one at Kim, and a bit of a shotgun at Ian. Go ahead, man.
Mario, you have to understand that every American is having fun watching the Super Bowl, so of course I'm going to have a little bit.
No, all good, man. All good. Oh, you're a regular, man. I mean it lighthearted, but I think Kim is pretty pissed right now.
No, we're having a little funny.
No, I'm actually entertained. It's very funny.
No, I'm sure, for sure. No, best.
And I make no secret of the fact that I am in Malaysia. This is not like a lot of people like to say, "Oh, I've never set foot in America." Yeah, I have. So it's just silly when people bring that up.
Like I said, I'm having some fun. No, but what's important in regarding, the topic at hand, beyond the fact that, Philadelphia is going to burn tonight just based upon Philadelphia sports fans, they could have won. It would have been the same result. What I think is important looking at the Pentagon briefing is that we finally had, with the object that was shot down over Lake Huron, we finally had sort of positive identification. And what that means is that they identified it as something that was unmanned. They identified it as something that was posing a direct threat to civilian aircraft based upon the altitude it was flying at. as we talked about yesterday, Mario, most civilian aircraft, most commercial aircraft cruise at about an altitude of from 36,000 feet to 42,000 feet. Anything below that poses a threat to any sort of commercial aircraft that is going up or down, right? And so it makes sense that there was another shoot down here. It makes sense that there was a ton of coordination with the Canadians, considering that the Great Lakes are a key sector towards sort of border disputes there. Not border disputes, sorry. The borders extend beyond sort of land borders and everything like that, as well as the fact that the Canadian Armed Forces do have air bases located to the north of Lake Huron. The choice of an F-16 to intercept this aircraft, this sort of unidentified aerial phenomena, was more so based upon location. There was a Wisconsin Air National Guard base that was most capable at sort of immediate interception. And the fact that they extended as this balloon transited over Lake Huron was based upon the fact that they were being sustained by a KC-135 aircraft that was sent up to help them there. It doesn't make sense for the Canadians to sort of jump up when we already, the United States already has aircraft over there to intercept. In regards to the statements made by the DoD and specifically in sort of the Pentagon briefing that we had, it makes sense that they're waiting to sort of analyze. I've seen various statements on they don't have specifics on who made it and everything like that. I think that's something that we're going to see over the coming days, maybe the coming weeks. Because when we talk about this, number one, I think it's actually quite clear that these are, also balloon-type objects in the fact that they're following wind patterns. They don't have much directional capacity. But what's important is, let's see what the Canadian Armed Forces, let's see what the DoD comes out with about, 3 to 5 days from now, after they've taken their time looking at it, and then we can start placing blame from there on out.
Hey,
thanks, Austin.
Mario.
Yeah, man.
I just want to say.
Oh, it's you, Jim. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say one very quick thing. I'm sitting here in Bloomington, Indiana, texting back and forth with my Eagles fan friend in Brisbane, there in Gold Coast, Australia, he lives in Gold Coast actually, watching the Super Bowl, and I am with Kim and Ian. So anyway, I just need to say that.
Beautiful. Thanks. On that point, Jim, on that positive note, finally, I've been trying to give the mic to for the last 4 speakers, so someone end it on a positive note, and then Jim saved the day. Appreciate you all for coming on.
Well,
we've covered.
I have an even better note.
Tell us, Kim.
I have the best.
A positive
note,
one, yes, Kim?
Right? A very
no
positive.
jabs.
So this guy Austin was just saying I'm getting extradited for extortion. I've pinned a tweet on top. It's the fact sheet about my case. Anyone who wants to read it, please go ahead. My case is novel. It's totally unlawful. A Harvard law professor opined that it's completely against the law. You should read it and educate yourself about my case. That's a nice thing to do after the Super Bowl is over.
Perfect.
No, I certainly agree. I think it's very important for people to actually read about this case in question. And, I would simply reiterate that, Kim, if you do end up coming to the United States, I expect you to find an NFL team and support them. And I will support, you doing so.
Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the audience. We'll come back to you. We'll probably cancel tomorrow's scheduled space so we can continue covering this. Otherwise, if there's no updates tomorrow, we'll take a break until we have more developments. Thank you so much for the panelists. Nick, thanks for helping me organize the space, the early stage since the beginning. And